Hello? Huh. No, I wasn't muted. It was, not set. Weird. Is this the successor to Danganronpa? The Birth Me Code was supposed to be the successor to Danganronpa. How can there be two? We'll let it sit for a little bit, then jump in. Danganronpa 4. Pogger's face. Boggers. Yeah, I'm fine with him just doing the exact same sound musically. Danganronpa good music. If they want to do that, whatever. First Twitch stream in like almost a week. For those not in the know, I was streaming still, but it was in Discord. I was doing Witch on the Holy Night. But I didn't get to do a whole lot of streaming still. I've been really busy this week, taxiing people and working and family shit. I liked it. I gave it a 9, but low 9. I can really respect an 8. But I think it's just a really solid piece of work. I really hope they make the 2 sequels. I did not realize it was a trilogy until we were in the last 2/3 of the game. And I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. I think that hurts a bit, but... Spoiler warnings? What? Hey guys, yeah, if you're clicking Twitch to watch a game, you're gonna get spoiled when you watch it. Is that why do I even need to type that? Isn't that just self-evident? If you click a game, you're going to see some of it. Maybe it's for a certain place in the game. I don't know. I didn't see anything when I started the game, but I wasn't paying attention, so. I've seen other people streaming it, so I don't think it's probably a thing. Oh yeah. Anyways, for context, yeah, do a lot of VNs in here. Played most of Kodaka's shit, the good and the bad. Even watched Death Come True. I think Kodaka's alright, so I hope this is alright. I have no idea. Yeah, I mean, I'm publishing the VOD, so I'll put a spoiler tag like it actually does anything. But I feel like it's kind of almost insulting to like assume that somebody doesn't know they're getting spoiled when they watch a game. So, interesting. Anyways, yeah, this is, what is it actually, the full title? We just call it Rain Code, but... Master Detective Archives Rain Code. Try the first in a long series. Anyways, yeah, hopefully it's good. I have not heard much about it. Kept myself in the dark for the most part. Everything feels really delayed, but I think that's just because these menus probably suck. started here at the 10-minute mark. I don't really have much else to say about it. Audio language. Oh man.
Oh, this is looking pretty good.
We gotta get the English right.
Oh, this is looking pretty good. Oh.
So I don't know how much of like World's End Club is Kodaka, but that would be the last thing I think I played by him. I think it's one of the worst things. One of the worst VN adjacent things I've ever played in my life. Well, let's hope it wasn't really Kodaka, or something weird happened. Ichikoshi kept up the quality of being horrible. But, was Death Come True after World's End Club? Death Come True was better than World's End Club, but it was more experimental either way for them, right? It was just like an FMV movie thing. So, well, I don't think it was very good. It's like, might not be in their wheelhouse, or this should be, right? I think this has more like actual gameplay. I don't know if this is just Kodaka doing an AI or what, but we'll see. Hopefully it's cool though. Anyways, I guess we'll get started here. There's really not much else to say. It is Kodaka doing an AI. Well, him and Ichikoshi are working close together these days, aren't they? Is that company still alive? Their company? Should be, right? Yeah. They all suck. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Look. There's definitely some times Ichikoshi sucked. The last decade. But Kodaka, it's been alright. They both have the potential to hit their greats again. This could be good. This can't be as bad as AI2. Or World's End Club. It just can't be. I gotta say the clippable shit. Not that I clip anything. One of the initial big deal projects was when Nuclear Stinkers, yeah. Anyways, well, let's get started. I have no idea how long this is or anything, we're just going. Also FYI, I've pretty much barely slept correct in a week. And once again, I will not be able to in a bit. Super busy. So I might be a little dead or have to stop because I'm tired. We'll see.
Oh, look! A human! It's been a while!
Is this the horny girl?
Anyway, that was a good nap. I nearly slept through the whole thing. Let's see. Alright, there's something I have to do first. Okay, human, listen up. First, I'll have you select your difficulty. Choose wisely. Complain about it later, and I'll boom kill ya. Now then, display the options.
Oh, getting punchline vibes from this motherfucker, man. Mean. We can handle mean,
You
can't
sure
we?
about that? Don't say I didn't warn you. You want to know what difficulty that is? the one you selected, is how difficult yours truly will be on you. I'll be as difficult with you as you wish, so I hope you're ready. Though, to be honest, it's all the same no matter what you pick. I'm your lenient, mean, troublesome, adorable partner, after all. So, are you ready? Do you want to start for real? Do you seriously want to start? Seriously? For real?
That make the quiz harder. Do I want to start for real? Or do I want to just, yup, seriously?
Huh, guess you're really here for it. Sounds like you're just dying to solve some mysteries. You just can't wait to go on adventures with me, right?
Yeah. Can you turn into
Humans are so weird!
a woman, please?
Well, let's get this
Instead
started.
of ghost.
It's time
Turn
to
into a
embark
human,
on my
please.
lovely, thrilling, wonderful, mystery-solving adventure.
There's too much. Oh, do you think she's gonna be this animated?
Go!
The non-ghost? Ooh. Train right away, man. This game can't be bad. Train mystery. This is our pro tag. Bullcut coon.
Whoa! What's going on?
Oh, I thought he was gonna sound like a kid, but
Wait.
sounds like a Danganronpa.
Huh? Where am I? Ow. Who? What?
I'm an old man. What happened? The cyborg eye. Oh, am I blocking this dude's angle?
Huh? Why? How? I can't remember anything.
He's got the mystery here, yeah. The true detective.
Does that mean... Do I have... What was it called? Amnesia?
Not the autopilot.
Alright, calm down. Take a deep breath.
Music.
Dang it! I can't remember anything! Where am I? Who am I? Why can't I remember?
Inside your pocket.
What has he worked on outside Danganronpa? I forget.
Check your belongings.
Who's there?
Oh, Silver
Am I
Case.
hearing things too?
God.
I lost my memories and now I'm hearing things. What's going on? Ow! Oh, what now? I can't catch a break. Check my belongings. Huh. An envelope. Notice. World Detective Organization Human Resources. Dear Yuma Cocohead, you are hereby
Cocohead.
dispatched to the Special Autonomous Zone of Kanai Ward. Dispatch duration indefinite. Use the enclosed ticket to board the Amaterasu Express to Kanai Ward. Rendezvous with the master detectives on site. Upon arrival, proceed to the Nocturnal Detective Agency, World Detective Organization, Kanai Ward Branch.
Is
There
her
you will
VA
receive
Iba?
further instructions.
I can't tell.
Go forth, proud detectives. Eliminate all mysteries from this world. Yuma Coco Head? That's my name?
You got a silly name,
Thinking on
son.
it, I guess that sounds right. That's right. I finally remember. My name is Yuma. I'm Yuma Coco Head.
Alright. Yuma Poo Poo Head. Caca Head.
But what's this about a world detective organization? It sounds significant. Am I a part of it? If that's the case,
What are the chances this ends in a
am
Super
I a
Saiyan
detective?
thing?
I
Coco
guess
did.
these kind of look like a detective's clothes.
Hmm.
It seems
New
I'm
VA,
supposed
cool.
to get on a train.
Hopefully she's good.
Or at least, I think so.
Danganronpa's VA
Master detectives?
after the first one was fine.
Am I...
2's is
one
pretty
of them?
good. For like
Could there be
eccentric
someone
shit.
who knows me on the train?
We'll see if this one is.
Here's the ticket. Let's check the schedule.
It just depends.
Hey, it's almost time.
There's enough that I'm willing to give the English a
Well,
shot here.
I should get on that train. I'll find out more about myself if I meet someone who knows me.
Attention!
It's me, Kiryu Kazuma.
Oh.
Basic controls.
Oh. Better write this down.
Damn.
Gotta stay
Whole
in that
movement,
detective
dude.
mindset. Sure hope you got all that down.
Let's go, brother.
Don't you forget.
What the? Can I get another one, please? Yeah, the detective points. Damn, I'm really glad this game was exclusive to the Switch. It already runs like shit. And it looks like a blurry mess.
Why are there so many umbrellas? The label
It's good.
reads Lost Items Temporary Storage.
Why is it a Switch exclusive? This is not the kind of game where a high FPS would probably matter.
Bags, hats, and books. A lot of stuff has been placed here.
I don't remember his cope.
A toy robot?
Look, I gotta look through like
Looks
1,000
sturdy.
of these guys'
The
copes a
label
minute.
says Lost
Nasu's got
Items.
enough cope to destroy in my fucking memory any other copes I've seen. Oh, really? Maybe they're just doing Switch exclusive for a bit?
This is...
So he thinks going multi-plat makes it more generic? I mean, he's not gonna say, hey, Spike Chunsoft, my publisher, fuck you, so that's whatever.
I see myself. I'm still not used to this.
Yeah, I mean, everybody I've seen playing this game is just like people who just play Danganronpa. Which is more than I expected, for sure. I've seen enough people playing this that had to have, yeah, done decent, but I don't think the Switch exclusivity is what's gonna be the thing. I feel like it would have been better to just fully release. This is also a month where there's not much coming out, so it's a good time to have released it. People aren't in the middle of a 200-hour playthrough of fucking Baldur's Gate 3 or anything, or Starfield, or Zelda. Yeah, who knows? Maybe it's just the type of game it is. You just waifu post with DR, bro. Not easy. I can't on this game. I haven't had any watched any discussions.
I get it. The place where I was sleeping was in fact... That's right. I've been sleeping in a station's lost and found section. But why was I sleeping here? Did I faint? Or was I attacked? If so, then who did it?
I'm getting kind of excited, man.
Passengers departing this station direct to Kanai Ward on the Amaterasu Express.
I want some good mystery,
Please
dude.
board immediately. The train will depart.
I might have to wait till day Graudia, but hopefully this does the train.
I have to get on that train. I better hurry.
I mean, it's Kodaka not just doing Danganronpa exactly again. Maybe he's got some ideas that are cool, some mystery. More thriller than mystery. That's fine. Thrills, chills, and kills, and all that.
I'm sorry. The Amaterasu Express will now depart.
Loud breathing. What is my controller at right now? Okay, a little bit more. Oh. Is this murder of Sonic the Hedgehog train?
Made it in time.
Yeah, it does have a good battle. I'm just gonna finish topping it off. For some reason, sometimes my Switch controller won't turn on the Switch.
Express direct to Kanai Ward.
So I have to plug it in till I connect it, and then at that point I might as well just charge the fucking thing.
Our train utilizes Amaterasu Corporation's state-of-the-art technology for an automated, safe, and comfortable service. There is no crew aboard the train. Thank you for your understanding.
No
and
crew.
support.
Automatic? So nobody's driving this thing.
This train has 5 cars. It will operate non-stop to its destination.
Yeah, it's the robotic train here.
Food and beverages are available in Car 2.
Damn. The performance is noticeable. Like, even just standing here. Like, you can tell, like, it's not running at a good FPS. For being a stylized game on top of that.
Restrooms
Like
are
I said,
available
it's not a
in
high
Car
action
1
game, I
and Car
imagine.
5.
We'll see. I have no
In
idea.
case of an emergency,
It's not gonna be a big
visit
deal,
the
but
backup control room in Car 3 and contact control headquarters via the
for as
intercom.
much as they care about
We hope
the
you
sanctity of
enjoy
their
your trip
game,
aboard
when it
the
comes to
Amaterasu
streaming and shit, you think
Express
they'd feel the
on
same
your
about the
journey to
performance.
Kanai Ward.
Have this shit on multiple
So
platforms.
there are 5 cars. This must be car 1 at the front. I better find the other detectives and meet up with them.
If we use this...
My brain power is gonna be low today, man. I can already feel it. Go easy on me, Kodaka.
Yo! Check, check!
The Nailman killings. Oh, I should probably not read the
This
spoilers.
stuff's vital! You definitely want to... And that's a wrap!
It says main control room A. The door's locked. It won't open. There's a driver's seat inside, but no one's there. The machine appears to be functioning. That must be the automatic operation device.
They showed her at the beginning.
It won't open. I guess that's obvious. This is the front car. The nose of the train is just beyond it. If it opened, I could...
Opens, he could fall off. I should pay more attention to what we're
It's a
talking. What
map
he's
of the
saying
train.
here might be important.
The first and last cars can control the train. The rest are passenger cars.
There was no killer at all. It was a giant mass of blorbs on top of the train. I solved it. Is that what they were called? Blorbs? $10,000 your
There's a
door.
warning on the door. Please keep your hands clear of the doors. For your safety, doors will remain locked while the train is in motion.
Can you like run? My man got that stiff animation. I wonder what having a higher detective rank does. Maybe some costumes.
There's a sink and toilet inside. This must be the restroom. There's no one inside it right now.
Okay. Oh. S'more. There you go, something like that. Yeah, I can see his reflection in the perfectly polished mirror too. This is one of those like screenshots you make, right? That's a little too much technology for 2023. Game has atrociously low camera turn speed. But change it. Good. The punchline.
Excuse me.
Supremacy. What if checking out all of these extra things are important? Like if you'll get stuff, or is it just for the detective points?
I see a clean-looking bed. This is probably the infirmary. It's locked, but there's no one inside. Huh? It's a map of the train.
Backup control room. So there's 3 control rooms. Mysterious.
It says main control room B. The door is locked and won't open. I see a driver's seat in there, but no one's inside. There's a machine, but it's not on. Driver's seats on both sides of the train. I think that means they can go in either direction. Oh, I kinda sounded like a real detective there.
Jesus.
Huh? Someone's there. I heard a voice behind the door.
Love my dude's jorts. This is the eccentric cast of characters. Which one's the horny ones?
Excuse me, are you with the World Detective Organization? You are, right? You're master detectives, aren't you?
We are. But who are you?
I'm with you. I think I'm also a master detective of the World Detective Organization.
Yeah.
A boy like you.
Are you master
Detective
detective?
of the WDO.
It seems like it.
Seems like it.
Like hell, dumbass!
Huh?
A runt like you, a master detective?
This guy
You're
wearing?
just shooting your mouth off. You look like a shriveled anteater.
He's got a fucking question mark for a hair, man.
What's the meaning of this?
You got a lot of nerve posing as a master detective. You wanna die right here, right now?
Wait, please hear me out. Oh, right. I have proof that I'm a master detective.
Oof, the animation.
A letter? From the World Detective
Crisp.
Organization? It's real. There's no mistake about it.
What's with the blur?
What?
You guys see that?
Serious?
Where nothing looks crispy, it's kind of all like
Looks like
mushy.
there's a reason behind this. Go ahead and tell us. I'll allow it.
Right, thank you. But there's really not much to explain.
I imagine it's just like low resolution, but the game runs like shit already. So I mean, man, it might just be a stylish choice. Maybe it's to mask stuff. Maybe it's like really aggressive AA or some shit. I don't know. Why is everybody so mean?
And that's what happened.
Amnesia.
Looks that way. I was hoping one of you would know who I am.
Apparently not.
No way. We're on the same team, but no one knows me? Then who am I?
The mastermind will go Super Saiyan.
That's what I wanna know.
You think his Super Saiyan hair is gonna have some crazy question mark on
You may
it?
not be the right recipient.
Why do you suspect me?
There is a reason why. But first, do you know what the World Detective Organization is all about?
Yeah, he knows the answer at the
A
end.
little bit? I think I remember a little. Or not.
Guess not. So you called yourself a member without even knowing.
Yes. Sorry.
Well, I suppose it's a master detective's duty to shepherd the lost.
Yeah, I hate
Very
animal
well,
ears.
I'll tell you. Maybe
Well,
you'll
human.
regain your memories after hearing what I have to say.
Just wanted to let you guys know.
Thank you.
Although he's got like a beanie thing. I guess.
Let's do things logically.
Yeah, I'll give Uchikoshi that. AI2 at least was crispy and ran fine. AI1 a little bit iffier, but this stylistically might be more interesting, but on a technical level. Kano.
What?
Oh.
Yeah, it'd be hard to be less interesting
Let's do things
stylistically.
logically.
There's not really anything going on in AI. It's just normal world and then the mind jumps.
Listen up. The World Detective Organization.
Yeah, I'm just saying relatively. Not that it was godly.
an extra-legal, extra-privileged organization devoted to eradicating the world's unsolved mysteries. Their branches exist throughout the world, and their investigations are handled by master detectives. As of now, there are roughly 1,000 master detectives in the WDO. All have powers specializing in investigative work.
Powers?
They are supernatural powers used in investigation, known as forensic fortes.
Supernatural.
People who develop talents such as clairvoyance or mind reading.
Well, you're not smart at all, you just have superpowers.
They train at the organization to harness these special powers, which aid in their investigations. Those who manage to gain a forte are recognized as master detectives.
Super
and given
duper
a
ultra
detective
high school master detectives.
Which means, if you're a master detective, it should say so on your license.
Detective Deed?
They aren't supernatural. Danganronpa, but they all do have unique powers. Have you already seen this whole game, Yoda?
It's an identification card. Check your pockets.
Or have you just been reading spoilers?
I don't have one.
If you don't have a detective deed, you ain't one of us. Even if you got one, I'd suspect it's fake anyway.
Oh, hold on! I'm not trying to trick anyone!
Pardon me. He seems to be the only one accused of being an imposter. But how about the rest of you? If you require he has some sort of proof, then the same would apply to everyone here.
Thank you, gamer girl.
Hell'd you just say?
She's right. Everyone here has just met for the
Why
first
is this
time.
guy wearing a
Naturally,
ripped
we
pair of
worked out
fucking
what
jorts on his face?
Huh? First time? So, you guys don't know each other?
Master detectives
It'd be
rarely
funny if
meet
they're a
together.
ripped pair of briefs
We
or
each
something.
travel the world on our own, solving cases. I've never seen so many gathered together for a case like this. We thought all of the summoned members had shown up and were about to start introductions. Then you walked in.
Not feeling this guy's VA a whole lot.
Well,
Seems a little-
let's start the introductions. We'll include the tardy one as well.
What? You still want to do
A
introductions?
little
With the
artificial.
imposter
That
too?
makes sense.
It's vital for us to ascertain each of our identities moving forward. All the more reason due to this perplexing circumstance.
Perplexing circumstance? What does he mean by that?
Now, let's begin.
I'm gonna talk to my villain friend.
I am Zange Eraser. I come from a
Rivals.
detective agency on the front lines, far from here.
What lines of what? Man, looking like a Dragon Quest villain.
Perhaps you expect an introduction, but I have nothing to say. Let the past melt like ice in an evening's drink. That's how I live my life.
The Kojima levels. We need Solve Mystery Man as a character.
My forte is thoughtography. I can transcribe images from my memory onto electronics.
Thoughtography. Okay.
That's all from me. There's no need for any further explanations.
There's clearly something extraordinary about him.
Yeah, he's old in an anime game. Which means he'll probably die early.
I'm Afex Logan.
Afex
Detective
Logan.
branch in the eastern slums.
Yeah, you look ghetto, brother. This guy looks like he's had some like radiation juice on his face.
They call me a master detective now, but I'm originally a broke, illegal immigrant. When I was a kid, I was in an upstanding home, living an upstanding life. My parents were lawyers who never tolerated injustice. They should have left well enough alone with that local mafioso. Because they went after him, they were murdered. Their necks were cut open.
Hey, that's cool, bro, but I didn't ask. Thanks.
That's awful. I ran away to protect myself and jumped on a ship at the port.
We could talk about this another time, buddy. For a guy who's like really antagonistic, he sure really wants to open up the sob story, man. Maybe he's lashing out, dude. He wants attention.
I didn't know where the ship was going. That was the moment I threw away my past and my home. I drifted to the slums and did everything I could to survive.
Okay.
I managed to survive until now. Thanks to luck.
Super duper luck,
With my
man.
natural talents, I was able to become a detective. But I also wanted revenge. I can't stand evil. But even if you ain't evil, I'll show no mercy to those who stand in my way.
Doesn't that make him evil?
If I can't figure out the difference between the good guys and the baddies, then I just beat up both of them. Kill or be killed is my motto.
Guy's an idiot.
He looks scary, but that's not all. I think there's a
One
deep
chapter of this
sadness in
game
him.
was enough for me. Fucking Kutsu already flushed it, dude. Holy base, bro. Well, I'm looking forward to the playthrough. Really? Wow. I've not heard many opinions on it. That's one of the first. The only thing I can say so far is it's blurry. It runs like shit. I'm not completely sold on the voices and the animation work. Otherwise, it's been fine. But I mean, we're just right here at the beginning. I don't know why this guy just gave us his life story.
That's all you're going to tell us?
You got a problem with that, you tiny runt?
Not at all.
You sure are a frail-looking kid, aren't you? And pale to boot. Like disaster's got its claws on ya.
Pale to boot. This guy's got
nothing
like
weird is haunting you?
sickly looking like purple skin.
No way.
A detective's gotta be tough. How about a little training? First, you'll need to get used to stab wounds. We'll start with an ice pick, then scissors, then a fruit knife.
Damn, this guy is fucking crazy. He's so eccentric.
No thanks.
Feel like they're trying a little too hard with this motherfucker, man.
Don't be shy, runt.
No, really, I'm fine.
Too bad.
Alright, let's hope you die quick, buddy. Yeah, it's pretty rough on a technical level, but I'm all for the stylization. And I get the desire to do, like, you know, something akin to Danganronpa, but with full 3D moving around and, like, investigations and shit. I just hope they actually lean into that well. There's cool mystery shit. Not whatever the fuck. Does anybody know what happens between the different difficulties? I picked mean, but I mean, do I just get like less lives? That'd be stupid, right?
I'll go first. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zilch Alexander.
Zilch Alexander, dude. The abilities break it open. What? How does that work? Do they just give you answers? I don't know. I guess I don't know the format. We'll find out. find out.
I'm from the Southern Forest Preserve District's detective agency. They call me Nature's Mediator.
Is that because you have animal ears?
I love people, nature, and the harmony between them. However, there are times when some would attempt to ruin that harmony. My specialty is in handling those people. Have you heard of the chain of mysterious murders surrounding the dam construction at Souls Lake?
No.
Rumor has it that one by one, everyone involved with the dam's construction died,
So far.
all cursed by a sunken ritual site.
Bras.
It was a once-in-a-century difficult case.
The dam.
The one who solved it was none other than myself.
Hey, that's cool, dude.
There wasn't
But I didn't
much to
ask.
it. The culprits were locals who wanted the rights to the dam for themselves. The strange part is that all 52
Okay, is this guy referencing
they all have their lips sewn
Higurashi?
shut to protect
Is this a joke? Isn't this awfully close to parts of that? Is this fucking Kodaka like trying a little cheeky
I'll let you figure
semi-reference?
out what that means. When harmony
That's
between
awfully.
man
That's an
and
awfully
nature is
similar
disrupted,
story to something I've
disaster
read
strikes.
before.
That is one thing I have learned as a
I
detective.
mean, that's cute if that's what they want to do. Fellow mystery enthusiasts.
Nature's mediator. He does look like a good detective. Though he suspected me, he still gave me a fair chance to explain myself.
So, do you think the ears are part of his hat, or are the ears all natural? They look like they're just part of the hat, but like they're moving.
He looks a bit intense, but maybe he's a good person.
What's wrong with your pupils, Kakahead?
I'll describe my forte as well. I'm uncomfortable exposing classified information regarding investigators, but this is an emergency.
Why does he have a pink feather? His shotgun blasted a bunch of random shit onto this guy and hoped it looked cool.
My forte is animal investigation.
Anal investigation.
I can control animals as I wish and recruit them
But
for
an
my
anime,
programs. Quite fitting for the philanthropist that I am.
they usually have both kinds of ears, don't they? Sometimes.
Though useful in many ways, I mainly use it to gather intel. It allows me to survey a target while remaining undetected.
There is a backlog, right? I mean, yeah, I don't like having when they have double sets of ears. I think it's goofy. There's no backlog. Awesome.
As a basic rule, I can only control
Innovation.
four-legged mammals. Less intelligent animals are easier to control. I often use mice. They're the perfect animals for undercover investigations. Unfortunately, I can't show it off right now, because there aren't any mice on this train.
Can you rip the legs off of like insects until they're four-legged? And then use them?
Not only is he a good detective, but he also has
What
these
if a human
powers.
got on all fours, man?
He really is impressive.
That is all from me. With love, I yield to the next person.
Okay. With love, I cannot be seen.
An introduction. Introduce myself.
Yeah, we'll see.
A subjective observation of one's own self-image, explained objectively.
Is this gonna be the Chiaki? Or is Kodaka gonna try to like play off of his own shit.
Are you okay?
Did I do something that caused you concern?
No, it's just you seem to be having difficulty introducing yourself.
I rarely have a need to do so, so I was considering what approach to take.
What do you think she's listening to? She's listening to that one Danganronpa song. The 1, 2. No, they're just really loud, Cora. Maybe that's what we're hearing right now. The music through her headphones. Silver case.
After all, is there such a thing as a self in the first place?
Brown freezing motor girl from
All I am is a bundle of nervous tissue reacting to external stimuli. If I had to, I guess I'd call myself Poochie Lavman.
Poochie Lavman. Hey, yo, Poochie. Poochie Loveman. Girl Poochie. Poochie Lavman. Can't wait for her to die. It feels like one that would be around for a while, but who knows with Kodaka.
So, your name is Poochie then?
I just think of Boy Poochie the whole time.
Names are meaningless. A method of
Poochie,
arbitrary
or the
labeling for
Yoshi's Island
self-recognition.
dog.
Symbols for categorization.
My guy Poochie.
Nothing more.
Yeah, Cora, I think that'd be it.
To that end, it serves the same purpose as a detective deed, or so I, Poochie, believe.
The Poochie.
She seems a bit odd.
Most of the World Detective Organization's work is investigating unsolved mysteries. I was trusted with many bureaucratic investigations. My clients are mainly enterprises and politicians. Depending on the client, I use my forte to see if the transaction party is trustworthy. My forte is known as audio aptitude. When I concentrate, I can hear anything from distant whispers, footsteps, and even heartbeats. No one is safe to speak of their secrets when I, Poochie, am around.
You can hear anything, dude.
Oh, then did you hear anything suspicious at the station? Maybe we can figure out what happened to me.
Unfortunately, unless I focus my efforts on listening, I'm unable to hear things far away.
Oh, I see.
Constantly listening in on all sounds leads to a sensation of my physical boundaries within reality dissolving away.
Yeah. I don't see why they wouldn't have it be consistent. Set her apart even more. I don't see that would be fine if they did.
My already tenuous sense of self starts to vanish, which is why I tend to close my ears.
Maybe that's the
unless I'm using
reason.
my powers.
She's losing her sense of self. It's ebbing and flowing.
Being blessed with powers sure comes at a price. Did she always act in such a strange way? Or did it develop after she obtained her forte? Regardless, she definitely has a distinct air
Can
about
she
her.
hear his thoughts?
That is all I have to say about myself.
My power? No way to have a horny ghost follow me around. Oh my god, I just looked up your skirt. How did that happen? His power is to be super horny.
This part of her seems a bit more normal.
Oh really? The English, it's just different? Hey, why did somebody throw a fucking can of paint on your face? Like this guy.
Hey, young man.
It's blood. Oh yeah, it's Danganronpa blood. Oh my god. She's the killer.
Me? That's right. Come here. Stand before me.
Ma'am, I'm calling the police.
Why? Whoa. Huh? What's going on?
That other chick can hear the blood rushing to his penis, man. It's very loud. Help it! What the hell's going on?
Stay still for just a second. I'll be quick. Thank you. That was quite educational.
That was a crime,
That
man.
outfit fits you well.
Oh, sexual
My
assault.
name is Melanie Goldmine. My home is rather far north from here.
Melanie Goldmine.
Up there is a branch with detectives adept at spiritism. I was also active there as a medium.
He has the loud S's that I hate. God, it's fucking hideous. What's with the makeup?
A medium?
I
Be
can
fine
summon
without the
souls
makeup.
of the dead by using my body as a vessel.
Summon a soul?
Is there gonna be a really horny soul that takes control of her? And then she's like, "Wow, I'm really fucking horny." Like the one chicken talking about oh, not that one. There's many that just went apeshit horny randomly. We'll see.
Can you summon anyone who has died? Like, for example, the victim of a crime?
Yes, of course. But there is one condition. I require the clothes that person wore while they were still alive.
The underwear? The spirit channeling.
Only by wearing their clothes can I summon their
Oh,
soul.
she wears the clothes.
Hence why my powers don't work on people smaller than me, or if the person is far bigger. Overall, the size must match.
The size must match. What a useless set of skills.
Also, I can't abide outfits with no fashion sense. Filthy, reeking clothes
Jesus.
are always out of the question.
Well, I mean, if they got murdered, they're probably gonna be covered in their own shit and piss and cum and blood. Or somebody else's. This chick's useless. Yeah, she's really good at fashion too. The purple side shave with random fucking makeup is
That sounds
getting
more like a
me hot and
preference than a
bothered.
condition.
Clothes make a man. They reveal all about one's livelihood. Like skin worn over skin.
Yeah, but you
That's
wear a
what clothes are
uniform.
all about.
So you're not really showing off your style at all.
Consider that when compared to bare skin, clothing has a greater surface area seen by other people. Therefore, clothes are an expression of a person's identity and originality.
Okay.
You ever think about how you've never heard of ghosts being naked? Ghosts wear clothing because those clothes are a part of their identity.
Now that you mention it,
That's why, despite your amnesia, I can tell the kind of person you are just by looking at the clothes you wear.
really?
Your uniform is undoubtedly an official one supplied by the WDO. And I found it fits you perfectly after measuring
Hey,
your size.
what are you looking at?
I don't think it could possibly belong to someone
Miss
else.
Goldmine, what the fuck are you looking at?
Which means I
Cocoa
really
heads,
am a
caca
master
head, man.
detective? Am I
This
one
chick's a
or
freak, dude.
not?
Alright,
I
it's just
can't figure it
Cocoa
out without my memory coming back to me.
That's
You're
all I have to
eyeballing him,
say.
man.
I'm the medium detective Melanie. Nice to meet you all.
We got our criminal right here, boss. Is that her cell phone? Oh, it's the back. I wanted to see her fucking wallpaper. Yeah, she did. Okay, I've met everybody. They're very eccentric and quirky, my friend.
Lastly, it's your turn, Yuma.
I'm hoping the rest
Aside
of the
from
supporting
having
cast is good.
amnesia, is there anything else we
I don't
should
know about these
know
ones
about?
yet.
I still can't remember anything.
If you really are a master detective, then you should have some sort of forte.
It's a power to turn his Ahego into a question or an exclamation
Are you sure
point.
you don't remember? How about the kind of clothes you usually wear?
I had fun
Or
with the
brands you like?
cast and some of the Danganronpas. I mean, I guess they usually do kind of just shit out the characters. But these feel especially shitted out. Who's dying first? Assuming they even die and they're not just like helpers occasionally. Every case can be about one of them dying. I don't know who would die first. Kodaka's willing to kill people you wouldn't expect. Since he set that precedent. That's why it's like the chick with the ribbon I could see making it the whole way through, but also dying immediately. Just because of DRV3. I don't know. I don't really have a good, it's not really a good read.
You only inquired about clothing.
Yeah, we'll see how the character's writing is. Design-wise, I'm not feeling many of them. Doesn't help they're all just wearing the same outfits. A lot of them just have like a bunch of shit on their face.
Maybe you'll remember after a few punches to the head.
Hold on!
This guy's definitely the worst though. They're trying really hard.
Aphex, stop that. If you knock him out, he won't be able to speak. The perplexing circumstance we face may have something to do with his memories.
That's right, I was wondering
The old
about
man
that.
seems cool.
What do you mean by perplexing circumstance? Did something happen?
Well, something unexpected has occurred on our trip. The number of people is off.
The number of
Why
people?
is there only one old person?
I, Hoochie, heard from the World Detective Organization that the number of master detectives on the train was precisely 5.
5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 of us.
I also heard from the WDO that 5 master detectives will gather on board. Hence
Why
why
is
when
there
you
not
called
a
yourself a
backlog?
master detective, I was honestly surprised.
I knew this job wouldn't be easy, but there's already a mystery before
Oh, he's got
us.
shit on his face too. But the eye patch
This is getting exciting.
makes it okay.
It's obvious what's going on. There's an imposter among us.
It's not me. I think.
How about we contact the WDO and find out? It could be a mistake.
But your phone
It's
doesn't
no
work.
use. I can't reach them. There's no signal here.
Oh no.
Who could the uninvited 6th guest be?
It's obvious. I'm the most suspicious. Especially with my amnesia in this situation. Could I be the imposter? And I just can't remember? I am the 6th one here.
All right, I got it. Hey, since you're all
Girls will
clueless,
die.
I'm gonna tell you my extra sharp deduction.
I mean, at least one of them will survive
You
the
may
whole way.
speak. I'll allow it.
Assuming they even kill these characters off. I mean, he killed the girl in the very... No, he kills chicks in the multiple in the beginning of every one of his games, right? But there's also usually a larger cast of characters, so yeah, at least one of them has to survive for hygiene. I don't think this will be all the characters. There's just no way. Guessing we'll get more once we're getting out there and exploring. We might not even...
Why would I need your permission?
These people might not even die.
Whatever. Way I see it, the runt here ain't the imposter.
Huh?
It'd be boring if the most suspicious one is the culprit. The runt must have been attacked by the real culprit. The memory loss is a side effect of the attack.
And the imposter's motive? Why would they attack Yuma?
To pretend to be a master detective and replace the runt on the train. The plan was going smoothly, but the runt suddenly woke up. He got on the train right before it departed.
What I'm wondering is what the overarching story is going to be. I doubt it's going to be completely episodic. There's going to be some like big conspiracy that they're going to discover. Some hope versus despair at the end. It's just its own thing, Outcast.
Obviously, the imposter miscalculated. The runt's gotta be tougher than he looks.
Oh, that's a surprisingly proper deduction. And I thought you'd be the most useless one here.
Why, thank you.
In other words, I was knocked out at the station because someone attacked me? But I don't think I've been injured.
Excuse me. My deduction is slightly different.
Let's hear it. I'll allow it.
Sounds
Stop
like
acting
Flood.
Like we need to get your permission.
I
Mario
suspect that the
Sunshine.
entire situation is a test designed by the World Detective Organization. A test? A WDO exam officer has disguised themselves as a member and is ascertaining our skills here.
If that were the case, you
Like
might
how every
possibly
time the
be
camera
exam
changes,
officer.
everything gets super grainy around the edges of all the object. And then it goes back to normal.
Me? An exam officer?
Bring it on! I don't care if it's the WDO or a hitman. If you want to test me, I'll show you what I got.
What are you trying to do?
For now, I'll check to see if there are other uninvited guests. I wouldn't want any accomplices lurking about.
And how are you going to
What
do
did that beanie look like before it got ripped up?
Like this. Let's go!
Oh, Jesus Christ. I thought he was gonna bolt off or something. Radar vision thing. Jesus, dude. Motherfucker looking like a Sonic character with that smirk.
What? What was that? A weird feeling overcame my whole body.
No signs of the enemy. Turns out there really are just 6 of us on this train right now.
What if he can only sense
What did you do?
biological
I used my forte, life detection.
peoples?
I can detect life in a 50-meter radius and pinpoint its
What
location.
if somebody's dead?
The mechanism is a trade secret, but I can say without a doubt that we're the only
Does he know
ones
where
on
they
this
are?
train.
Just how many in general there is?
Talk all you want, but who can verify that you're not
What if
lying?
there's a bug?
We're never gonna get anywhere if you start doubting everything. Use your own damn powers to figure it out then.
I see. So fortes come in handy at a time like this. In that case, there's someone else with a power that can confirm if other passengers are on board.
I already forgot what their powers are, so that's good they're telling me. Power of releasing in a dead month and looking like Danganronpa. I mean, more power to him if it ends up being good.
Poochie, would it be possible for you to verify what Aphex said is true?
Aphex Twin.
Yes. I, Poochie, was contemplating it at the
We
moment.
don't know that yet.
Even if someone is hiding, my audio aptitude is able to detect their breathing and heartbeats. Shall I try?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Hey, what's with the gloomy little girl?
Love the fucking
tell me
stiff
she's
hand where the guy just
motion
it hits the chair.
She's using her audio aptitude to check if there are other passengers.
Oh, really? That's great. Go for it. It'll prove I'm right.
Shut.
Huh?
Shut up, you brain-dead idiots! Pardon me. Would you mind quieting down for a bit? I need to concentrate. Huh?
Okay. Does she have bees for people's? Is she sponsored by Beats?
This sensation. I felt it when Aphex used his powers.
Oh, there's supposed to be headphones? Okay.
Somehow, it feels like I can hear what Poochie
That was like
hears.
B for beat or some shit.
Does no one else hear it? What's going on?
I've finished. I cannot hear the heartbeats of anyone besides the 6 of us here. Though one could hold their breath, they still cannot stop their heart from beating.
Sure they could.
In other words,
This is
there's
anime.
no one else on this train. I, Poochie, guarantee it.
See? I told you so. Sorry for calling you gloomier.
Can there just be a corpse?
You know, I'm glad you've confirmed my findings, but aren't our powers kind of the same?
I can hear heartbeats from 500 meters away. So you're the useless one.
Quiet, you catty bitch!
You catty bitch.
Moving on, we've now got proof from 2 master detectives. We can say for sure that there are no other passengers.
Yeah, what if there's
Though one may
robotic
be a lying
passengers?
imposter, the other's statement can still be trusted.
One of them, an imposter. But Aphex and Poochie both use their fortes. I could feel them using their powers, so I think it's safe to say both are master detectives. But I'm the only one who can sense their powers. No one else seems to have the same experience. Why am I the only one?
What's wrong with you, old man? You gone senile or something?
Can you all hear that? The sounds of a running train, the wheels of fate chugging along. In the same way, our fate continues to turn. This train will press on until we reach our destination. No one can get off midway, including the uninvited 6th. Let's discover which of us is the caged bird in here. My fading detective spirit is revitalized once again thanks to this burning mystery. Not bad. Things are getting interesting.
You're joking. What could the imposter even accomplish? We're all master detectives.
Yeah, watch him survive 5
And
minutes.
yet we don't know who the fake one is.
I've used my powers.
He's
so
not wearing a
obviously I'm the
fucking
real
uniform
deal.
either.
The gloomy girl detective also passes. She ain't no fake. So, how about the guy blowing smoke, huh? Why don't you go ahead and prove yourself with your forte? How about it, you four-eyed fox detective?
As I have already explained, my power involves animals. Without them, I can't use it.
So, you're fine being considered a
Yeah,
suspect
his
then?
mask thing looks horrible.
You are free to think what you wish.
Unfortunately, I can't prove myself either. Without a dead body, I can't use my powers as a medium.
Now we've got two suspects. How about you, old man?
Why does everybody have like
I don't mind showing off,
chin,
but it
lip
won't clear any
piercings?
suspicions. The sixth uninvited guest could possibly be a traitorous master detective with their own forte.
That's true.
There's no end to this! To hell with it! Everybody line up! I'll deck you one by one!
I hope they kill this guy quick.
Whoever passes out is safe, got it? The real deal. If you don't pass out in one hit, then you gotta be the imposter!
Calm down. Let's do things logically, like the detectives we are.
Pardon me. I suggest we investigate this.
I think part of it is that since they're all wearing uniforms, it feels like they overcompensate with the faces. So there's just shit everywhere. Like, she's fine. But like, some of the Danganronpa ones, they would just... It'd be mostly on their personality and like outfits and shit. It's not just like their face.
The motive. One possibility is that it's a test from the World Detective Organization. Are there any others?
There are.
You may speak. I'll allow it.
That makes sense that he's just simple.
I need your permission.
Question mark here.
The
Good enough.
Amaterasu Corporation. They could be responsible for this.
Yeah, I think
Your
she's
reasoning?
disgusting.
Someone has been tailing me for the past few days. It started after I was first assigned to Kanai.
If she didn't have the cheek thing, maybe it'd be right.
Wherever I went, I could sense the presence
too
of
much,
someone in the shadows, but I could never catch them in the act. It was getting annoying, so I tried to bait them out. I walked around town in my underwear, and at last, they revealed themselves.
Hold up. Did you just say that you...
Yeah, I mean, I guess compared to AFAC.
Something the matter?
Never mind. Continue.
I avoid solving problems with violence,
The old
so I
man's
was unable
fine.
to apprehend them.
He looks cool.
However,
It helps that he has
I
a
saw
different
them
outfit.
escaping in one of Amaterasu Corporation's cars with my own eyes.
Why would Amaterasu Corp spy on you?
Because they don't want Kanai Ward to be investigated. Perhaps this is the same situation. Which is why I think our uninvited sixth guest is a spy from Amaterasu. The spy has only one goal: to disrupt our trip to Kanai Ward. Hence why they are pretending to be a master detective among us.
So you believe Amaterasu is involved. Not impossible, though your reasoning is somewhat lacking.
I do not see how escaping in one of Amaterasu Corporation's cars is proof someone is a company spy.
Well, that's fair.
Excuse me. You keep talking about it, but what's Amaterasu Corporation?
You kidding me? We gotta explain that too?
It's fine. We can teach Yuma as we share information with one another.
What is the Amaterasu Corporation?
In short, Amaterasu is a freaking huge company. You see their products practically everywhere in daily life. They make everything from kids' toys to fighter jets, industrial goods, electronics, pharmaceuticals, everything. Big companies always got dark underbellies. With Amaterasu, with their smoke, there's a whole building burning down. That's a detective joke.
FF Bros.
Funny, huh?
Is this?
Sure, I got it, thanks.
Skill points, memory cap. Skill
What
points.
does that have to do with
Our
Amaterasu
fucking skill
Corporation?
tree.
It's fairly complicated, but Kanai Ward is essentially an Amaterasu autonomous zone. Previously,
Jesus, dude.
Kanai Ward was just another regional
It's
city.
one of those games where you turn on the auto and it has like a fucking 10-hour pause between each line.
But as it was being developed by Amaterasu Corp, the city
It's
itself
not like they speak very quick. On top of that.
Factories, research labs, and affiliate companies were built. In no time, the whole place belonged to Amaterasu. As a matter of fact, Kanai Ward is essentially ruled by the Amaterasu Corporation. Political power has no influence.
Why is my man's boots so big?
Since it's so isolated, no one has been traveling to and
And
from
his jorts so short.
Isolated?
Exactly. Because of that, no information has been getting out, aside from rumors of unsolved cases. This has been going on for years, but the unified government has been turning a blind eye to the whole thing. The Amaterasu Corporation's influence affects not just the UG, but the entire world.
The scale.
Given the situation, the World Detective Organization couldn't wait any longer and decided to act. As a result, master detectives are gathering in Kanai Ward. And that's pure speculation, mind you. We won't know the full details until we arrive.
I see. Thank you very much. Speaking of, this train is called the Amaterasu Express, isn't it?
Yes. The Amaterasu Express is an entirely driverless train developed by the Amaterasu Corporation. The WDO made arrangements to prepare it for arrival at Kanai Ward. Normally, it has no passenger cars for the trip to Kanai Ward, but they added ours as a special exception. It features enough passenger space for all of us and a lavish dining car. Quite the warm welcome. A perfect setup to persuade us nothing is amiss in Kanai Ward. By the way, the windows and doors are completely locked until we arrive. They say it's for our safety, but I feel as though we're stuck in a big, moving coffin.
All the sash windows are sealed, so they can't be opened.
I can't help but feel like they could have
Converted
explained
myself
some of this
prior
as
to
we
the
were
train's
doing
departure.
things. While things were happening. Instead of just the 1 hour assault. But maybe that's just me.
Perhaps these measures were taken to prevent infiltrators or
I think the
stowaways.
lore is like engaging enough for
Once it's en route,
just to
the
stand and talk.
Amaterasu Express becomes a box that's impossible to enter or exit.
If you feel up to it, why don't you take a look around? But you can access the 5th car, the one at the end. The door appears to be broken and won't open.
Broken?
Suspicious.
Well, go ahead and see for yourself.
Right.
Has anything you heard sound familiar?
What the?
It feels like my first time hearing about any of it.
What's
Sorry.
with the sink?
I see. It's all right. Just tell us if you do remember anything.
Thank you.
He seems nice and all, but maybe he's the imposter.
Huh?
Loud. Yeah, it's a little gross at times. I get the desire to go
Just speak?
3D, but I would have just took sprites again, honestly, man. But like, this is more mass appeal, I guess. One of those, like, yeah, if you're not gonna nail it, you probably shouldn't even bother, but could be worse. I mean, it's not like it's fucking totally fucked. We'll see when we get running around in different environments and shit. Definitely not a great showing. Yeah, low lighting. The lack of it, pretty much.
Hey, what's wrong? You've gone pale.
How about you have something warm to drink and get some rest? Although...
Coffee.
Do you drink it black? Or do you need some milk?
Oh, they still have the sprites. They're just right there on the left. You can just pull off more stuff with the 3D model because you can animate them and shit for cheap instead of draw them again. Depends on how they use that. If they just pour coffee, then that's not going to be enough to justify how crap it looks, but we will see.
Front probably wants milk.
Yeah, straight from the source, brother man.
How old are you anyway? I can't tell from the way you dress.
Never mind him. Here, have a drink to warm yourself up.
I mean, it's something like this, the story is what matters most, but that doesn't mean there's not, you know, the aesthetics and all that isn't worth talking about.
Thank you. What was that voice earlier? Am I hearing things?
The animations are definitely pretty stiff. Some people might prefer stiff animations over just 2D sprites that just are described to do everything, right? Like they didn't have to say he reached for the cup of coffee and drank it. They just show it. It's like, I mean, I get the point. It's just be a little jarring.
I have amnesia, and now I'm hearing things. What's happening to me? I wonder if it has something to do with the sixth person. Besides, who is this sixth uninvited guest anyway? I should think about it a bit. Who is the most suspicious person here?
You.
Looking at things objectively, the situation I'm in is pretty strange. Not to mention the mystery of my missing memories. Was it an accident, or did someone attack me? Regardless, I can't remember. So in the end, I'm the most suspicious one here.
You always are at the beginning of these, aren't you? Alright, was you? And DR1 and 2, are you like on the chopping block right away?
No matter how much I think about it, we have no proof of anything so far.
I mean, starting on the back foot's always a good thing. Make it feel a bit more exciting, and then you gotta prove yourself and all that.
If I really am a master detective, I could have some useful powers.
The 3? I mean, technically in 3 you just are the guilty person. So, which was cute, I guess.
I wonder if I can somehow remember what those powers
I don't remember
were.
if they thought it was her for most of it, though, or if they thought it was somebody else and then they revealed it was her.
Remembering now won't do any good.
There it is again. I keep hearing that voice.
3, you start out as the big booby girl with blonde hair, with the pink vest, and it looks like she's the main character, but then she's actually the killer in the first case. And then you play as Detective Man. Did he have a hair swoop too? I don't remember. He had a hat, right? They all have hair swoops, yeah.
Jeez, what's happening to me?
Yeah, when he took it off, that's what it was.
Hey, Runt!
What is it? The Hago? There's the thing where it's orgasm faces. And it sounds really similar to the hair thing. I don't remember the difference in which one's what.
Uh-huh. Get over here. The old man is gonna show off his powers.
Zange?
Ahoge. Is it a Hegao or some shit? Is the horny face? Just show off his powers. And he just has a heart attack.
Although I am reluctant to do so, I shall demonstrate my forte. You forced my hand. Otherwise, suspicions will continue to
Very
mount
dangerous.
against me.
Somebody, where's the picture, man? I'm getting punchline vibes from this phone, dude. Blurry ass, like
Your cell phone?
PNG fucking shot on top of that phone. Beautiful.
Quiet.
What is putting his thoughts into electronics gonna do for us here? Just to prove he has powers.
There it is again. I can feel Zange using his forte.
As I've said before, my power is thoughtography. I can project my memories onto electronic mediums to generate and record footage. The recorded clip shows what occurred approximately 5 minutes ago. I suppose it's faster to simply show you.
That's definitely the scene that took place about 5 minutes ago.
I can only record about 2 to 3 seconds.
You think him drinking the coffee
I was able to do
is
10.
sus at all?
Also, as memories fade, the recorded footage will also fade. The rule of thumb is that it lasts around 48 hours. But by copying it to another device before it fades, footage can be used as evidence during investigations and in court.
Pardon me, but are you sure this is thought?
What if you just copied it to a different part of your device?
All you do is doubt everybody. Be constructive for once.
You think being suspicious isn't constructive? Don't you believe that the truth lies beyond all suspicion?
Yep, a detective's job is to suspect others.
I'm hearing things again. My memories haven't returned, and the voices keep getting louder. It's giving me a headache. It's like my own body doesn't belong to me.
Whoa. Suspicious.
Young man, are you alright?
Body
You
swap.
don't seem well.
Unsuspicious here as he slinks off. There's a horny girl inside of my brain.
I'm sorry. I feel a little dizzy.
I believe you should rest.
Maybe a
Kaneda.
nap will help get your memories back.
The passenger rooms from car 3 and beyond are all full, so you should use car 1 at the
Full of
front.
what?
I believe there's an
Just their
infirmary
rooms,
in
I
there.
guess.
It should be easy to monitor from where we're at in the second car.
Monitor? You've got some nerve.
Will you be alright on your own? Or do you need some company?
Sheesh, get a grip, will ya?
Sorry.
Huh? Did you say something?
No, it's nothing. I'm alright.
You
I
said
can
sorry.
get there by myself.
What would be weird about that? Hey, I've got anime disease from the coffee. Gameplay?
Wait,
It's locked. You gotta find the key first. The key!
where's the key? Is it somewhere in the first car?
I see.
Now, do you think he's body swapped? What's the twist here?
It's not here. It opened.
In the shitter. Yeah, I think so. But he had a heartbeat. Or did he? Got a weak constitution, man.
Hey! It's time to get up! How long are you gonna sleep? Get up, or I'll boom kill you!
Boom kill you. Falling asleep in the mystery location. Then you wake up and shit happen. What's up, Bruce?
Huh?
What the? Why is that so loud? Why are his huns like really loud, dude? Like, what the fuck? That even like had like static. It was like peaking, man.
So you can finally see.
It was about 10 to 15 decibels higher than the rest of it.
It's all taking root.
Maybe directional sound, or like somehow it doesn't know your audio settings. They have to like load in, and so they load in late. Somehow. Well, my settings aren't changed, so I don't know. Yep, Switch time. Switch exclusive game. Nintendo didn't even have to pay, they just did it themselves. For some reason.
What? Huh? What is this?
Oh, I see, Goda. That makes sense. That's really goofy, but I think you're right.
How can you call me a thing when I'm so adorable?
Punchline? Mascot?
shocking! Not only am I hearing things, I'm seeing things too? I've completely lost it!
Snap out of it. You're my master, aren't you?
Monokuma. I like the bare hands going up there.
Master?
Remind me of Monokuma.
That's right. We exchanged an intimate secret pact just between us.
On a scale of 1 to AI 2 levels of horny.
What? You've forgotten
How horny
all
is this
about
ghost
how we
gonna
were
be?
so passionately bound together? How cold of you! After I offered myself to you,
Come on,
and
I
you
think it's gonna be
alone.
almost on the same
You're
amount.
so irresponsible. Take ownership of your actions.
We'll see.
I don't know what to do.
Kidding. Of course you forgot. That's part of the contract. You don't get a death god for free, you know. If you want to eat, you gotta bring something to the table.
Wait, what did you just say? A death god?
The death now.
Shinigami.
Makes me want to play Luigi's Mansion. Will I have time to do a proper horror marathon in
Not my style,
October?
you know.
I totally didn't do any of them
I'm
last
too
year.
cute for that. I was born too pure and innocent.
I'll have to do that this year.
That's why I prefer to go by Shinigami. Anyway, that's my name.
Put the Luigi
Don't
in
wear
there
it out.
too.
Oh, okay.
Good answer, Master.
You keep calling me master. Wait, are you haunting me?
Please, call me Shinigami.
No, why not?
Shinigami?
Yep.
She even gonna be the ghost most of the time?
Of course, I'm 100% haunting you.
I'm guessing she'll swap
Like
between.
your life depends on it.
That's not
That
probably.
was your wish after all. It's why we made that contract.
That's what I wanted?
And for our sweet, sweet contract, you offered something in return.
Offered? You mean...
You finally got it? You offered your own memories. You tossed away your entire past and smashed our fates together.
That's why I have amnesia?
The euphoria from completing our contract made you pass out in that room. Even though you woke up, it took some time for me to take root in you.
The voice actor doesn't
I
suit.
can talk to you now, which makes me happy.
Yeah, maybe not the ghost,
That
but
Which is it? Why would I make a contract?
we'll see.
with
I
you?
think she turns
Why
into
did I have my
a human
memories?
girl at some point. So I think that's what the voice is for. She's supposed to be like a horny human girl, likes mysteries, I think. If I know from the trailer, I think that's the idea. So maybe they wanted just the voice to match that. Yeah, she doesn't have like a fun like Monokuma voice or anything. For sure. Yeah, this came out a week ago. Yeah, some of the voices are a little iffy, I would agree. Yeah, the kid's fine. Some of the other ones are fine. You kind of missed the mark. And it's got that really like long delay in between each line. And slow delivery, that's kind of feels odd, but I don't think you said anything, but thank you for lurking. Appreciate it. Yeah, it sucks they changed the Monokuma voice. Or whatever. His voice was always good. Yeah, it's Kodaka and some of the same artists and music people. It's published by Spike Chunsoft as well, so it's pretty much Danganronpa and everything but name. But yeah, more 3D running around, kind of like the AI Somnium game. Yeah, stylistically I don't have a problem with it. It does look a little blurry, and some of the animations are a bit stiff, and it runs like shit. I don't know why it's a Switch exclusive, but hopefully once we get out there and start seeing different areas, the style kind of usurps everything else. But we'll see.
Sorry, but I can't share the contract's details with you. Those
Yeah,
are
it's
the
Switch
rules.
exclusive. There's a cope answer for why. It was to make it feel more special or something? Or some bullshit like that. It was Spike Chunsoft's choice. Kodaka did a cope reaction as to why. I don't know if it'll be exclusive forever, but I don't know why you would go exclusive. I guess if you were, might as well do it on the Switch, but like Nintendo's not even paying them, right? Deleting other Switch games out of pain. Go ahead, we'll pre-delete one, man. Clean up the Switch, dude. Oh shit. Will we get to Night Trap, dude?
Why not? Tell me!
No can do. That's the contract. By the way,
Like, I like the
Master,
sprites on the Shinigami.
something's
They look
been
good.
bothering me.
They look nice and clean. A lot of
What
variety.
is it?
The models are a bit iffy.
Huh? 2 hours?
Yeah, I feel like they'll port it eventually.
And here I was,
Surely.
waiting for you to wake up. Admirable, right? But during that time, no one came to check on you. They're all so cruel, you know? Maybe they forgot about you.
Speaking of, why am I
Over
here?
here, yeah.
Is this the restroom?
Danganronpa started as a PSP exclusive,
That's
right?
right. I felt sick at the dining car, so I was looking for the key to the infirmary.
You should watch your own health, Master.
That's weird, because yeah,
You
Spike
share your own
Chunsoft
man body.
tends to like port to everything. Danganronpa is on fucking everything, dude. And then you get the Danganronpa in spirit here. And it's only on the Switch. What happened? What changed, man?
When you feel sick, I get irritated too.
Your haunting presence is probably why I felt
I am
sick
getting
in the
confused with
first
another
place.
VN. I only saw a bit of some other MC getting haunted by a ghost. I can't tell if I remember wrong or I'm going insane. I mean, AI is also like a 3D VN thing, and it's not a ghost, but it's an AI that's essentially fucking haunting you at all times and appearing in front of you and shit. It's just like an avatar. An actual ghost? I don't know. Could be Punchline. Yeah, I did play Punchline, which is kind of adjacent to this. Was it Punchline?
Hey, don't blame me.
Maybe that Paranorma Site game has that. I really want to play that. It's supposed to be good. It's supposed to be a good VN. But I'm bored.
Anyway, you better hurry and take a look around.
That's right. Where are the others?
But on Game Pass, probably not. Why is not Game Pass, but GameFly? Why is GameFly's website so slow lately?
You good?
Detective point.
This place.
Well,
It was a VN? I don't know. Is it new? Oh yeah, I was gonna rent Killer Frequency soon. 4 Pikmin. Anybody else getting Pikmin 4? Any other ascended individuals?
Smoke? What's going on?
Not a Pikmin gamer.
It's me!
That can be remedied, man.
What?
I respect.
Weren't you watching over me the whole time?
I can't be separated from you. That should be obvious since I'm haunting you.
Do you think there's gonna be the crazy I found a body noise from Danganronpa, but different? Should I put that down as like a bet? Nah. We have people in here already know.
All I saw was your dumb sleeping face in the restroom. I've no clue what happened outside.
So what happened here?
Hey, look! There's smoke coming in through the cracks of the door!
Things are happening.
Right! Is there a fire?
Fire? So, it's burning? Now I'm getting excited!
Excited? We have to do something!
Holy fuck, look how bad. Like the smoke and then like these like wacky like really fucking like gnarly looking reflections on the side. Everything's got this really like, I don't know what you'd call it. It's not pixelated but muddy, kind of like low res look. I don't know, it looks weird.
What's going on?
I mean, it could be a lot worse for sure, but
Zilch!
looks a little rough. Oh, his ears were fake, man.
Please wake up! Zilch!
Zilch!
There's too much smoke! I gotta help!
Wonder how many takes that took. Having to yell Zilch and actually pretend you don't find it super funny.
Alright.
Damn, this guy's a unit. If this room was on fire and you just like broke the glass, would it just like blow up? I guess it would depend on how much there's any air coming in or not. I guess there was smoke coming out.
Oh, no way.
Whoa.
The fucking ghost, man.
Why did this happen?
There's no time to rest. If you're a detective, you know what to do.
Huh?
Zilch is dead, Sam.
Search the body.
The main character was like, Zilch!
Confirm if someone is really dead by checking the body.
Me? Maybe I should ask for help.
Why would a detective run from a corpse?
Yeah, for his same people.
I don't know that I'm a detective.
Well, you sure are one. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked for help from
Yeah,
yours
dude.
truly.
It's like the Monokuma. I miss Monokuma, dude. He was always cool. Especially at his peak.
Huh? What's that?
He wasn't as
supposed to
cool in
mean?
3. But in 1 and 2 he was cool.
I'll explain another time. But since you've forgotten,
And his dark humor was always fun. Some of his little like meme jokes. Buff Monokuma.
I'll be your mentor.
His voice actor was
and
really
train
good
you
too.
to be a proper detective.
Yeah, the 5 Cubs. They weren't as good, and they took the spotlight away from Monokuma, but they were still whatever. Him having the girlfriend or whatever was cool too.
So get to it.
But like pure,
I'm really
he was like
doing
super
this.
evil.
Of course. The mystery is practically solved when a detective is first on the scene. Time to investigate!
Maybe.
Hey!
We can save him.
This is...
Yeah, I like her sprite.
Master?
Maybe.
If her dark humor is going to be having fun with mysteries, even if they're grotesque, that's fine. Like I said, I liked the bizarro dark humor of Monokuma, but they could make something fun with that still.
Huh?
What is this thing again?
Maybe.
Huh?
He keeps wanting to save him. I just wanted to check this shit out to make sure we didn't miss anything interesting. Columbo references.
It's
You think
completely
Kodaka's
charred.
fucking watch Columbo? There's a knife.
No movement. No breathing either. I can't feel a pulse. The smell of
The
burnt
blanket
flesh is
over it.
too much for me. A knife is still lodged in the chest. This is the only knife wound. I don't see any other injuries.
Extra crispy.
Well, how's our corpse doing?
Dead, without a doubt.
They burn the furry.
Thought so. Kinda charred
No.
after all. You really didn't even need to check. Don't be so glum. You had to check the corpse in any case.
It's not that. I mean, if I'd noticed sooner.
The painter episode, that one was good. Most of them are pretty good.
You think you could have saved a life? Forget about it. If you're so worried, try CPR. Though, you'll be tasting soot doing that to such a charred corpse.
Yeah, that one was awesome. The fucking, the cornering, dude.
What's dad is dad. Never let that get you down.
Right. I have to tell the others about this.
Yeah.
Not zilch. I wonder if you're gonna have to actually, like, think at all? Or if it's gonna be like Danganronpa, where it's kind of on rails. You just have to think a little bit. I'd imagine they're gonna push it too hard, but we'll see. I mean, with 3D exploration and stuff. Yeah, that'd be awesome if they were all dead. Like they're all on the front cover, and they're just all dead. That'd be awesome. I didn't like any of these people. But maybe the old man and the Greek girl. Oshinoko. That was the one we were gonna watch. And then I got caught up with streaming. Yeah, I don't know. People seem to like it.
Right?
Maybe it's a nightmare.
Please, I want to wake up. I can't take this anymore.
You're so pitiful, you know that?
Yo, I'm thinking about that fucking Umineko Gold there. That delivery. Well, when I was playing with on the Holy Night in Discord, we watched some of the trailer for that. I never actually watched any of that trailer. It was unholy, but
The guy who sold your soul to me?
that's fucking unreal, dude. That was very interesting. Their spirit was in it for sure, but holy fuck, the dialogue change and the deliveries. Yeah, everybody I know talks about that. It's like the first episode is almost what they're talking about. Is that the one that has like the hour-long first episode?
What
are you anyway? Friend or foe?
That ghost just looks odd, right? That blurriness and like it's not like it's like, yeah, she's incorporeal, whatever the fuck. It's like she's a ghost, but like it also just looks, I don't know, because of the, I don't know if it's the graininess or the blurriness of the game mixed with like her transparency and all of the auras and stuff around her. Looks kind of odd, man. Looked a little crispier, man.
Your friend, of course.
Like this
After
person.
all, you're my master. Isn't that nice? I'm your friend, and I'll be haunting you till death do us part.
I don't get it! Why would I make a contract with a death god? Wait, do they even really exist? Maybe this floating thing is just a figment of my imagination.
Shut up your trap! You memoryless, courageless, brainless detective! This is a nightmare to you, then you gotta use all you got!
But what can I even do?
I hope we don't bring these characters back to life.
That's why I'll be your teacher and mentor. I'll make you a proper detective yet! Just listen to me and everything will be a-okay. First, check the scene of the crime like you did earlier. Now stand up. Come on!
Anything else in here?
This feels...
This is...
What a rich fragrance!
Let's
Have a
read.
taste, master.
The whole thing's inside of a simulation. Would Kodaka do it twice?
Yeah, that's right!
To Kodaka's credit, while his endings are kind of similar at times, well, not even. He usually tries to like play off of his other shit, even to a fault. Like DRV3, it's like, alright, dude, you're trying way too hard just to like throw out the novelty twists. It's not like Uchikoshi where he'll just like take the exact same thing and use it again, twist wise. Well, maybe. Not as bad as him. We'll see.
Me, all right.
Try to surprise you. Like I said, I think he tries a little too hard
She's
sometimes.
completely burnt to a crisp, but I recognize what parts are left of her face. And there's no pulse or breath. No doubt she's been dead for a while. And there's a bottle of liquor nearby. Maybe that was used to start the fire.
You found two corpses back to back? You sure are reeling them in! Talk about beginner's luck!
There's nothing lucky about this at all!
So, what's the cause of death?
So Shinigami gonna somehow be pulling the puppeteering all these deaths
Huh? Oh,
by the end of it.
there aren't any obvious external wounds.
So she burned to death. The other one also got incinerated.
Such a cruel way to die. What's going on here?
Master, you gotta hurry!
Why?
Let's go to the next one!
Huh? Did it just shake?
Uh-oh, the smorg. Jordan.
What was that? The lights went out for a moment and came back on.
Ooh, it got dark outside. Looks like we're in a tunnel. Anyway, shouldn't you be hurrying? You should probably tell the other master detectives, yeah?
Right, that's right.
Gucci's coat. Why would they have loading tips
We need help in the first two cars.
if they were all gonna be dead? Maybe it's just those two.
Sange, Pucci, Apex, anybody!
response. I smell a tragedy. This is like the very picture of hell. Woohoo! One mystery after
Not that would be hard to put
another.
bait
Back from all this
loading
excitement.
like tips. You just wouldn't see that often. That'd be cool.
We have to find the others right away.
Play off those kinds of expectations.
Pucci. Oh, no way.
And that's number 3. It's a hat trick or a turkey, right? Miss Beautiful! Master, if you don't want to end up like this, then you better be more prudent.
Huh?
The train hasn't gotten to the destination yet, and you can't get off halfway. Which means whoever killed these guys is still in the train, right?
The killer? But who would do such a thing?
You'll find out if you investigate. You better nail it, Master. Regardless, you should leave the door open to be safe. Gotta make sure you don't get cornered.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, leave the door open assuming the killer's in here? I mean, you wouldn't want the door open if they weren't in here. So then they could just get easy access. Was that a reference?
Is this Pucci's bag?
Maybe there's a weapon for self-defense inside.
I'm sorry, Pucci. I'm taking a look inside. There's a change of clothes and travel supplies. No weapons or other self-defense items.
That's a wash then. It was sitting there like a treasure chest, and I was hoping there'd be a rare metal inside.
Why is this happening?
The Dragon Quest reference.
Pucci,
Master, let's move on if you're done here. There's no time to waste.
right. Where's Zange? And Aphex too.
I now understand Dragon Quest reference. Power. That's why I played all of them. To understand base references.
It's Pucci's corpse. I can barely make out what's left of her face. She doesn't appear to have any external wounds.
It'd be cool if they killed them all. But I'm just gonna come back. But
There's a blanket over her torso.
we'll see.
Looks like she was burned when the blanket was set on fire.
Yep, it's a corpse.
What is this? Raincoat. Skin.
Whose bag is this?
No.
Oh, it's open. Is it?
You're a detective. Why even ask? Detectives search people's bags and cupboards all the time. Smashing pots to find what they want is part of the job.
That's too much. Notice. World Detective Organization, Human Resources. Dear Zilch Alexander, you are hereby dispatched to the Special Autonomous Region of Kanai Ward. Dispatch duration, indefinite. Use the enclosed ticket to board the Amaterasu Express to Kanai Ward. Rendezvous with the Master Detectives on site. Upon arrival, proceed to the Nocturnal Detective Agency, World Detective Organization, Kanai Ward Branch. There, you will receive further instructions. Go forth, proud detectives. Eliminate all mysteries from this world. This is a letter for Zilch, so this must be his bag. The only things inside are work documents, nothing else of note.
That's no fun.
Okay.
This is...
Then...
This is...
Right.
Almost like when they're not talking because it moves a little faster. They've got that voice acting that's just a little too slow, man.
This isn't a passenger room. The sign says backup control room.
Let's see. So who's left? The punk and the old man?
Secret base. Don't you want to destroy
Doesn't
these
mean that they're
whenever
the
you see 'em?
killers. Who knows what weird
No.
shit's going on?
There's no one here, so I should go look for help somewhere else.
How about you check out that machine over there? It's okay, I won't break it.
Fine.
You just gotta hit this thing and it'll be good as new. Right.
Oh, there's an intercom. Yeah! And now I'll report this to Control Headquarters and call for help. It won't connect. Why?
If it doesn't connect during an emergency, it's totally useless.
If this system was completely automated, a report should have been sent to Control Headquarters about the fire.
I wonder if the map has anything to do with anything. I mean, I know we're in the tunnel right now, but I don't know if there's a place we dropped off.
Maybe. Everyone in Control Headquarters is already dead. And you're the last living human in the world.
While he was asleep or something.
What a horrible thing to say.
No, other game had a train mystery. I think it was KDkill, wasn't it? Now that's a video game.
This is the train map. The shining part must be
Does
the
it remind you of
train's current
Junko?
location. After we exit this long tunnel we just entered, we'll reach Kanai Ward in no time.
It's been a long trip. But I'm sure it's been a shorter one for a certain napping detective.
We could just keep looping.
What's this machine? There appears to be instructions. Backup control system? So the control system manages the electricity. This one is the backup, not the main one.
Hey, what about the file over here? What does it say?
It looks like an explanation about autonomous driving. The control system will supply electricity as programmed and drive the train. But all train cars on the train have motors that run autonomously. Because of that, it can easily climb steep slopes.
I guess everything here relies on that control system. So, if you destroy the main and backup control systems, you can stop the train.
Right now, the control system is functioning, so the train is still moving with no issues. The monitor displays an operation log, but there's no record that the train has stopped at all.
Yeah. Master, while you were sleeping like a log, I never sensed the train stopping either.
The doors won't open unless it stops, and the windows are all locked. No one can get on or off while it's en route. Huh?
What's wrong, Master?
I noticed the backup control system is operating.
Well, it's better that it's running. All the electricity is managed by the control system after all. Anyway, Master, I'm bored of this place. Let's move on already.
They say that it only works if the main area is not working.
Move on because you're bored?
Something like that.
In the end, there weren't any survivors in this train car. You better go check the next.
Yeah, you.
Let's go to the next one.
It's a map of the train.
4 and 5 left. More corpses. Maybe.
Is anyone there?
Watch out!
There's nothing here. I don't see luggage or anything else.
If each person gets their own room, then someone got nothing, right? It can't be. Yep, it's nothing.
This is...
Say,
What does it say on the side? Dine. Sexual. Dude, he did it again, man. Not even directional this time, dude. His huhs and his hmms are just really loud. Maybe they did a recording session for just his grunts. And he was like fucking eating the mic and they just never changed it. I have no idea. The blurriness, yeah, is a little special.
Sange. Why? How did this happen?
4 dead balls in a row! A walk-in with loaded faces!
What? Do you think this is funny because you're a death god?
Death God.
No.
I prefer they just call it a Shinigami.
My heart's fluttering with
Death God sounds fucking cheesy as hell, though.
mystery of a deeper. So mystical!
This is all wrong.
You awake? Guess not.
His phone. Check his phone. Let me have something on his phone, possibly.
This is...
Say,
Sange. He's burnt to a crisp. I can't find any particular external wounds, just like the other corpses. He was also incinerated in a burning blanket, like Zilch in the first car and Poochie in the third one. All 3 of them were sleeping in bed and murdered by immolation? Oh, what's this? Zange's cell phone. Maybe his photography left something behind. No good. Just a video of me drinking coffee.
The coffee. Suspicious.
It can't help me solve this mess.
And yet.
if you're that lost, why not check your notes?
Can I see my clues and shit? Yeah, if they just called it a Shinigami, I don't... Would anybody really be like that bothered? Who's playing this game? Yeah.
That's 4 of them. Who could have done this?
While they
Right.
explain what a Shinigami is.
There are just 6 people on the train, including myself. And I found 4 bodies. Zilch, Melanie, Poochie, and Zange. The only one left is Aphex?
Took you long enough. I knew from the very start. You still need work, Master. I'll be sure to train you well.
So Aphex is the culprit? He murdered the others in such a deranged way?
He's got a short fuse, so maybe it was a crime of passion. He probably lied about being a master detective.
No, he's a master detective for sure. I sensed him use his powers.
You sensed it?
But if he betrayed the WDO and became an Amaterasu Corporation spy, it's reasonable to conclude he killed the other master detectives to sabotage our efforts.
Anyway, time to boom kill that psycho!
Is boom kill gonna be her thing?
You were totally about to say that, right, Master?
Not at all. If he finds me, I'm done for.
I'm actually surprised you haven't died yet. You look like you'd be the first to die.
I won't deny it. I probably got overlooked. I was supposed to be in the infirmary in the first car, but I passed out in the restroom, right?
So is it the blankets that are getting lit on fire? If it's something they drank, wouldn't he be dead unless the ignition's somewhere else?
Maybe that's...
Oh, I just remembered!
It'd be really easy to find everybody though. It's not... Well, where could he be? He's not in this room. He's in the one other room.
Huh? What's up?
On the ground.
Master, I told you that while you were passed out, no one came to the restroom. But one time, the door did open, I think. By the time I noticed, the door closed again. I don't know who was there. Now that I think about it, could it have been that guy with the short fuse?
So, he let me go? Why?
Maybe he thought you weren't even worth killing. You're an incompetent guy with amnesia. That wasn't a diss, just a fact.
I know.
Now that we know who the culprit is, we have to find him before the train arrives.
Find him and do what?
Catch him, of course. And it's all up to you, Master.
It's the smorg, dude.
That's impossible.
Telling you.
It's fine. There's no time to waste.
Nothing's fine about it.
Oh.
Yo, check!
It's a woman's travel bag. There's a name here. Melanie Goldmine. Looks like makeup and travel supplies. Nothing noteworthy.
Hey, did you check to see if someone's hiding nearby?
Yeah, no one's here.
You sure? What if he's hiding in the bag?
Even a child couldn't hide in there.
You don't know that. You're up. What if there's a master detective who has the appearance of a child, but the mind of an adult?
Whoa. Is that an epic reference? Nice.
Of course there isn't.
You sure about that? I think there's totally a detective like that out there.
Is that whole dialogue just for that reference, or is that supposed to have some meaning there? Maybe they are hiding somewhere?
Yeah, that's right!
I understood this reference.
This is...
It's her clown makeup. Nice. She can put the weird pink claw marks on her cheek. Those Joker colors. Just takes one bad mystery. Yeah, I'm loving that pure white screen, dude.
It got brighter. Guess we made it through the tunnel.
I'm sure being in the tunnel has some point to it.
Which means we're almost there. At this rate, you'll let the murderer escape.
More shaking? What is it this time?
It's the sport, man.
Master, you gotta hurry!
That feel when Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door has more atmosphere in its train mystery than in the fucking mystery game.
The next train car is the 5th one. This train has 5 cars in total, so this is the last one.
Although usually Danganronpa, Kodaka shit's trying to always balance tongue-in-cheek humor, not really trying to be like a thriller or anything.
Oh, but
you can access the 5th car, the one at the end. The door appears to be broken and won't open.
I don't mind the Kodaka atmosphere. I just don't think that the goofiness, they own it well enough here like they do in some of the Danganronpa shit. I think the like dark humor, eccentric kind of stuff of like DR2 and shit works pretty well. But I don't think the Shinigami tag along or any of these characters are quite there to own that kind of feel, so instead you just kind of get like a
the door was supposed to be
kind of
broken,
whatever train
right?
mystery here. Need to go back to the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Master, you better hurry!
Kino train mystery.
Hey, it opened. Was it repaired? It's a map of the train.
Somehow, the train cars have been swapped.
It's been wrecked. What happened here?
There's no number on this one.
Master, look over there!
Yeah. I like its jokes better too, but I mean they're like Sonic in joke. Yeah.
Dead body.
Oh, we can't tell who that is.
Wait, there can't be a 5th corpse. Because that would mean everyone except me is dead.
So mysteriful. Even I'm getting confused now. Anyway,
There might have
time to
always been a
investigate.
corpse here. Because both of those people only could sense the live folks.
Are you pretending you don't see the corpse?
Okay, I was gonna go investigate.
This isn't a fake. It's a real corpse, isn't it?
It is, without a single doubt. I'm positive about that. I specialize in corpses after all.
I'll check for signs of life, just in case. No, he's completely dead. Huh? His necklace looks familiar. Wait, it's the same one Aphex was wearing.
Looking at the body type of the corpse, it matches the guy with the short fuse.
His face is burned beyond recognition, but could this really be Aphex?
You might find it unbelievable, but it seems like it. So his cause of death was also fire?
Yeah, I don't see any other external trauma. Wait, there's an injury on his chest.
The knife wound. I mean, unless they magically swapped this body with the one from the beginning.
Hey, you're right. I'm surprised you noticed.
Yeah, Cora. What I'm waiting for. That was all a big pass.
Is it a stab wound? Looks like he was pierced with a blade.
If that's the case, was he stabbed to death?
No, he could have been incapacitated by the stabbing and then burned.
I just would rather them be dead because none of them are really that good. And just try a new set of characters.
It's impossible to determine the cause of death with what we have.
Don't know if they'd make all these sprites for a bunch of dead people.
Oh, you've gone full throttle in this investigation. Good job! To me, for being your mentor.
But why Aphex?
Yep, this corpse is real too.
It says main control room B. It's no use, it won't open. There's a driver's seat in there, but I don't see anyone.
Hey, Master, maybe someone's hiding in there. Any way you can bust it open?
I don't think so. The door looks too sturdy. Also, I don't think it's possible for someone to be hiding in there. Aphex and Poochie both said that there were only 6 people on the train. So, including me, there can only be 6 of us here.
Unless there was a corpse already here. Or there's robots. Yeah. Already got the mystery solved.
I see. Oh, why are there 2
The
control
murder of
rooms in a
Sonic the
single
Hedgehog.
train car?
But that game actually tried to have a real mystery by the end. It was pretty admirable. And it wasn't just memes the whole way through.
They probably have control rooms so it can go in
I mean, there was
either
memes at the
direction.
very end, but
This is the last car for where we're heading, but it'll be the front car on the way back.
yeah, it was. It was cool.
Well, now that you mention it, there is a control room in the front train car too.
It helps if you enjoy the Sonic jokes too. It's just a solid little 3 to 5 hour murder mystery with a Sonic joke. Well, I assume there's some shenanigans with either corpse swapping or the tunnel messing with the order of locations and stuff like that.
It won't open. But this is the last train car.
The train car somehow. Are we going in reverse now? It's like I doubt it. Not that that would change much. I don't remember which direction we were going before. Well, the train should be getting controlled by the one over there and the backup. This one wouldn't matter, but they took these off makes you wonder. Oh yeah, especially because it's got the fire extinguisher and everything.
Huh? What's this?
What is it? Did you find something?
The interior lock is open right now, but there's something odd about the latch. Look, there appears to be blood on it. Let me try to slide.
That's a blood stain, all right. But why is blood there?
It seems the blood got on there while the door was locked.
That's evidence of something for sure. No harm keeping it in mind. Sure hope you got all that down. Say.
Huh? This is...
Well, unless somebody else's body was not whose it looked like it was. Like that one chick was actually him or some shit. And you'd think the punk guy is still somewhere. I don't remember if him and the furry guy still had a similar body type. Two infirmary cars just for this mystery.
This is...
So they can make you think it's fucking not paralleled or some, or not the exact same car. Purely for the mystery.
This is...
Hey!
By God. But what if Kodaka knows that's what we're gonna think? And it's actually
The restroom's
not
in terrible
different.
shape. The mirror is cracked and covered in soot.
I mean, they'd have time to fuck this up. It is the same
There's no
train
one
car.
inside. Huh? That
That's weird. This area seems more burnt somehow.
Maybe there was something flammable in there. See? Look there! There are traces of something that got burned.
Is that some sort of plate displaying the train car number? But why is this the only one completely burnt? It doesn't seem particularly flammable.
So let's see.
It says main. It's no use. It won't open. There's a driver's seat in there, but I don't see anyone.
Thank you for choosing the Amaterasu Express Direct to Kanai Ward. We are approaching Kanai Ward. Please mind your belongings.
Master, we're almost at the station! You have to catch the culprit!
Catch who? Everyone besides me is dead.
Are you sure it's everyone? Calm down and count again.
Zilch in car 1. Melanie in car 2. Poochie in car 3. Zange in car 4. And Aphex in car 5.
See? That's 5. Everyone besides me is dead.
That makes you the only possible killer, Master. Did you do it?
No, that's not possible.
But I can't say for certain. I lost my memories, and now I'm seeing a death god. There's something wrong with me.
A death god.
Death gods are said to reap human souls. Maybe because I'm being haunted by one. Maybe subconsciously.
We are approaching Kanai Ward. Please watch your step while exiting the train.
Is there gonna be like a whole thing where we break it down, like the debates?
We've arrived! What's it gonna be, huh? What are you gonna do?
I don't know. Huh? What?
This looks bad! Step out of it! Run!
Run? But...
Thank God they only came in from that door.
Master, those guys from before are still on the platform. Run to the front train car.
Why is this happening to me?
Why are they already storming it before anything's even happened?
Ah, they're coming in! We gotta go! I wonder if Master can even
Oh
make
my
snap
God,
judgments.
QTs. Can I get some sick AI2 cutscenes from?
Master doesn't make mistakes. Right? Right? Right?
Nice sound effects. Or lack thereof.
Who are these people? The police?
They're not your friends, that much is for sure. Considering the state of the crime scene, they're totally gonna pin it on you.
But...
God, I wish the auto was faster. It makes it really stilted to use. I hate when the autos are bad.
Oh!
Dude, the O's, man. The H's, the O's, the Ums. Why are they so loud? Dude, the animations, man.
They're gonna arrest you! Run!
Jesus. What the fuck was that? Why did he fall over? What the hell did they fall on? Was there something I didn't see there? A reason they fell over? Their shoelaces were tied together somehow, right? God, the fucking lights, dude. The ambient lighting is fucking atrocious. The corpse is missing. Did you notice?
like you're done for.
Wait, please, listen to me. I can explain.
Huh. What's there to talk about? You're a master detective of the WDO, aren't ya? The name's Swank Katzenel. I'm with the Amaterasu Corporation's peacekeepers.
Swank. Well, it's more just the delay on the voice acting. Like a good auto would just let the voices play out. And then immediately jump to the next line, not have this unnatural
Amaterasu
pause.
Corporation peacekeepers?
But that's in a lot of games.
Don't act like you don't know. You're a WDO detective for crying out loud.
Do people really talk with like a 3-second pause after every sentence said, right?
Or are you some sort of imposter?
No, I'm not.
I could do it myself, but then I gotta time it.
You think? Well, I don't care either way. What's about to happen has already been decided.
Which is?
The peacekeepers are the defenders of law and executioners in Kanai Ward. The unjust wander into my space.
What does he say? What does his teeth say? Bony, honey.
They will
Honey?
be eliminated.
Yone. Money. That's money, I think.
Hey, isn't Kanai Ward
Because
under
he's
the
got the
complete
yen
control
thing
of
on.
Amaterasu? Meaning, these people are like the police here.
Police? But it's just some company security department.
Hey! Who are you talking to?
Oh, right! You're the only one who can see me, thanks to our contract, Master. It's a bit cliche at this point, huh?
Don't laugh! Help me!
I'll ask again. Who do you think you're talking to, huh? Talk about suspicious.
I'm sorry!
Tell me how you're gonna explain this situation. We prepared that drink to welcome you all here. But an internal fight sprawling into a bloodbath was unexpected.
How does he already know?
It's not what it looks like! There's a perfectly logical explanation behind this.
You're the culprit.
Huh?
Well,
His face.
Master,
Not a
show me your
shadow out
best
of
to beat
nowhere.
him.
No, I really don't know anything. Everyone was killed while I was asleep.
I don't think so. While the other detectives were asleep, you killed them. As proof, there's the coffee and wine.
How does he already know everything about the train?
What the?
We found coffee and wine in the dining room. When we checked the second car earlier, I had a subordinate drink it. You can see what happened.
That works quick, man.
Looks like some sort of knockout drug was mixed into it.
Drug?
Which means you drugged the other detectives and killed them while they were passed out.
Wow, he may just be a lowly grunt, but he knows his stuff. He could be trouble.
Why do you sound so impressed?
So did you figure out the cause of death?
Yes, they all burned to death.
Huh? All of them?
How cruel of you to kill them like that. What's your end game in this? Is it money or is it money? If it's money, then hand over everything you swipe. I promise I'll show mercy to your wallet.
He just wants money! That's no fair!
I'm not the culprit.
Yes, you are! You're the culprit!
No, I'm not the perpetrator. But do I know that for sure? In this situation, who else besides me could have done it? There were without a doubt only 6 people on the train, and 5 of them were killed. So the only possibility is...
Just admit it! I know you're the culprit!
What am I supposed to do?
Admit it now! You're guilty!
Am I the killer?
Come on, confess!
Maybe it's better if I confess for now. It could be better to get through this now and get some time to think about it.
What? That's some dumb reasoning.
I confess if you didn't do it! Master, you're an idiot! I'll boom kill you!
Oh, the boom kill. Please don't give your mascot sayings if they're gonna be shit.
Huh? You heard me? I didn't say it out loud.
There you go again, talking to yourself. Must be crazy or something.
I hear your thoughts too. I told you we share the same mind and body. Anyway, never mind that. Why are you giving up already?
She was good.
Well, there's nothing I can do.
Wrong. The mystery solving has just begun. Why did you make a contract with me to begin with?
Huh? What do you mean?
Stop talking to yourself, you unstable psycho! Bring him down,
Holy
man.
sink.
Confiscate anything of value he has while you're at it.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Oh, don't sound so pitiful! I'll show you what I'm made of right now!
What's with the fucking sink? I mean, I get that they probably didn't lip sync it to English, but... Oh, damn. Oh, man. I can feel Sam giving us a 10 out of 10 right now. This is loud as fuck, too. Is she visible?
What is this? What's happening?
Damn. Magical girl transformation. Of extreme decibels.
What's this? What's going on? Ah! Who are you?
What do you mean? I've been with you the entire time!
Wait, you're Shinigami?
Oh, right! Guess you can't tell because I'm not puffy anymore. I can only access the Mystery Labyrinth if I'm at full power, so I had to change forms.
The Mystery Labyrinth.
But some parts of me are still nice and puffy. It's true. Want a touch?
I'm okay. Anyway, what's going on?
She had huge fucking bazongas, huh?
Stopped.
You know those are gonna be a joke for most of
What's
those.
that hole?
That hole is connected to the Mystery Labyrinth.
Mystery
I
Labyrinth?
mean, Kodaka learned from the best.
Come on.
Chikoshi had the massive breast horny side character in AI too. Worked for him.
Save the deeds for later, kid! Down the rabbit hole we go!
I'm fine with it. I'm just curious if the writing's gonna be ass cheeks. It's just gonna look extra trashy. Because the writing's not gonna be good. Or what? Yeah, Kodaka has booby characters. I don't mind the booby characters. It's just what they mean for the tone of the writing and stuff. It's like in AI2, the booby character was non-stop sex jokes. And it just hurt the writing a lot. So we'll see. The VA's early. Could be, yeah. I don't know. I think it's that way just in the like big cutscenes. The in-engine ones seem to be fine.
Where am I?
but the CGI ones or whatever the fuck, the pre-recorded ones are like off.
What do you think of my awesome powers? This is what you obtained in exchange for your memories, Master.
You did this, Shinigami? Is this why I made a pact with you? I don't understand any of this. Where are we?
Simply put, it's an alternate universe. It's got that kind of vibe, right?
She has that
Universe.
what's her name from Dark Souls vibe going on. Her tits have her own fucking like atmosphere and orbit, man. They're moving on their own, dude.
Hey, you don't sound surprised. Come on, it's awesome! You probably think it's cliched, huh? Well, this isn't any old alternate universe. Check this out! Ta-da! This is the Mystery Labyrinth. It's a maze
Is this
that
where we
materializes
play mini games
mysteries
like
from the real
Hangman's
world.
Gambit V4 to solve the mystery?
Materializes mysteries?
Unsolved mysteries become lost to time, right? Well, here, they actually take shape as a mystery labyrinth.
Hangman's Gambit. We swear it's good this time.
Now, this maze is the materialized form of the unsolved murders that took place on the Amaterasu Express.
This maze is the mystery?
I have the power to interact with this mystery labyrinth. And that's why we were able to come here in the first place. Anyway, Master, we're gonna beat the Amaterasu Express Massacre Mystery Labyrinth.
What happens when we beat it?
Oh yeah. They have to like tell you it's awesome. It's heckin' awesome.
In every case, there's a hidden truth. And we have to find the truth deep inside this mystery labyrinth.
You think this is when Klutzu quit? Or did he finish the whole chapter?
So, if we beat this mystery labyrinth, the truth of that case will be revealed. Naturally, so will the true identity of the killer. Now, let's solve this thing.
I don't know what I think yet. Definitely not like jazzed about it. Alright, Outcast. The VOD will be on YouTube if you're interested. I don't keep these VNs on Twitch. Night, buddy.
We'll discover the killer's identity too?
You couldn't solve it in reality, so we're solving it in this alternate universe. They're two sides of the same coin. But whether or not you
We'll see
discover the
after this
truth depends
chapter.
on the person entering the
I would
labyrinth.
definitely say the style and atmosphere and everything is not as good as like some of the best Danganronpa shit. I think a lot of the blurriness, the stilted animations, and some of the off sync and the performance. And like when it was just sprites, they'll just have like cool or fun little crisp animations, but like with the 3D, they'll try to do them like the guy's face will darken to try to look like anime stylish, but it looks like really tacky. They don't like quite own it. Like they could in 3D. It's not like it has to be sprite based, but I don't think they like kind of bridge that gap. Yeah, it's got a little bit of that punchline vibe. I mean, obviously the pace has been pretty slow, so it's 3 hours for like a 5 train car mystery so far. I mean, I get it's the first case, so a lot going on possibly, but
The more complex the mystery is in the real world, the more complex
I'm
the
fine with
maze will be, too.
eccentric, like dark humor mixed with like thriller murder mystery shit, like a Danganronpa. But I don't find any of the comedy eccentricity to be like really like all that endearing so far. And like I said, like in Danganronpa, it's very stylish, but I think the style is like pretty crisp. Like it's pretty well done. I feel like they know how over the top to be. I mean, it might not be everybody's cup of tea, but some of this feels a little try hard. or just kind of misses the mark. It's like she's not as fun as like Monokuma. There hasn't been that many interesting characters. A lot of them are like over designed and shit like that. You know, that's kind of what I mean. Like the locations and setup is not really all that interesting. It's just kind of like, I don't mind her look, yeah. Better than the AI2 chick. All the black and stuff. And her sprites for the ghost are cool. But yeah, it's more just like all the elements don't really quite come together so far. We'll see. This is going to be the meat of it. I hope the actual detective parts you have to think a little bit and you don't just walk in every room and press A. Yeah. It's weird because AI1 kind of had that problem, but AI2 cleans it up a bit. But then it also has those horribly mocapped fight scenes, so it's like it still kind of misses it. Like, I'm fine with it not being like super crispy, but the thing is when a lot of the appeal is like the style or like the visuals, and you like miss that. I thought so. Just the walking around and shit. Maybe. Yeah, maybe it is the same. I mean, the mocapping on the fights and stuff is so bad, it might as well be worse at that point. That's where it's all the animations really come into play. Maybe I'm thinking ZTD to AI. That's more what I'm thinking. Where it's like really jank and then it's more crispy. I think that's kind of what I meant. That's the example I've used in the past. I mean, this is better than ZTD, but... I don't have a problem with... I mean, I don't like the overacting that sometimes happens with those. Where it's like really, yeah, like... wavy. But I mean, it's not like all Japanese mocaps the way. I don't like that style though, yeah, for sure. And you do find it in more Japanese stuff. I don't know. We'll see. That's just kind of the vibe I get so far. Like, there's nice things here, like some of the design, some of the style, but there's also just this kind of layer of smeared shite kind of over it too. We'll see. Don't know. I mean, we're not even a chapter in yet, so it'll be hard to say.
Killers in real-world cases throw whatever obstacles they can at investigators, right?
I just feel like the style in like a DR2 was almost like effortless. Like, it might not be to your liking because it is eccentric and stuff, but like it felt very, like the music and the visuals and all the character stuff were just kind of like, it all just kind of worked. It was all pretty poppin', very cohesive. But for not a lot of this is hit for me.
Those are also materialized into the maze, so this is gonna be a tough battle.
So, you're saying there are traps in there?
Yep. Looks like now that I've explained it all, let's head into the dungeon.
Oh, hold on. I don't understand any of this.
Seriously, you don't
But the story is going to be the most important part, of course.
A mystery labyrinth is a maze based on a real mystery. This one is formed from the murder on the Amaterasu Express.
Yep, you're right so far.
So, if there's always a hidden truth inside a mystery labyrinth, if we keep going, the Amaterasu Express case will be solved?
Why does he have to say all this shit? Can we just like do this on the way?
Yup, you totally get it.
What? I don't get anything! This makes no logical sense!
Sheesh. This is why you're a benchwarmer detective. You're in an alternate universe and hung up on details.
Of course I am!
Okay, I'll explain more about how it works as we explore the mystery labyrinth. If you have any more questions along the way, stare at my boobs for 8 seconds. That'll make all your worries disappear.
And she's doing the Junko tongue thing.
No, it won't! Please, explain everything now!
Relax, relax. I'll tell you in due time. Come on, let's go. Time to unriddle this mystery labyrinth. Sorry, I forgot to mention the important keys. Whoopsie.
Keys? You mean for opening doors in the dungeon?
Yeah, something like that, but keys in the mystery labyrinth are used to break through mysteries. They're called solution keys, and they're essential to clear the mystery labyrinth.
So, where do I find them?
Solution keys are materialized clues for a case. Normally, you'd get them during the investigation.
We really need like a 10-minute breakdown here. Wouldn't it be a little bit more elegant to kind of just do this as we go? It's not like it's that crazy of like a concept, but
You kinda had to rush through the investigation.
unless this is going to be like a
so
non-stop
let's
gameplay
briefly review
thing,
the case.
like it's probably going to be a lot of text in it.
For starters, try to recall all that happened on board the Amaterasu Express.
The Amaterasu Express?
Yes, the Amaterasu
The
Express.
Amaterasu Express is the only method of transportation in Kanai Ward. It's an automated, unmanned train with 5 cars. Its doors won't open while in motion, and windows are fixed in place. There were no stops before our destination, so the train kept moving until it arrived at the station. A monitor in the backup control room displays the operation log, and there was no record of the train stopping.
Here's your solution key.
The map.
So this is a solution key. But why did it come out of your mouth?
What do you mean? So I don't have to use my hands. I worked really hard developing this method.
You put thought into this?
So that's how words and events you think are clues get transformed into solution keys. Let's keep reviewing what happened in this case.
How horny we feel.
Alright.
We're getting there, man.
I'll do my best. The incident occurred inside the Amaterasu Express while it was still moving. Including myself, there were 6 master detectives on board. Aphex and Poochie's abilities confirmed, there were no other passengers on the train.
And who died first again?
It was Zilch, in the first car's infirmary. I noticed smoke pouring through the crack of the door, and looking through the window, I saw a knife stuck in Zilch's chest. The infirmary was on fire, so smoke quickly filled the whole area. I hurried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge because it was locked.
Does that mean this was a locked room mystery?
Not really. There's a chance the killer had a duplicate key.
That's no fun.
Anyway, I broke the door's window and unlocked the door from the inside to enter the infirmary. By then, Zilch's corpse had burnt to a crisp.
Crispy.
I wanted to alert the others, so I moved to the second car. But I found Melamie's corpse there. I think she was set on fire with the liquor in the dining car.
Ooh, a flambe! A human flambe.
That reminds me, something was off about Car 2. Right before the train entered the tunnel, there was a strange shaking.
Isn't that from entering the tunnel? It's like air pressure. Wind stuff.
And there was a blackout right after, although it only lasted a moment.
Yeah. What was up with that blackout? Was there one on the other side of the tunnel too?
No, when we exited the tunnel, there was shaking again, but no blackout. there was something else too. Something that happened when we were in the 4th car.
I wonder if that's a clue.
Something. What's the something?
And the next corpse was the little girl in the 3rd car?
Yeah, it was Poochie. Another burnt
Poochie.
body. Just like the first 2 cars.
Why is your name Poochie?
Oh yeah, wasn't there a secret base thing in the 3rd car?
You mean the backup control system? I remember something about that. The control system automatically manages the electricity within the train. When the main control system fails, it will switch to the backup system after 1 second.
You may have amnesia, but you've got a pretty good memory. Anything else you can remember?
I did notice that the backup control system was actually operating. And if the backup was on, that means the main system was down, right? What do you think about that?
Well, the train never stopped, so it doesn't change the fact that no one could get in or out, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Next, you found the geezer's corpse in the 4th car, right? He was also covered in burns. Was there anything strange about that corpse?
He didn't have any external wounds, but he was holding the cell phone he uses for his photography ability.
The coffee. Wouldn't this make her the most suspicious? They said her face was recognizable. Unless there was a bunch of shit going on. Or she was trying to drug people. Then it didn't work out.
That useless ability. It's basically no better than a dash cam. Anyway, forget about the geezer for now. Don't want that old man smell haunting my memories.
Old people are disgusting.
Come on, try to remember it.
Of course.
The body we found in the 5th car was completely charred. It was impossible to tell who it was, but the necklace around the corpse's neck confirmed it was Aphex.
The necklace. Yeah.
We also discovered a stab wound to the chest.
Was the idea was he was knocked out for so long, like one of the train cars detached, and after they got out of the tunnel or something, they went back around and like reattached it to the front. I don't remember if he went all the way back to the front though. I think he did. When they have it just like swapped or something.
Also, judging by
Find
things like the
out.
plate on the
I'm sure
wall,
they'll do it piece by
the 5th
piece.
car appeared to be far more burnt than the other cars.
Maybe the room ended up like that because the victim was on fire and running around trying to put it out.
Oh, and the blood on the interior lock of the 5th car's infirmary is an important clue, I think.
Uh-huh. So, I guess that does it for our review of the case?
Wait, there was something else. After the train arrived at the station, according to the Peacekeepers' reports, they all burned to death. But that part seems
How did
off
they
to
find
me.
out everything so quickly anyways? That whole thing seems off, man, but I think we're just supposed to buy it. What about it? What are those first numbers? Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, Tears of the Kingdom was bound to sell an absolute crazy amount. PS5 exclusive doesn't help, and then, yeah, 16 just didn't have the hype for a lot of people. I don't know if I would say poor 16 as much as it is just Zelda's just that big. I'd be curious if it met their expectations.
And they also mentioned there was a knockout drug mixed into the drinks in the dining car. Yeah, I think that's everything of note.
What a big catch! This should be enough solution keys to solve it.
But I still don't know how to use them.
Master, you worry too much. I'm sure it'll turn out fine.
Really? On sale? Weird. Wonder why.
Solution keys are important to solving mysteries.
Was it for the...
Yours truly is
What do they
important
call
too.
it? Their Prime Day?
Sure hope you got all that down. Shinigami's
Gotcha.
tutorial corner.
Labyrinth skills.
Hey, Master, do you need a power-up? Set whichever skills suit you best. Time to head off in search of the truth. Let's solve
Interesting.
this thing.
Will things really turn out fine? So, this is the mystery labyrinth. It sure looks creepy.
Oh, yeah. That would make more sense.
Hey, if we keep going,
Well, hopefully some people got some cheap shit.
Come on, would I lie to you? I told you the deepest part of the labyrinth holds the truth, right?
Or
So,
cheaper
let's
shit.
go. I'm so horny for mysteries right now.
She's horny.
You're... what?
Better write this down.
She said the line.
Come on, pay attention. You better not be skimming over this. Hey, Master, set whichever skills suit you best.
I already see these. I don't know what's gonna be good. In Shinigami puzzle sequences, remove one solution key. Shinigami will barf up. The barrel. Well, to our knowledge. Not on the cover. There's a lot of characters on the cover. I'd say a lot of them. Oh. We'll see if they come back. Or who's still surviving. I don't really want to buy any of this yet. I can buy 3 more. Don't know what they do. LT stamina being bad. Like removing incorrect stuff would be possibly good. Movement speed. These are just a lot of mini games. I have no idea.
You definitely want to remember this.
Camera. Stiff. It's weird because it doesn't spin around them either. You're just kind of like just panning. Not panning, but they were really proud of the visuals here, man. Okay, you can reset it. You're just on rails, right?
Hey, did something move just now?
Are they gonna be so proud of it? We're just gonna have to walk down corridors for like 90% of the game. They must be really proud of it.
Oh, that's a cue.
Oh, I have to keep pressing A.
Is that a monster living in the mystery labyrinth?
They're not exactly monsters. Q are part of the mystery labyrinth itself. They're what materialize the mysteries. Q have no intelligence or autonomy. All they do is manifest the mysteries in the labyrinths. But since you are here to defeat mysteries, they're kinda like obstacles.
So in other words, they're the enemy.
Oh, you can
Of
auto
course,
these.
as a detective seeking the truth, mysteries are your greatest enemy.
The we discovered budget in 3D. So we went overboard and whacked it off forever, even if it's really boring.
What is that?
The budget.
What the? There are monsters here!
That's a mystery phantom.
A mystery phantom? What's that?
I told you that Qs make mysteries materialize, right? Well, if there's someone in the real world trying to interfere with the case, that person also materializes. That's
Different,
a
right?
mystery
Maybe they're just trying to
phantom.
mix it up. We'll find out.
Interfering with the case?
Yeah. Mohoyo, where like all of the art and stuff is like, and all the music is extremely cohesive. And there's like an ass load of different art, but it's all very, there's a lot of like nuanced variations to just hit that perfect atmosphere. Then you get this where it's just a shotgun blast of shit. That's kind of what I mean, is like Danganronpa at least felt like everything was like still pretty cohesive. Like the art and how zany and eccentric it was just kind of hit right. Or some of this just isn't quite doing it. I think the pace of this has been pretty bad so far. I don't know what you guys think on that. It's been 3.5 hours. I feel like it's almost glacial. Ugh. I think some of the shit they could like not take so long to explain or just kind of do it on the run. It's very walk and talk.
Hey,
Like no point.
doesn't he kind of look like Swank of the Peacekeepers?
It might be just the dialogue where they have to like kind of over explain everything.
If the peacekeepers are tied up in this, then maybe this incident has something to do with Amaterasu Corporation.
Like this right here. It's like we can already tell who he is. We could already make those judgments. We probably don't need to say a whole lot about it.
You're the culprit.
Yeah, but in Danganronpa, like I said, I feel like the atmosphere and stuff kind of hit a little bit better. So I was more interested in just hearing them blabber on.
Huh?
Like the work closed in a school, there's a larger cast of characters. It's eccentric and stuff, but they have like the Monokuma, the death game you can latch on to, and then you're just in like, you know, a tight area solving a case, right? It's something you can kind of like immerse in easier, where this has just been like just trying to be ultra wacky, and we're just like amnesiac on a train, and they're just kind of hitting you with like a bunch of lore, and there's not really that like, I feel like I don't say immersive, but that kind of that hook, man. That's something to latch onto. Like I like train stuff, don't get me wrong, but I mean the characters and where we're going, what's going on isn't terribly interesting.
So you're the culprit. That's the truth behind this case.
Master, he's trying to frame you to bury the case. If you can't get past this, you can't reach the truth.
What do I do? Should I just run away?
A detective doesn't run from a mystery. You gotta defeat him.
Defeat him? How?
Master, are you ready to give your life for the truth?
Huh?
Just say, I am.
I am!
What the? My man's mystery sword.
What? A sword?
Sex Caliber. I thought she was gonna make him, yeah, cup her tits or something. Together, become family. Join the what's in fucking Elden Ring, dude. Yoinking the sword out of his mouth.
I call it the Solution Blade.
Of course
it's a sword
you do.
with special powers to affect things inside the Mystery Labyrinth.
Is it weird to say that, like, it feels like it's trying too hard? Like, you could say that about Danganronpa, but I feel like they were, like, a little bit... They knew when to keep it in check and when to make it crazy. It wasn't just, like I said, I feel like it was, like, cohesive enough, right? Everything was, like, very consistently kind of zany or goofy. This one, they're definitely trying to go off the deep end, which is fine. I just don't think there's been any meat to back it up yet. It feels very much like it's trying to hit you with like the pseudo approach. Like, can they just hit you with the style and like that's it? But I feel like it's a little too iffy sometimes, even on that front. We'll see. I'm not like against it. We'll just see where it goes, man. I mean, it doesn't help. The game's ultra slow.
Whoa, slow down.
1,000-hour vacation. There you go.
I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually. Anyway.
I'm gonna go grab a drink. You can enjoy her jiggling boobs. So Bruce. Yeah. I plan on trying to do it this year if I can. Underknot seems cool. I like the art. This is the only slow month though, so I got some shit to catch up on. Slow. Not that slow. You doing good though, Bruce? Yeah, I'm gonna try to get through Baldur's Gate 2 after this, probably. And Degradia. See if I have time until Pikmin comes out.
Damage you take here is nothing to sniff
Though I
at.
think this is not a short game, I'm not sure. Could be wrong. Mini vacation? Oh, cool. Any plans or just chilling?
The more and more your mind realizes you've been hurt here, oh boy, you'll wind up brain dead. It'll be game over, time to start from the beginning again. No one wants that, so you'd better be super careful.
Chilling? Hell yeah.
Come on, pay
A
attention.
little gaming.
You're dead, Master?
Let's hope mean difficulty doesn't make a big difference. Unless when she joked around about it not mattering, she really meant it.
I'll tell you a mystery labyrinth secret.
Dodge. During the reasoning deathmatch. No attack master while making statements about the case.
Dodge, dodge, duck, dodge. Come on, pay attention.
They're taking that Danganronpa, mixing the gameplay into the mystery thing to Zenith, I guess, yeah. Which is fine if they can nail it. As long as it doesn't mean the mystery parts are piss easy. I'm fine with the idea of like making it more interactive, over the top, gameplay hybrid. I don't think they always pulled that off in DR, but like the idea was fine. They won't. We'll see. You gotta dodge at the last second.
Don't you forget.
Let's hope it doesn't feel like shit.
Don't let any shady statement slip by.
Rebuttal. Yeah, maybe she'll give it the peach ass explosion. Did Peach use her ass or her hips? I don't remember. I think it was her ass. Booty bomb, baby. That was a fun move. I liked playing Peach Melee. All the hovering and shit was cool. And yeah, the booty bomb was pretty satisfying. Having Toads die for you was pretty good too.
Master doesn't make mistakes.
I didn't see it.
Right?
Couldn't say. I heard it was just kind of fine. Just safe, fine. But I don't know for sure. I think some people in here saw it. Maybe I'll get a better take. They said they plan on doing a lot more. So maybe it's time to get into the Nintendo Cinematic Universe. Yeah, Jack Black's cool. I'll watch it eventually. I want to watch the original Mario movie. The crazy one.
Flash those suspicious statements!
Yeah. Which is It's what's gonna make the money, I guess, right? Yeah, it's just like, why even bother? Because it makes money. I'm not really interested in watching something that just makes money. But I might still watch it at some point, just because it's Mario. Curious. Maybe closer to when Wonder comes out. Yeah, that's what I heard too, Bruce. And other Mario ones.
You're the culprit behind this case. You murdered 5 master detectives! That's the only explanation! Everyone else is dead! You're the only one who could have done the crime!
I can jump over shit too.
Slash through this mystery.
Yeah, that's what I've heard, Bruce. This is what it was. Yeah, it seems a little...
There's no way I could have done it.
I mean, I've barely done any, but... Doesn't feel super smooth. Like you press the button and then he like takes 2-3 seconds to like actually move over. But not that long, but... We'll see in the long run. Yeah, Zelda, I feel like they could fuck it up. Yeah, way harder. Zelda has more of a story. It's not as safe. You have a tone. Like, you don't want to give, like, Link a bunch of, like, him getting, like, a bunch of lines. It's, like, pushing it a little bit. It's already lame with Mario. It's just, like... Yeah, like, what is it? Just gonna be, like, a big epic or something? Like, I think there's a lot... Mario's very easy, very safe, very kid-friendly. There's a bazillion different stories that are simple you can do, because Mario's not really, like, a narrative thing. Like, Zelda's a bit more limited there. They'd just be fucked. I don't know. I have a lot less.
I wasn't conscious the
Faith.
whole time because I drank the drugged coffee in the dining
Yeah, I
car.
could too. What's up, man? You've been playing this, right? But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I imagine that for a Zelda movie, the first thing they do is just a very stock, like, Ganondorf is the evil man. Like, what do you even do? Like, is it like a war fantasy journey thing? Is Link, like, going on a Lord of the Rings thing? Right? Like, Link always goes to, like, a shitload of different areas to meet a shitload of different people. Like, it doesn't really translate in a movie. Right, like he goes like a bunch of temples and shit. Majora's Mask, yeah, they would never do any kind of surreal, like, Alice in Wonderland thing going on. Yeah, I don't know. Bruce. I mean, I imagine they would give him a voice at that point. Modern. What do you mean? Modern. What, like Link's gonna like a Sakai dude? No, dude, that would be... What the heck? I can hold a fucking sword with my fucking hands. What? I have a fucking triangle in my fucking hand. I'm thinking of like Forspoken or whatever. What was Zelda? Beat a legit DR-like experience. Yeah, it hasn't quite hit DR for me yet, but they're very much just taking their time trying to explain everything out here, so hopefully it hits its stride as we go. Inuyasha? Yeah, if you could go back and forth. At will. She jumps down a well, doesn't she? And then she can go back. Or like back whenever she wants. I think that's what it is, right? Is it a Sekai if you could go back? It's still her too. She's not like in something's body or anything. She's not like reincarnated. Yeah, it still feels a Sekai though, yeah. I don't know the fucking fine print on a Sekai, but I'd say it's closer to it than it isn't.
It's no use. Your deduction is wrong.
Why is it wrong?
You were out the whole time.
You better not be skimming over this.
What do we got here? I guess we gotta wait.
Ridiculous! You're the culprit!
They want me to dodge at the last second.
You knew it was drugged. That's how you avoided being knocked out. The other detectives were drugged. And you went around killing them all. You're busted. Took the laced copy and only pretended to drink it.
This is the truth.
Swordman. This reminds me of the gangster
Showed me drinking the coffee.
guy in Persona 5. What's up, weeb?
That proves I wasn't faking anything.
Okay.
Did I defeat it?
How's it so far? I don't know. We'll see. It's really just taking its time wrapping up. I don't think it's quite as effortlessly stylish or eccentric as like Danganronpa was. Like sometimes it's trying a bit too hard, and some of the visuals and technical stuff are kind of iffy. Luckily it's not really like a high action game, so FPS and all that doesn't matter a whole lot, but it is a little muddy. But we'll see. It's really gonna depend on the story. I think it's slow right now, but we'll see as we go. We're pretty much in the tutorial still.
See? No matter
I'm
how
just
weak
kinda
you are, things will turn out fine.
in the middle on it for so far. So slow. The visuals glitch out a bit while moving through the corridor. Yeah. That and the overall just kind of like, I don't know if it has like extreme anti-aliasing or what, but kind of just like a muddied look. A lot of kind of janky animations and stuff because they're going more full 3D. But the story's going to be where it really matters. I don't know if they're going to be able to really like rely on all the aesthetics and stuff. Some of it's not too bad, but I don't think it'll be like the savior like it is in Danganronpa sometimes. Resolution's just low. Yeah, I think that's the case. which is odd that the FPS isn't a little higher, but it's whatever. I don't find that to be like, I mean, it's not like a plus for sure, but it's hard to really say much about the story other than it's very stop and talk so far. They take their time over like explaining everything out, but we're still in the beginning, so who knows. Yeah, it's kind of got that smudge, but hopefully it's cool. I mean, it's got the cool music. It's always nice.
He tried to frame me.
Hopefully the composer has some bangers.
Guess that's what Amaterasu Corp is doing. They want to set you up and call it a day.
Oh, you've been playing, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I'm gonna go in with an open mind on it, but it hasn't grabbed me yet. It hasn't like totally turned me off, but when I'm already kind of tired, it's not been helping keep me alive.
That's why the piece
But I've had really bad fucking sleep this week, and I'm gonna have bad sleep from now on too. It's just been fucking horrible. 5 hours, I'm gonna go taxi for someone, and then work, and then barely sleep, and taxi, and then work. And hopefully tomorrow we can still do some more of this, and hopefully things start cooling off. But I might have to do taxi shit like non-stop this weekend. Do you have the murder plot figured out yet? Not quite. It's been so walk and talk or stop and talk that I've kind of like started to glaze over a little bit, but I imagine there's some kind of silliness going on with like train cars getting swapped and shit using the tunnel. I think the first body is the last body he finds, but that would only leave the punk kid alive. So it doesn't really explain who drugged, like why that chick drugged him with the coffee, unless the guy already done it ahead of time. But they said her body was actually there, so visible, unless there was like some multi-fight thing going on. I don't know. Like I said, I'm kind of tired, so I haven't been like deep diving yet. I've been kind of just trying to get into the atmosphere and everything. But as we go, I'll try a little harder for sure. I definitely had some thoughts, but I don't know. I'm hoping the game is, or I was hoping, I don't know anymore. It's like a bit more focused on actually you walking around and finding shit and having to think things through, but no, in the Kodaka, it's going to be a bit more on rails, like we're seeing here, where you just have to like counter statements in a kind of more digestible way so that you don't get lost. But that'll be fine too if it's fun cases. I hope this not being Danganronpa means you can do more. I don't know if everything always being Danganronpa ended up being a limiter by the end of the third one or what, but we'll see. It's starting with the trains cool. I think it was kind of dull as far as train murders go, but it's only like 15 minutes was the murder parts and 2 hours was like the rest. Annoying. I don't think she's as fun as like a Monokuma as far as murder mascots go. Yeah, yeah, I like Murder of the Sonic the Hedgehog better probably. In terms of murder mysteries on a train this year, yeah, I think that one took the cake. I don't find her annoying, not like a VLR mascot character, but I don't find her as endearing as like a Monokuma or something like that. She's not as bad as an AI, like an Aiba or the horny girl. I mean, she definitely kills the tone if you want it to be serious at all. It's definitely that like Danganronpa, like, hey, there's murder, but here's dark humor so that it's still fun, which is fine, but I don't think she's as funny as like Monokuma. Like his dark humor was really entertaining always. When he was always chiming in. So it's like with her, it's like, it's not been fairly funny, but it's not been like as bad as AI2 or anything. So I'm just kind of in the middle. I mean, the fan service is decent. I guess I don't mind her design, but I'm kind of in the middle. I'm trying to give it the benefit of the doubt, but I can't say I'm like digging her, but we'll see as we go. You're not stupid, man. It's good to have some different opinions in here. I'm trying, but yeah, I just don't know. I'll be fine. I just played Mohoya too, so I'm like, that has a lot of, it's like the polar opposite of this in like approach, right? A lot more nuance and subtlety and taking its time and character focus. For this is more like an over the top thing. I'll take Aiba over her. Nah, dude. I mean, I hated fucking. Well, who was the bad one in AI2? What was her name? The game made for 16-year-old. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I gotta wash out the good writing. So good doctor writing. I'm eternally 16. Based. Tama was the horny one. I don't like him either of them, but yeah, Tama was too much. And I'm down for like goofy sexual shit or fan service. I'm not like a prude, I don't really care. As long as it's like good in the writing. The problem with like Tama is it's so overly focused on the sexual shit, it just like kills all of the other tone of the story. It's like, and it's just really one note, it's not really funny. It's just like, haha, horny. And then like I'm supposed to be clapping with my dick in between my hands or something. It's just like, nah, dude. I think you can use it well, but I find it like even in like Danganronpa is almost used well. Everybody's so eccentric, like some of the goofy fan service kind of just fits some of the wacky characters. Maybe it's not the best usage or anything, but I found the eccentricities in Danganronpa so far to be much, especially like DR2, to be much more clean, much more tightly put together than this has. This has been really over the top, but not really hidden. Not really, it hasn't really hooked me. Like I feel like that the corridor was a perfect example so far. It's a bunch of shit going on, but none of it's really interesting. It's just shit, and you're just walking slowly through it. Where it's like, I feel like things were eccentric in DR2, but like it's still, let's keep moving at a steady clip. You're still in like a closed, relatively grounded like space. They just did crazy shit within it. This has been so far like really over the top. Yeah, man. Coco head? Yeah, I call it caca head. Caca head. And a lot of the names are goofy. I don't mind the goofy names. Cockhead. Look at Mr. Cockhead. Yeah, the names are goofy, but I don't mind the names. Like Kojima ass. So, we'll see.
So they knew what was going to happen. Then the culprit works for Amaterasu?
The VA has been iffy so far too. I think some characters are like alright. I think some are kind of just basic. I don't think it's been really like elevating any of the material. Like I'd say DR2 it elevated it. They were pretty fun when it came to how eccentric they were and the delivery behind it. And this has just kind of been there. I find it really slow. They talk very slow, and there's a lot of like pause in between the dialogue if you do auto, which I always hate because nobody takes like a 3-second pause in between every single sentence they do. I really wish they would clean that up in these types of games. I feel like auto should just be essentially like natural conversation button if it has voices, but instead it's kind of still got that stilted feel.
Either way,
it kind of fucks with the flow.
Hide who did it.
I mean, I could just like manually press it. I don't know, it's kind of cool when I could just auto. voices.
So the reason Control Headquarters didn't respond to the emergency calls was because of Amaterasu.
Uchikoshi did. I don't think Uchikoshi has. He's thought that far about it.
Probably. Now that we know what they're aiming for, we're one step closer to the truth.
Hey, clip these now. More work to do.
Let's keep this up and unriddle this mystery labyrinth so we can get to the truth.
There's a lot of ambient glow in this game too, and it looks really shit. Like, look at this right now. Like, it looks like ass cheek, man. Everything's just fucking glowing, man. Somehow it's like, I guess it's supposed to be like, was this like a camera glare? Is that what's going on here? Because it's like lighting him up from the front, even though it's from behind him.
You're awfully casual about this. My
Like
life
here,
is at
like the ground
stake
is
here.
like just fucking like luminescent, man. It doesn't look good. Is garish the word I'm looking for? It just looks like really somebody vomited on the ground.
I understand now that the mystery labyrinth is the case's mysteries given shape.
I do like that his ahoge is a question mark though. If you're gonna do it, it's gonna be super focused on mysteries. I can get behind. It's simple. I did not like how the other characters looked so far, where somebody just shotgunned their face with a bunch of random shit. Like, hey, I have a pink claw mark, 2 different colored eyebrows, a feather, and a side shave with purple hair underneath it. Hello. And then they just wear like a basic outfit. It was like too much. We'll see if they come back, but yeah, I mean Kodaka, he's done that before with the RV3. I didn't like them, so if they are actually dead, I'm happy. I'm hoping we get some actual cool characters. I was not digging what we were getting there. The old man, maybe. The Chiaki adjacent, maybe. But I'm like, eh. So that didn't help because we spent a lot of time talking to them. Has not helped the tutorial. I love Uchikoshi here. Just rewriting the lore on the fly, dude, for horny man. Okay, then the former. Kind of base, man, really.
But what do you do here, Shinigami?
Simply put, I'm the one and only cutie that can directly interact with the mystery
What's up with the
labyrinth.
spare doctor?
The progress you've made in the
Yo.
mystery labyrinth and solving those mysteries here, it's all thanks to me.
Oh, I can start walking.
How are you able to do this?
I respect Uchikoshi not giving a shit and just reworking everything on a whim, but I also hate it at the same time. It shows how much he really gives a fuck about planning that shit ahead of time. Yeah, horny sales.
I thought I was dizzy because I've got this weird ghost thing haunting me.
I go backwards.
Huh? Making a pact with me won't make you dizzy. It just reduces your lifespan by a lot.
You're kidding, right? Right?
Where's my auto walk button at this point?
Anyway, who do you think is the culprit, Master? Do you have any guesses?
If the drinks were drugs in the dining car, the culprit must have been on the train before anyone else.
Oh, so then all you have to do is ask around and figure out what order everyone got on board. Oh, wait a minute.
Are there gonna be ghosts?
They're all dead!
You aren't taking this very seriously, are you?
I do speak that. I wonder what the OP ones are. I can't help but laugh. What is this, man? Like, what are we doing here, dude? If this was a hidden loading screen, it'd be one thing, but I hope that when we get to the other levels, there's like some variety of locations and movement and some exploration.
Whoa. The path is forked in two. Which way should I go?
Not a good first look there, but
This fork in the path is also a materialized mystery, so you should know which way to go if you solve it.
yeah, they kind of have like a Shadow Labyrinth vibe, don't they? The Mind Palace.
This is exactly.
Maybe just to make it feel like there's a choice, man.
Like this.
Or maybe so you can't get to the bottom super quick.
Blood! Blood! Quit overreacting, Master. This is a mystery labyrinth. It's fine. Anyway, take a look. I'll use the blood of the Truth Seeker as a conduit to expose the mystery blocking the path.
Is that a question?
Wandering Village? Which one is that?
In your way. You just need to pick the right path and
Not the one where you're like have a farm on top of like a giant monster or whatever that we saw at one of the random events. Yeah, that one looked interesting.
6 on a train.
I don't remember it.
Must mean the 6 master detectives, including me, right? If I don't think the culprit is among the 6 on a train, then I should take the right path, which says no.
I mean, that'd be cool for Kodaga to make the first characters really lame and then just kill them. But it also makes the first 4 hours kind of suck. Because it's like you're just dealing with lame-os half the time.
But if I think the culprit is one of the 6 on board, I need to take the left path that says yes. Which is it?
Why wouldn't it be one of the people on board?
There's only one truth.
Unless it was not a human being, where we're not supposed to trust the superpowers. Or some other person fucking around with everything from the outside was doing it, then I'm just gonna assume it is. Yeah, that guy who like wouldn't stop telling us about his life story, and I'm just like, okay man, who asked? Yeah, you got Cockhead and Shinigami.
Then, Master.
God, look at all the fucking ambient lighting. It's everything's got this fucking glow to it, dude. Good God. Oh, of course, man. Absolutely. That's just like real conversation, right? The nuances of like voice, your voice, how you say something. Absolutely, it makes a huge difference. That's why I think really good voice work can add a lot of depth that's not there. Just more entertainment or whatever. You can use it as more of a tool, right? Like you can have like really minor voice changes and nuance to kind of like let you know what characters are feeling without having to over explain it and shit. And I think that makes a big difference. So when you have like flat VA work or something that might not really work as well, On the flip side, I think if you have like bad voice acting, it can remove what your mind would just generally like fill in the blanks with. Like if it's bad, it'd be worse than just you imagining it yourself, right? The mind's pretty good at, I feel like, figuring that kind of shit out, so. I mean, Echo Gold. Jesus. The Skyward Sword Link amiibo. Now you can play that game with fast travel. Wow. Built on the back of EA. Yeah. What's his face was pretty decent for Clive. Metal Face. It's because he had such a like fucking like, what is it, Cockney accent? I don't mind that one as much. He's just a really serious character. Mumkari, and it sounds kind of just like funny. Oh, I don't know. The Skyward Sword bird was the fast travel one. I'm thinking of in FF14 when you fight the FF12 super boss in the raid or whatever, where he has like a really like super like almost joke British accent, and he's like, "Oh, the Baba's blade" and shit, and he's like a giant dragon, and it just sounds so stupid, man, when it's coming out. So that kind of hurts the immersion a bit. But I don't know, it just kind of depends. I would prefer no voice acting over bad or mediocre voice acting, but in a perfect world, I would take really good voice acting over no voice acting. I mean, I thought Xenoblade 1's VA work was pretty decent. They got a bunch of actual like theater people and stuff, and it was pretty solid. I think Xenoblade 2's has issues, especially Rex. When that guy actually has to do emotion, he just fucking sucks. And 3's is a little iffy, but I'd blame more of it on the dialogue than anything. You burnt out? It really falls off at the end, right, those?
So, you think the culprit is one of...
What happens if I'm wrong?
Right here.
Are they gonna kill me?
Okay, let's go. Can I go through now?
Oh, you got it right? Not bad at all, Master.
Just him again.
Ah! Something happened. Why? Did I make the wrong choice?
It's trying to bury the truth again. Go get him, Master.
Ooh. Yeah, I burnt out pretty hard on it too.
Your deduction is wrong. Other than the 6 on the train. You must have had an accomplice.
This is the truth.
Yeah, they can't just waste all these animations and shit. They gotta fight him a couple times.
2 master detectives used their abilities to prove that only 6 people were on the train.
Put it on hold or just rush it. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it just depends on if you ever think that the exploration's gonna get reignited in interest. Otherwise, I just rush it. I didn't find. I mean, there's all the puzzles and stuff in the shrines I found were cool, but I didn't find the stuff you found to be that crazy interesting. That like, if you're just burnt out, it's just like you gotta come back and see it. Maybe the giant mazes, but other than that, let's just rush through it. Who knows? Yeah, I did a lot. Just didn't help. If it was like not the same map, I probably would have been fine, but doing as much as I did with the same map, I just really lost. It really lost the spark for me. I still think it's like objectively better. Like if you've never played either game, I feel like Tears of the Kingdom's the better pick, but as a sequel, I just found it really lacking. It did not ignite that same kind of adventure kind of spirit the first one did for me. Despite having cool content still. But yeah, it's a lot easier to burn out on, I think, if you played the first one.
If it was only one person, they could have been lying or an imposter. But two of them means there can be no mistake.
Wrong! Your reasoning is completely off!
Oh, there's no way they'd use the same map a third time. That'd be insane. Yeah, no way, man. That'd be fucked. It would have to be an insane jump in quality.
What good does that testimony even do?
The jump that I expected that this game was gonna have.
Those two checked.
Like, I just don't find the dungeons and the new content to be that juicy.
So what if the windows don't open? While everyone was in doubt. You secretly stopped the train and let your partner board.
Oh, you have to hit this way ahead of time.
This way, there's no contradiction.
Does it just go really far? I think you do way though.
Right.
Yeah, I think on paper it's good. Like I said, if you've never played Breath of the Wild, I think it's really solid. It's got a lot of cool stuff, but I don't find the novelties or the variety of content, the story, the dungeons, or anything to be like where I wanted them to be for a game that reuses the entire map. Because it's like when you reuse the entire map, that feeling of adventure and stuff, that mystery is gone. So it's like, I need to replace with really cool shit. I just don't think there was enough cool shit. But teach their own on that. Some people absolutely love it. Yeah, I think it should have been godly, yeah. And for me, it's like, it's still mostly just the same storytelling techniques with the memories, same shrine focus. Like, yeah, the gameplay mechanics are a little tighter, but there are like caves and shit like that too. Like, there's more on the map, but it's still a little too samey. Oh, they added the sages, which are really bad compared to the powers from the first game. Yeah, that's my thing. It's just like, as a 6-year deal, I feel like it was just in a way too safe. I feel like the sky wasn't interesting enough. There's not a whole lot of it, and a lot of it's repetitive. The underground's a cool side thing, but it's not enough to be like worth it in its own right. It's like, it's neat. Yeah, it's like an improved version of the original, but I don't know. That wasn't enough for me to not be bored stiff by the end of it. Yeah. I just think there needed to be a bit more large, significant content, less micro stuff. It just really gets formulaic. It's part of it.
Right.
What good does that testimony even do?
The wrong thing equipped.
Your accomplice just wasn't there when those two checked. But came aboard after that. So what if the windows don't open? While everyone was in doubt. You secretly...
Wouldn't it be this? Did I not equip this? Why would this not be wrong? Nobody could board the train. Did it bug out?
And let your partner board.
Oh, is it just because I cut the wrong thing? And I had to wait for it to come back around like Danganronpa? That must have been it. I figured they gave you like 2 chances, right? But there's just like 2 different ones you can slash and one's just wrong. I see now.
Log showed that the train
Yeah, no, I mean, I get
stopped.
that. I just thought it was a second chance. Because you might like miss it gameplay-wise. Gameplay-wise.
Doors won't open unless the train stops. So it's impossible for someone to have gotten on during the trip.
Damn.
Yeah, I overestimated the timing. You can just like lazily hit it really early. Oh, did it? You know.
Looks like you're getting
Oh,
the hang of this,
now we're
Master.
here.
You've learned to ruthlessly cut down any who stand in your way.
You make it sound like I'm the bad guy here. Hey, I was wondering.
There we go
if the Mystery
again.
Labyrinth is trying to block people from seeking the truth. Wouldn't it reject my answers, even if they're right? Or maybe the questions themselves.
The
could be lies.
Mementos theme, yeah.
No chance. A mystery labyrinth has no self-will. It can't lie or create things not based on the real-world mystery. This place is a direct manifestation of a mystery. You can always progress as long as you keep solving it. In that sense, the labyrinth is fair. It won't cheat you.
I see. That's a relief.
By the way, about the culprit being one of the 6 of you, how could the culprit
Yeah,
commit the
right,
crime when all the other passengers
You gotta make the
besides
rules and
you
break 'em.
were dead?
I don't know if there's a set amount of walking you have to do every time or if it just keeps going until you finish the dialogue. I imagine it's the latter. Because you can manually do the dialogue.
Another fork in the road.
This is how we reach the truth. It reflects how problems are really solved, doesn't it?
Well, I don't know if I've ever actually
Fuck
solved a
you.
mystery on my own. I don't remember it all.
Doesn't matter. You just need to solve the mystery in front of us. Say,
Yeah.
come on.
Huh?
Am I supposed to walk over here?
Oh, I got it. Master, leave this to me. This has to be the right answer. Follow me.
Hey, wait!
Yeah, man, that's kind of why I think that's the case.
The culprit just played dead. Because if they did commit suicide after the crime, they'd be dead right now. And that's no fun at all.
Of course he does.
That's your reasoning?
Sure, he has quite a few.
Wait, what's this chain?
Big boobies, obviously.
I told you we
Classic.
share mind and body. The chain is proof of that.
Maybe being chained up, yeah. Look at the Nasu fetishes on the giant house.
Our relationship can never be broken apart.
That's terrible!
Please, you should consider yourself lucky you're being haunted by a cutie like me.
Buddy, the chain's coming out of her ass.
I'm so tired. I pulled you up here, so you can walk the rest of the way yourself.
I didn't ask you to do that.
So she just auto-answered for us?
So you think this path will lead toward the truth, right?
No idea.
I love my
This is a
man's
labyrinth.
jorts, man.
It's pretty common to
Awesome.
encounter dead ends.
Oh, the visuals have changed.
Watch out!
I got some platforming or something's going on.
You see? What did I tell you? Dead end.
Don't sound so proud of yourself. You chose this path, Shinigami.
If it's a dead end, maybe the culprit wasn't just plain dead.
I searched all 5 bodies, and they were, without a doubt, dead.
Oh, so the answer isn't plain dead. Let's turn back.
You changed your mind already?
Exploring all possibilities is an important part of beating a mystery labyrinth. I'm so awesome.
Yeah.
By the way, I did say I can
Sam,
guide you through the mystery labyrinth.
Where's the quote? Where's the Nasu quote?
But I'm not that good at solving mysteries.
You could have said that a little earlier.
Oh man, I can't wait for CCC to be done. Translation. Already translated. Yeah, I gotta find out just how degenerate Nasu can be. Yeah, maybe. Or maybe you have to go through multiple wrong answers to find like a missing third one.
I just want to help. I like when you rely on me, Master.
Who knows?
Anyway, what's going on in the real world while we're in the mystery labyrinth?
Apparently they made an update recently, man. I'm saying they're still doing it.
Time has stopped on the other side. We're sort of set apart from the normal flow of time while we're here. In other words, you're still surrounded by peacekeepers.
So if we return without solving the mystery, we'll just be captured.
As a result, this murder case will remain unsolved and linger in people's memories as a serious crime. Naturally, this mystery labyrinth will also survive, and that creates an even bigger problem.
Which is?
Leaving a case unsolved means that it will go down in history that way. The more bizarre a mystery is, the more it attracts people's interest. And the more people rack their brains about that mystery, the bigger the mystery
Yeah, I
labyrinth
mean, just
gets.
the longer something goes on, the less interest people have in it. As a general rule of thumb, I guess.
Eventually, the mystery labyrinth would gain enough power to start affecting the real world. It would
The real
implant
world.
insidious ideas into people's minds, creating more murderers, and in turn,
What
new
the
mystery
fuck is
labyrinths.
this, man? Mystery suggestion here? If you don't solve the mystery, everyone will become a murderer. This is the edited version here. Raincoat bit. And I hope that Nasu quote is real, man. The original one. It's so funny. We were joking around about it when I was playing Mihoyo on Discord with, yeah. It's like Nasu being classy, or like, Klutsu said it best as post Kusoge clarity, or whatever. He makes some kind of horny, crazy bullshit with like extra or CCC, then like cleans up with Mihoyo or something. Maybe vice versa. He lets his sin run wild and then he puts something classy out.
Labyrinths can create endless cycles. That's why it's best to cut it off as soon as possible.
It sounds way more daunting than I thought.
Code bitch. That's an edited version of a quote about Nasu just talking about Fate CCC. Apparently. Alleged Nasu quote, yeah. I think it's really funny.
Suicide after the crime.
Even if it's
There's
not
no
true.
other option, so it has to be the right answer.
I don't think commit suicide is the right answer either. So do you just like go through multiple routes and they're just wrong?
Careful. But to commit suicide after the crime would mean... After killing the other 4, the culprit killed themselves, right? Is that really the right answer?
I don't think so, pal.
The mystery labyrinth's roots represent logical deduction. If there's only one route, then it's the only possibility. I think the only option left is the culprit off themselves. We just need to find that suicidal pest.
Yeah, people keep us. It's one of those quotes that you just hear from other people. I'd love to find the actual
What's going on here?
the source.
This is part of the mystery materializing.
That's a funny shit post anyways.
Solve it. Come on, Master! Concentrate! Come on, concentrate! Concentrate!
This way. If the culprit committed suicide after the crime, then the last person that died should be the culprit.
Not necessarily.
Right! Because they wouldn't be able to kill someone else if they off themselves already.
Unless you had delayed kills, man.
Come on, let's try again!
Maybe that's too advanced for this point of the story.
Of course, the person who started the fires must be the culprit.
All 5 burned to death, so the culprit who died last totally burned himself. Come on, let's try again!
I mean, they want you to say Aphex, but I'm pretty sure it's like Zilch, man. Are they actually taking you down like a path that's like wrong? Like if you're like the player's like, oh, I think it's totally something else, but like you're just following it anyways. It's like an Ace Attorney thing, man, where you go down this path of like wrong if you don't believe it. But I mean, they want me to say Aphex.
We're gonna crash!
Or Zilch or whatever the fuck. I mean, I would say Zilch. Because his corpse, I feel like, is actually at the end.
Zilch!
Bingo! You did it, Master! But you know, setting aside the idea that the culprit was the last to die, why would it be Detective Four Eyes?
It's like, I guess it could still be a suicide afterwards. And then there's the train, like, swap on it. It'd seem more clever if it would be like the person's still alive because they like swapped the train thing around somehow. But I guess if you do assume, yeah, it has to be a suicide, then I guess I would change it. in real time. That doesn't mean that the others didn't die after.
Didn't we discover his body first?
According to the Peacekeepers, the victims all burned to death, right? But when we first found Zilch in Car 1, he wasn't burnt yet. If that's the case, that means he must have burned to death after that. Although, everyone else we found after him had already died from burns.
Alright. So if they all burned to death, then the last one who died could be Detective Four Eyes.
I think the culprit killed everyone in the opposite order of how we found their corpses. Starting from Car 5, he killed them in order one by one, then set himself on fire in Car 1.
So Detective Four Eyes is without a doubt the culprit, but he committed suicide, huh?
I'm just assuming there's some way like you could have a delayed kill. I guess there's like no evidence that, so you're just supposed to assume like he had to like manually do it every time. Like if they were knocked out, he could have just put a fucking like essentially like a fucking trail or like a fuse or something to mask the order or some shit.
The door!
I guess that's going too crazy.
Whoa! It worked?
See, I told you it would be fine. I'm such a terrific guide.
Yeah. Is that the end of it?
What about all the knives? The knife, the crazy train shit.
I guess that's everything. Seems easier than I thought. What's wrong, Master?
I'm wondering if that's really all that happened. Something about this seems off.
It does?
The Betty Ducks.
Ah! What's going on? The conclusion? Is this the truth behind the case?
There's only one door. No other options. Maybe this really is the end. Kind of a simple conclusion despite 5 people dying. Well, I hope this was a helpful tutorial for you, Master.
Wait. Mystery labyrinths contain all the mysteries of the real-world case, including things like misdirection, right? Which means this could be an attempt by the culprit to mislead us.
So, you don't think this is the truth? What makes you say that?
I'm not sure, but I have a feeling the case isn't closed yet.
If so, then this door could be a fake.
Yeah.
How can we tell?
If you think it's fake, why not try breaking it? It'll be bad news if you're wrong, though. And I won't tell you exactly what will happen.
It's weird to go down a line of logic that you think is wrong the entire time, because you have to like completely shift what you think about it to try to do their answers. Like I said, it is like a shitty part of like Ace Attorney. That'll rarely happen. You're like steps ahead, but you have to like piece through like bullshit or whatever.
You've already affected my judgment. I guess the
But I doubt it'll be that damning, so it doesn't matter much.
How do I do that?
Punch it.
So
Hey, you seem to really enjoy your cat. It's good.
Who was the culprit trying to throw us off the trail?
Animals are fun, man. Therapeutic, pure. Not again.
You should have just quit while you were ahead.
It's rare for a fake exit to appear. This mystery labyrinth is way tougher than I thought. Master, don't let your guard down.
Make sure you drop your money before you drop dead!
I wonder if Master can even make snap judgments. Are you gonna remember all of this? Sure hope you got all that down.
More gameplay.
The culprit must be Zilch! Reason is obvious. Zilch is the only one who could have done the crime.
Oh, her face was hardly recognizable. I thought it was recognizable. It would make more sense to be her because she gave you the coffee. We have to start that one way earlier.
Fire. And died from immolation. It's an easy case to solve. 4 murders, 1 suicide. That's the truth behind the case.
It's an hour fast forward.
The culprit must be Zilch. The reason is obvious. Zilch is the only one who could have done the crime.
Say,
You know,
Yeah, it really is the truth
The culprit
bullshit.
must be Zilch.
What do they just want to say? The knife? Why couldn't it be a fake corpse, man?
Zilch is the only
I don't know how
one who
good
could
they
have
actually
done the crime.
analyzed the thing.
that's right.
The culprit must
I think
be
they just wanted to
Zilch.
fuck with a different one.
The reason is obvious.
Yeah, there's noise and everything. It's just like the
Zilch
exact
is
same
the only
shit.
one who could have done the crime. He found the 4 passed out victims, then set them on fire, and died from immolation.
This is the truth. No. Now that I think about it, Zilch's suicide by fire doesn't make sense. Because when I saw Zilch through the window, there was a knife in his chest. If he burned himself, then why
I kind of
would
wish
there be a
instead of
knife
like perfect dodges, it was just focused on more dodges. But I guess they want you to make sure you're paying attention to the text and shit. Maybe it'll speed up as we go.
You little brat. Fine. I'll answer you. I was the knife stuck in the body. Of course I know why. Yeah, it was to knock himself out.
Wouldn't the coffee be enough?
So he would pass out easy. Then set himself on fire. Dying by fire
Oh,
is
you
a
can crouch,
painful way
that's
to
fine.
go. He wanted to make it less painful. The culprit has to be Zilch. He committed suicide by self-immolation.
I just fast forward.
Body. Of course
I don't really care about the perfect dodges. Just makes it take longer.
To knock himself out.
I have to redo it.
Slash through this mystery.
Because then you won't want to fast forward to like maximize points, but it's like I'd rather just fucking fast forward it.
His plan was to fall unconscious. He would have used the drugged coffee in the dining car. That's a much easier way to pass out.
Cut the music.
I see. So they're trying to mislead you about the cause of death for Detective Four Eyes.
Right. The Peacekeeper said all the detectives burned to death.
Does it?
But
So
Zilch's
how well
corpse
you can
in
do
the
in one
first car is
cycle?
different.
Well, that's assuming there's no bullshit after the one that's the right answer. So otherwise you couldn't even get like a full score, right? Unless they want you to like not pick the right answer and just do like a perfect score and then go back and get the right answer. Who cares? I don't care enough. If I can like do it better I will, but I'll prioritize speed over everything.
To me, it looked more like he was stabbed to death.
So the Peacekeeper's report was a lie? But they have no reason to do that. If they wanted to set you up as the culprit, they'd be raising questions.
All I
about
assume is it just
fabricating
gives you
reports.
XP.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm not
They
too worried
almost have
about.
died by fire after all. And for some reason, only Zilch appeared to have been stabbed to death. I get it. So that's what was bothering me. But no matter how hard I think about it, I can't seem to figure out what happened next.
Huh?
I don't have enough clues about Zilch in the first car. I should have investigated it more after discovering the body, but I was too preoccupied with calling for help.
So we're stuck right here. I don't see any other routes to break through this mystery. But I do know there can't be a labyrinth without a goal. The truth is always behind a mystery. You wish you had investigated more, right? So you think you'd have the answer if you'd done that?
Huh? Yeah, maybe.
Oh, fine. My secret weapon is so draining, I try to avoid using it as much as possible. But I just love it when you rely on me, Master.
I have a bad feeling about this. What are you trying to do?
This is all for you, Master. Ready, Master? Huh? Wait!
Please keep saying master. I actually don't. Our boobies have a question mark on them. What up with that?
What's going on?
I'm extracting your memory and materializing it inside the mystery labyrinth. This is my super cute special See? If you investigate here, you might make some new discoveries.
Oh, the shock from all this is making my head spin.
You don't have any time to waste, Master. This was pumped out of that slow brain of yours, so don't assume it'll stick around for long. You have until the pain in your head clears up. Now hurry and investigate.
Got it. I'll hurry. Huh? This cushion. Was it always there? Also, it looks like it has a hole in the middle of it. It was made by something sharp. What did this? Oh, so I can get solution keys here too.
You may have seen it, but forgotten. That just means you didn't think anything of it at the time. But it is in your memory, so you can use it as a clue.
You can do that? You're incredible, Shinigami.
Go on, keep complimenting me.
This blanket is mostly burned, but some parts near the knife are unscathed. It doesn't look like there's blood on the blanket at all. But how could that be?
Excuse me. I should get a nap. It's had a long day today.
Oh, it's fading. I guess the pain is starting to go away too.
Looks like time's up. Well, did you find anything?
Yeah, I think I see the contradiction here. Although I'm not completely sold on it.
Come on, this is where you're supposed to declare, I've solved the mystery. Well, if you think you're on the right track, then I guess we should do this next.
Do what?
It's for when you're stuck in your deductions. Remember what I said earlier? Every labyrinth has a goal. So even when you're stuck, there's always a way out.
How much do you think they looked at AI and then we're like, hey, we're gonna do our version of that? I feel like it's a lot. I don't know. I get those vibes. Like we're gonna do our Mind Palace thing here. Essentially, we're gonna have the walk around in 3D, but still, you know, full. Okay, just that out of nowhere. No rain, no nothing. And it's not like it's a problem. Just kind of saying it. Let me check the weather here. Oh, 100% chance of rain the next 3 or 4 hours. Epic. Which wouldn't be a problem. It actually cooled down everything, but it's not going to do that much. Maybe by 10 degrees.
And we're gonna find it by working together.
Working together?
Lay it all out, Master!
Destiny Island. I hope it's Hangman's Gambit. Formaday. Ultimate. Shinigami Puzzle.
What? Ready? Aim! Fire!
Hey man, if there's some fan service under there, I can at least get get my monkey brain going. This is pretty much is this not like Hangman's Gambit, kinda? Just a little bit? I just want everything to be, I want him to just never, ever stop doing Hangman's Gambit. I don't think this is exactly like that, but it is matching letters and shit. I mean, it pretty much is, right? You have to fill them on the bottom here. What is this obsession with Hangman's Gambit, man? Yo, dude, bone in the meat. Meat on the bone. David.
Master, it's time for the solution key. Don't you forget. Are you ready to play the Shinigami puzzle?
A red herring. Oh.
That's right.
Wow, beat. A beast. Yeah. Meat on the bone. Well, one, it's really early in. Two, you could fucking. There's like a bunch of ways. I mean, it could be meat on the bone, bone in the meat, on the meat bone. It's just like, I don't know. There's not a lot of like. There's a lot of like connecting where it's not really like a bunch of like. Like proper nouns and shit. So it kind of just. It feels like you could just do it in a bunch of ways, so it just ends up being funny. And I guess meat is funny too. I don't know.
That's right. When I saw Zilch through the window, it
Meat on the
appeared as if
bone.
the knife was stuck in his chest.
Professional game. I mean, at least they're still willing to have fan service in the ear of the Lord, man. That's not really a big, huge thumbs up I can give them, but at least they're having fun with it.
But in actuality, he stabbed the blanket-wrapped cushion to make it look like he had been stabbed. That's why the blanket didn't have blood on it, even though the cushion was stabbed through. Zilch's death was a red herring. It was meant to mislead us.
Yeah, Sam. Oh. Oh, weird.
It's a new solution key.
If it was a red herring, that means he wasn't really dead.
Yeah, Zilch was faking his death to fool us. That knife was just to trick me into thinking he was dead when I looked through the window. But the Peacekeeper's report saying they all burned to death created a contradiction.
So the culprit was just plain dead. It's exactly what I said.
In a roundabout way, yes.
Which means that dead end in the abyss could have a new path now. Let's hurry back.
Okay. Is this walk back gonna be
What's
worth
wrong?
it?
It's too much of a hassle to go all the way back there. I don't want to walk anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Some guide you are. Besides, you're not even walking.
I despise effort and hard work. I want to head back the easy way. Oh, I know! I have a convenient transportation method, thanks to my awesomeness. It lets us go anywhere you've been before. Now is the perfect time to use it.
Hey. These are references. There's been like 3 or 4 Dragon Quest references
Super
already.
easy.
What happens if you use evac? Does it do something else? I don't remember if evac still has you shoot up towards the ceiling.
Yeah, sure.
But unfortunately, using it does drain a little bit.
Drain a little bit of what? Do you have MP or something?
Your lifespan.
My lifespan? Again?
Yeah. I haven't minded the references so far.
So we passed through how did the culprit pull it off junction, and have taken the played dead turn
Old
again.
bastard. He's dying.
Now that we have a new solution key, I'm sure we can solve this mystery and access what's ahead.
Let's give it a try.
I like the references a bit better, and like Danganronpa though. I still feel like the Monokuma shit was always funny. He makes some kind of off the wall, goofy shit. Kind of joke. I think it was just the delivery and the execution. Monokuma. Kind of fun.
We're gonna expose the truth together.
Me sword.
Zilch was trying to trick us into thinking he'd killed himself. A bridge!
See, didn't I say the path would appear? It's all because we found the right deductive clue to break through. I'm so amazing. You can pat me on the head if you want, Master.
Well, maybe later. We opened the Play Dead route thanks to the corpse red herring solution key. So Zilch really faked his death to mislead us.
If so, he is absolutely the culprit. Now, we just need to prove it.
But even if the Mystery Labyrinth is fair when it comes to solving mysteries, the real world will be different, right? What if Amaterasu Corp decides to protect the culprit, even if we prove who really did it?
He's just kind of there for me. I don't know. I don't really have like a big thought on him yet. We'll see him. I don't like hate him, but I don't really feel anything strong about him either. He's just kind of here. We'll see as we go.
Oh, you're worried they'll just cover it up? No need to worry about that.
It's not like he's had a whole lot going on yet. He's just kind of reacting to shit. The antenna.
Huh? Why's that?
Let's save the fun for later.
Oh, the ground!
The jorts, dude. And the jorts make it all worth it.
Why? Wasn't this the right route?
Maybe the logic still has some holes in it.
Whoa!
Master, you better concentrate!
Oh. Die. You know, yeah. Zilch.
When I saw Zilch through the window, he was faking.
Damn, he's
his
just
death with
running,
the
dude.
knife through the cushion.
What a beast, dude. This guy's a machine.
That was definitely the real Zilch. The corpse.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, Klitsu. I'm like, it feels really slow. Like, I feel like there's just so much more energy in Danganronpa, right? Like, I feel like the pace and the energy of the solves and stuff, where there's just like, it's them arguing and like there's a quick mini game and it's moving on to the next thing. Like, this just has so much dead time with the walking and some of the over explanations and like, I mean, we'll see as it goes. They'll be able to cut a lot of the tutorial shit out in the future. but yeah, it feels like it has much less like energy. I think because it's really slow. Yeah. Tom Cruise still doing his own stunts and not in front of a green screen. That's probably one of the few exceptions, right? That's the power of Scientology, I guess. Yeah, for sure. I feel like if anything, you start to detach from the mystery a little bit because you've spent so long kind of like fucking around with the pieces that you're not even really thinking about like the overarching thing anymore. Because it's just taking its sweet time with it. I'm just like, all right, man. Like, I'm all for trying to like stylize and like add some pizzazz to the mystery, like but like I still want to be grappling with the story and the mystery chiefly, right? I feel like in DR, like at least it was still mostly focused on that, and the rest was just style to kind of make it more fun. But in this, I feel like the style shit is like almost the focus at times. Yeah, maybe as it gets going, because like right now it's like it's kind of just there is a lot of tutorial stuff and prep and like shit. Maybe it'll feel smoother later. I mean, we're gonna see all these mini games again. I don't know. Well, maybe they'll introduce new ones, but that's good, man. I'm not liking it. Like I hate it. I mean, that doesn't mean I can't have problems with it. I like DR, so my fart is pretty much just as DR, but worse. Yeah. I mean, I like Danganronpa. But so far, this hasn't grabbed me the same way. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see as we go. I mean, I'm willing not. Yeah, it's still early, and I definitely don't think this is a good intro. But I could see it's having stronger pacing later.
In other words, Zilch swapped
If my power goes out, apologies.
himself out for a real corpse.
Yeah, which, I mean, is it though? I mean, you still walk around in Danganronpa and grab shit. I mean, it can be cool. Yeah, it looks better. But if you just walk around and press A on everything and then just go into the same Mind Palace shit you do in Danganronpa, it's effectively no different. It's more of like a immersion thing. I hope it actually means like when you go into these areas, sometimes you're gonna have to think and like grab shit and think about it when you're exploring, and it's not just press A on everything. And Danganronpa was that way too, but I think that'd be one of the benefits of like a walking around, exploring type of thing. But I think it's generally not going to care about the investigation process. It's going to be more about what you do with the clues afterwards, judging by the gameplay. So maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe they'll mix it up. They'll swap places with the corpses in the infirmary. Wouldn't it have to be before? Well, I'm not saying I don't prefer it or not. I definitely think it's a little ghetto so far. But in essence, I'm fine with it, yeah. Let's see. I haven't really cared for much of the animations and shit, but walking around and actually seeing everything is cool. We just gotta see what the scenes are. I mean, we've literally walked around for like 10 minutes in the fucking train, so I really don't have a big take on it yet. I'm just saying that if you're essentially doing the exact same thing, it's just in third person instead of first person, it's not inherently different enough for me to care. I just care about how much thought I have to put into it, how engaging the story is, and whether the aesthetics and stuff are like really tight. And I don't think the aesthetics are super tight in this. It's just like we'll see. The rest of it's we'll find out. Yeah, but even Ace Attorney knew that wasn't fun after a while. And they start putting in the Magatamas and the mini games and stuff. They make the mistake in Great Ace Attorney of not having much of that anymore. Yeah, the investigation process is kind of boring, but I think it's something that could be cool in this, but I think instead they want to have all the eccentric, stylized stuff be separated from the scenes, which can be fine. It just really is going to depend on the pace and the labyrinths and shit. So far, they're not grabbing me, but it's only the first case. I don't think this is going to be 13 Sentinels. I mean, even Danganronpa's not either. That's what's cool about Danganronpa is like it's got fun mysteries, but it had a style and like fun characters to boot. I don't know if I'm there on the style on this. So I'm hoping that either I'll change my mind on that, or it'll make up for it in the story a lot more than DR does.
The was switched right before I broke the infirmary window to open the lock. The blazing fire had filled the room with smoke, so I couldn't make anything out through the window. Zilch used that smoke as cover to switch himself with a dead body.
I get it. The fire wasn't only there to show he died from burning.
Like I said, I always commend the idea of trying to make a more stylized, fun way to engage with the mysteries, right? That's what I like. That's one of the things I liked about Danganronpa. You could say maybe it removes too much of the thinking process if they give you too many step-by-step questions. But I always thought it was fun. I just think maybe they went overboard on this. We'll see. We'll find out. Just speaking thoughts.
It was also a smoke screen to swap out the corpse.
So I feel maybe I'm just really tired, but yeah, I just don't think it has the energy right now. Or the pace.
In the smoke, he switched places with a corpse he had hit.
I don't know about that, weeb.
Next up, you need to deduce where the corpse was hidden.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say, man, because I like the idea of it. I like them trying to make, I like having just a really atmospheric thing where the people are just talking in rooms, figuring stuff out and stuff. But I like that about Kodaka's stuff where he tries to kind of make it more of a stylish, gamey kind of way of solving it. While not completely erasing the thought needed. But I think maybe go too hard on it.
Because the room was filled with smoke, he needed to put the body somewhere he could access immediately.
Where are you thinking?
If he needed to get to the body as quickly as possible, only one place makes sense.
See, there's a lot of different mini games and ways you can interact here, which I think is cool. Ace Attorney does that too. It keeps it fun, right? You're picking things out in a picture. You're having to take from clues and do stuff. The mini games where it's it's really simple, and you're just filling out a word like Hangman's Gambit. I think those can be a bit overboard sometimes because it's taking a lot longer just to get to the thought you've already had. But it just depends. We'll find out as we go.
Right.
Where was the burnt? Swamp that corpse hidden. I don't think you could throw it out the window. What are my options? Dust fingerprints, yeah. Can you get underneath this bed? That'd be the fastest thing.
Here.
Or like underneath the sheets or something. Maybe it's under the corpse, that'd be funny.
The burnt corpse was hidden right there. Hey!
These guys, man.
Jeez, one after another. This is really bad for my heart.
We're not done yet. Hurry, let's speed it up.
I mean, I don't think Danganronpa's like piss easy or anything. I mean, I just think they still, you gotta have some kind of grasp of like what's going on and think about it. It makes it much more easy for sure, but I don't think it's like completely that way. I think you could just, you could tip the scales too much for sure. Or yeah, you have the whole thing figured out and then you spend 4 hours just slowly working your way through it. Well, I mean, that can be a problem too, right? So. Which is why it's like you want enough clues to work with it and maybe come to the right answer, but still want some shakeups and stuff in there. Which Danganronpa and Ace Attorney do, right? You rarely walk into a case with everything. Doesn't mean you can't guess what's going on. I mean, yeah, it's a little bullshit maybe if they like introduce a bunch of important shit halfway in. Sure, but it just kind of depends on how it's done.
Shinigami, you might be fine because you're floating around, but this is really tough for me.
I can't believe it. He had the
I don't mind
corpse
gimmicky
hidden under
fun
the
stuff.
blanket?
Like I said, it's really a question of just the magnitude of it. Like, I didn't mind it as much in Danganronpa because the energy was there, the music was popping, they didn't spend too much time on it. I mean, for some people, even a little bit of time was too much, but I think that's more if you just don't like it on like a taste level. It's like, I don't mind that stuff on a taste level, but I think maybe this is...
So, that four-eyed detective was
Some of it's doing it
sleeping
for
next to a
me
dead
sometimes,
body.
like what we just did there. Some of it's like, eh.
I'm so jealous.
Maybe it's the writing, maybe it's like the setup. Like, I'm not super into Shinigami and everybody yet. Where I was in a Monokuma and like the debates and like the death game and stuff, right? I think that's a big part of it.
Zilch was lying in bed with the corpse. He got up once the smoke screen was ready. He took the corpse out from under the blanket, pulled the knife out of the cushion, and stabbed it. That way, even after he switched with the corpse, he could just hide to avoid me.
Where did Detective Four Eyes hide after that?
It must have been someplace with easy access, which must mean... under the bed. He could have quickly hid there.
Which means, if you checked under the bed at the time, you would have caught that four-eyed idiot.
But back then, I was in such a hurry to warn the other master detectives. I'm sure he calculated all that too. He knew I'd panic.
I mean, I walked around and checked all sorts of goofy shit, so they just don't let you check it.
Maybe he was planning to take advantage of you from the very beginning, and that's why he let you live.
Yeah.
Oh, look
I
what
think
into
Zilch was
plan.
the one who peeked into the restroom while I was sleeping there. I was supposed to be sleeping in the infirmary, so he must have planned to move me before committing the crimes. I passed out in the restroom, but that didn't hinder his plans, so he went with it.
Speaking of which, wasn't it Detective Four Eyes who told you to go to the first car?
Yeah, he must have planned to make me witness everything and set me up as the culprit.
Aha! I think I'm starting to see the whole picture now. Not bad, Master. Maybe you were a big shot detective before you lost your memories.
No. If I really was a great detective, I would have caught the culprit in the infirmary before any of this happened.
I guess so. By the way, where did he get the corpse he was hiding in the blanket?
That corpse? Well,
Oh, I'm supposed to be walking. It's okay. They have to finish talking before you continue anyways.
Again?
Oh,
I
God.
won't let you go any further.
Getting in our way again, huh?
Like, imagine if it, like, cut the fat off of this, right? And it was you just literally walking around and, like, you just appear inside of one of these real quick and you have to, like, think through the mystery and then swoosh, you're moving on to the next thing. Like, it just, like, flows a bit more. There's a lot of, like, fucking around and walking and talking and chit-chatting about it. It's like, some of that's necessary, and I get some of it's tutorial, but it feels like it's...
If you stand against my ruthless master, he'll chop you up and stir-fry it with veggies.
Like, it can almost be more gameplay focused, in a way. Like, they want it to be, but it's still, like, very stop and talk.
I will not.
I imagine this is, like, the last one of these, though. Of this. In this case. Maybe not, though. I mean, there's not much more except figuring out the corpse swap. I don't think it's that bad. I'm just talking about
I'll assist you when you're in a pinch.
it being a touch too slow for me.
Huh? Assist?
It's the rule of the mystery labyrinth
Assist.
to assist whoever you're accompanying. Now let's
Hidden
go.
missiles.
Looks like you might not need assist after all, Master.
What does it do? Slow-mo? Not won't inflict damage. Let's get iframes.
I won't let you back. Enough of your nonsense. You think he swapped with a corpse? It'd be impossible to switch like
Okay,
that.
so you don't take any damage. I see.
Someone who can replace Zilch would need to be the same size as him.
You just eat them.
Bag that could carry a corpse.
Oops. Didn't mean to smack that. I was gonna smack the other shit. I figure you got a different button to slash noise.
Would need to be the same size as him. He didn't have a bag that could carry a corpse. You've been caught at the station. It'd be impossible to get it on board. There was no corpse to replace anyway.
This is the truth.
Still slow it down.
There's no need to bring an extra corpse for the
Is there like an actual slowdown
just
one?
needed to reuse a dead
This one was
body
just
on the
iframes,
train.
right? Maybe you can swap it around or something. I just don't know if I care about the perfect dodges. I mean, I'm guessing you get more XP by the end of it, so maybe I should. But I'd rather just fast forward and just dodge, right? Just take less hits. That's the focus.
It's Aphex's body from the 5th car.
Gotcha. Yeah, that might help with the slow or the perfect dodges.
He and Zilch are nearly the same height, and both have stab wounds in their chests. So the corpse that was switched was Aphex's.
Ah, damn it! How could someone like you find the truth?
He looks completely obliterated.
Now we don't have to fight anymore.
Even if that's true, don't let your guard down. The mystery labyrinth isn't over yet. Stay alert until the very end.
All right.
Yeah, it's raining pretty hard now. I mean, it's nice it'll cool down 10 degrees, but the humidity is just gonna stay at like 90 fucking plus %. It's just gonna be worse. I'd take like 100-degree dry heat over like 90 humid with fucking like max humidity.
Thinking back, the reason the corpses in the first and fifth cars were burnt was to switch them out.
I think I'm gonna lose power though. My power loves to flicker, so if I don't make it, I'll just come back tomorrow.
But the corpse was so badly burned that I couldn't tell it was Aphex. That must be what the necklace was for, so I could identify him.
Well, reusing a corpse is rather environmentally friendly of the culprit, don't you think? I mean,
But how did he beat us
everything in
there?
our day and age, so you gotta get the most value out of corpses too, you know?
The train car. It's like they could rattle these last bits off quick, but I feel like they're supposed to be these big moments, so I feel like we still got a fair bit left. Oh. We're on the train. That's cool.
Zilch? Wait, I am not the culprit. I am a victim who was already killed. So, leave me alone!
Dude, when their face all of a sudden darkens on the 3D model. Doesn't really work when it's supposed to be alive, like steady, like 3D, right? It's fine with a sprite because you know there's a gap of like, you know, stuff going on. I mean, I guess it could work. He'd have to like animate, right? Instead of just all of a sudden having like a dark face.
Yeah.
It's a cat ear cap. Because when he's laying in the bed, he doesn't have the ears because his cap's off.
You said the body in the first car's infirmary wasn't me.
I mean, this is cute. Like you're not in the labyrinth for all of it. You're like jumping around relevant areas and stuff. I don't mind that. Keeping it a bit more tied
You went
in.
to car 5 after car 1 and discovered his corpse there. How was the corpse transported from car 1 to car 5? That'd require moving past you.
That's right.
I mean, it's still essentially the same thing, but visually at least it's a bit more interesting. The rain's going hard, man. Oh, looks cool.
Where did he run off to?
Another mystery that needs to be solved. If he'd gone outside the train instead of through it, he could have passed us.
No, that's impossible. 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 Impossible.
Oh no.
Zilch turned into a mystery phantom!
Get him, Master! Boom, kill him until there's only a sorry slab of flesh.
Yeah, now he's halfway there, man. Almost werewolf mode.
If they did... and pass through the train. You think the corpse was brought in from outside? The windows are all locked shut. The door's locked when the train is moving. We know the train never stopped once. If the windows and doors are shut, there's no way to get out while the train is moving. No issues occurred during the train's operation. This is the truth.
Yeah, I don't know. I was talking about that earlier. It was like some of the VAs were fine, but his was a little weak. And I guess it's kind of carried over into this part too. His VA kind of felt a little flat. I don't know, maybe he's just not a very good VA. Or maybe they wanted him to be like...
Strange. The blackout and shaking that happens when I was in car
Like he's supposed to sound cool or something? I'm not sure. I might be able to swap when I get to the ability to walk around, but... He's shouting them. Yeah, I almost feel like the Japanese would be better. Like DR2's dub and was fine. Like 3's was alright, so I was like, I'm willing to give it a go, but so far it's just been kind of whatever. I don't think it's really adding a whole lot. It isn't killing it, but it's not making it any better. He reminds me of, what is his name? Byakuya in the first game. His VA wasn't very good. In Danganronpa 1, he kind of had that problem too, where he was just kind of... He wasn't really good when he had to get emotional.
When the blackout occurred and the shaking started, I'm certain something else happened in the train. Maybe it has something to do with the mystery of the moving corpse.
Don't be stupid! So what if there was a little blackout and some gentle swaying?
I gotta play the game. Oh yeah, I could hear the Kiba.
Forget the shaking and the blackout. They were nothing but coincidences. The blackout was just a bad contact. The shaking was the tunnel air pressure.
So I'm a little distracted by the giant storm outside my window
It's
right
all
now.
just a coincidence. It's impossible to include that in a criminal plot.
Come on.
Forget the shaking and the blackout. They were nothing but coincidences. The blackout was just a bad contact.
I'll slash through this mystery.
Jesus, it's fucking loud, man, out there. I can barely hear what this guy's saying sometimes.
No, the blackout didn't.
Yeah, I don't mind Yuma's voice actor so far as much. I mean, Yuma's kind of just like simple anyway, so it's not too bad. The guy we're fighting though is he's a little eh. We'll see as we go.
It was due to the main control system failing and switching to the backup control system.
It's too early for me to tell. There's not been many characters. I don't think they've like added a whole lot. It's not like Monokuma where his VA in English really was a lot of fun. But they haven't like killed it for me or anything, so we'll see. Hopefully there's more cool characters and some fun voice work. Like in DR2.
The blackout occurred during that 1 second when the system
But
switched
yeah,
over.
I'd imagine the Japanese is cool.
Hey, he ran away. A fleeing phantom is a bad phantom.
Is there such a thing as a good phantom?
After him. You gotta keep solving the mystery and boom kill that mystery phantom.
Oh, the boom kill.
Hey!
I mean, it's fair. I mean, yeah. In a perfect world, I'd like to play every game in the language I can speak, because then you can understand all the nuances and stuff. But sometimes the performances are just... I'd rather have no voices or, yeah, play in a different language. You'll miss out on some of the nuance, but your mind can fill in the blanks. But I totally understand that. And some people just don't want to read a lot. I'm used to playing a lot of VNs and shit, so I'm fine with swapping to whatever. It doesn't matter to me. I'll usually give the dub a shot, but some stuff I'll just go straight to sub. Depends. Yeah, Yakuza games I always play subbed, even if it has a dub option, which the newer ones do. It's set in Japan and everything, and I really like a lot of their voices.
Master, you may know the cause of the blackout.
No, we looked up Shinigami's earlier. I think she's new? I don't remember what her name was. She's an Indian lady, I think. Is what somebody said. She's been alright. I don't feel any crazy way about it. But for new VA, could be a lot worse. I mean, I'm not like, I don't like die when I'm hearing her talk, but yeah, I can't really speak for those dubs. I heard the new Kiryu voice. I was not a fan. But yeah, I never heard bad things about the Judgment one. I don't know about Yakuza 7's. I think that had a dub too, right? Did Like a Dragon have a dub? I don't remember. Did they ever announce if Yakuza Gaiden was gonna be physical or digital only? Yeah, I like a Dragon. I mean, I like Yakuza in general. Sometimes they don't hit, but they're always fun. I've played all of them except Dead Souls and Kenzin so far. Oh, and Black Panther 1 and 2. Digital only? Yeah, that sucks. Well, I'll still play it at some point. I gotta have Kiryu with web slingers. Maybe they'll put it on Game Pass. Pretty much every Yakuza game comes out on Game Pass at this point. The new P3 Pro Tag VA from the remake. Oh, really? Is he one of the... Is he like coming up, or is he already one of these people? Is he? It's not. They're not changing P3 to have like full voice for the main protagonist, right? I mean, I imagine it's just like when he summons personas and shit like that, right? Who did P3s originally? Was it Yuri Low? No, it wasn't Yuri Lowenthal, was it? Was it Yuri Lowenthal? Or am I thinking of somebody else? One of the guys on the cover? Gotcha. That makes sense they change it, I guess. Well, does it? He's still working. Maybe he's too expensive now that he's Spider-Man. They changed the entire cast. Maybe they just want it to feel different. I don't like that sometimes. I'm fine with it in some ways, but if I didn't need it, then I'd rather them not. P3's voice acting. I mean, yeah, I would change Fuka. She sounds like shit. But, like, some of them are good, right? Like, Akihiko is good and all that. I wouldn't change most of them. Oh, gotcha, Lord Frost. Yeah, I don't. It's not super important for sure. Klitza. Mitsuru sounds the same. Yeah, she sounded good. I don't know. I guess I hate it when they do it with music, where they just change the music for no reason. Because I feel like that's one of the things where it's like, music is really timeless, and more so than just like graphics and stuff can be, right? But you'll get like some of these fucking remakes that'll like overbake the music and kind of change it just to justify it being a remake. So we'll see. Kagi films. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know that they were changing the whole voice cast. I wasn't sure if I was even going to do the P3 remake. I still don't know if I will. I played P3 for the first time like 3 or 4 years ago. I liked it. I just don't know if I care enough. I might just watch somebody play it. Yeah. Yeah, I need to do Persona 1 soon. But I'm going to play the Persona 1 PSP version with the PS1 music and like the other translation. It's going to be this like Frankenstein's monster, but yeah, Dachi is always fun. The uncle's fun. I don't know. I would play the P3 remake if it had the female MC, just to give me something different. Like, I've already played P3, man. It's a long-ass game. I'll probably just watch parts of it. True!
The failed main control system was in Car 1, where the body swap occurred.
I think they've translated the PSP version of P2 as well, the second P2 game, so I don't know. I need to do some more SMT. I love SMT, but haven't played one in the last few months.
Must have something to do with moving the corpse.
I was thinking about Raido next. Might do Raido.
So maybe the culprit broke the main control system.
Oh, really? Yeah, I could see that, Lord Frost. I mean, people generally don't like playing the answer. I like some of the music, and it's interesting enough at times, but we'll see. As long as they still have the Aegis romance, I don't care, man. I don't think they would. I don't see Atlas backing down from putting in the Aegis romance. They would add more waifu romances, if anything. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's what they said, but then I've been hearing other stuff now too, Klitsu, so I don't know. I think maybe some of those things were like either misquoted or or it's up in the air, I don't know. I fucking hated Soul Hackers too. I'm a big SMT fan. I fucking hated Soul Hackers too. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Soul Hackers 1 is one of my like top 3 SMT games, so I got a chip on my shoulder for it. I also think TMS is pretty shit too. And that's the same team. Oh, you get the confidants from the FemMC guys? Maybe I'll play it then. I don't know. It'll be on Game Pass too. We'll see, man. I don't know. I've just got so much to play. So many halls to run down aimlessly while I'm talking. I like Persona, man. I don't know. I did not like Soul Hackers 2. I think there was some neat ideas with the gameplay, like what are they called? Where you combo up your fucking your demons and shit. I already forgot what it's called. This Sabatama or some shit. But I don't know, man. Overall, I didn't find what new stuff they tried to do with the gameplay to be really worth it, the speed of it and all that. I thought the story was fucking atrocious. The dungeons and the music. SMT is such a music-oriented, I feel like, series. The music's so good, and there's like fucking 10 songs in Soul Hackers too. And the dungeons were like, you were doing like the same dungeon like assets like back to back, like the subway and shit. It's just like, it was really rough. Really rough. The story was just fucking man. It's fine if people liked it for sure, but have fun with whatever you want. But man, I did not like Soul Hackers 2. It's probably my least favorite SMT game. Followed by TMS, which I didn't think was very good either, but it was a lot better than Soul Hackers 2. If somebody brings up Soul Hackers 2, I gotta go off on a rant. Apologies.
To bring in the corpse from the outside.
I can't help myself, man. I did not feel good about that game.
But the train never stopped. The operation log confirms the train was moving the entire time.
Hope they're making SMT6 right now, man. Or if they have to like remake something, remake like SMT1 or 2. I'm not getting into Silver Case. Had so many Silver Case conversations the last 2 weeks.
So I don't think he broke the system to bring the corpse in.
Metaphor? Are we talking about the fantasy game that Alice is doing? Or whatever it is? I forget how to fucking say the entire name. Fantasio or some shit? Or is Metaphor something else? It looked cool, man. I liked the trailer. I was like, Like, yeah, there was some elements that were like very Persona styled. But like, I dug a lot of the visuals and the music and stuff. I'm like, man, if they want to try to make it sell by giving it like the Persona HUD, but everything else is like cool and different, I'm like, I'm down, man. Like, I get it. They want to sell off Persona's name. But like, it's better than another Persona spinoff. Yeah, my man has crazy stamina, dude.
Then why did the main control system fail?
It must have something to do with moving the body.
Yeah, I'm interested. That was, out of all the stuff they showed in the last month or so, that was one of the most interesting for me, for sure.
But you're unsure exactly how, huh? In that case?
I thought that guy had assless chaps. Like right down the crack.
I knew it! A mystery is blocking you! Anything blocking you in here is also a mystery. So let's solve it to keep on going.
I mean, I've always liked SMT willing to do a bunch of like cool spin-offs and stuff, utilizing like some of the assets. But the idea there I don't hate. We'll just see how it goes. The New Hope and Despair. I hope it doesn't get into Despair Hope parallels at any point in this. But I don't know if he can help himself.
So this is the question we're facing right now.
The main control system must have failed because something happened in the first car. If that's true,
I can barely hear what they're saying over the storm outside.
If it's related to the body being moved, then how?
Master's expression is so serious. He must be thinking hard. Well, as his mentor, I better think hard too.
He's about as shit.
The main control system failing. The blackout? The train shaking? Oh yeah! Why did the train shake like that? There was a blackout right before entering the tunnel that was caused by the main control system failing. But the culprit didn't destroy it, so the... wasn't there some shaking right before the blackout too? After the whole train shook... I don't get it.
That's right! The train shook right before the blackout. We still don't know what caused that to happen. Whatever it was, It was strong enough to make the entire train shake. It caused the main control system to fail and resulted in a blackout. If it had something to do with moving a body, then what must have happened was...
Ooh! Did I give you the assistance you needed? Close to solving the case now? Then it's time to combine our powers and solve this thing! Let's go, Master! Lay it all out!
Improve.
Are you ready to play the shinigami
Hangman's.
You can do it, Master!
Damn it. What was the button? Trying to look at the fan service. Please relax. Yeah, the extremely difficult Hangman's Gambit. Oh, you can't slow it down? Yeah, I saw that I could speed it up, but I guess you could slow it down with the other button.
Could it be that the first car was separated from the
That
train?
happened, I suppose. Yeah. There's a lot of that shit happening.
Separated? What? Seriously?
Yeah. The reason why the main control system failed was because...
I mean, I'm stopping and talking a lot, but it is a pretty long first case, for sure. I'm consistent about stopping and talking. And we've been in here for the last 3 hours at least. So that's like a 2-to-1 ratio of how long we've been in here compared to the beginning. That was pretty slow too.
The first car was cut off from the rest of the train we were riding in.
Let's keep going for now.
But regardless, I still think it's pretty long. Yeah.
I don't really get it. What do you mean the first car was cut off?
The shaking happened just before the blackout, right? Huh? Did it just shake? What was that? The lights went out for a moment and came back on.
Do you remember the shaking?
At that time, the first car was disconnected from the rest of the Amaterasu
Yeah, we're
Express.
still in the that case.
As a result, the main control system failed, and after a brief blackout, it switched to the
Yeah,
backup.
regardless, I always do that, so it doesn't really matter. It can't be used like right now, not in every other game, right? I would still say regardless, it's pretty pretty slow.
But why cut off the first car? Why go through all that trouble?
Of course, to move the body in the train car. To do that.
Oh yeah, the raw time, of course. Yeah, we could have been done for
There
sure.
it is again! It's bigger than ever!
How much longer will this keep happening?
But I'm
I feel
aware.
like I'm gonna suffocate.
Now's not the time to be suffocating!
There's not much left to solve, so I imagine we're probably within 10-20 minutes here.
We need to resolve the mystery at hand.
Given that the first car was cut off, right? I think
See, like right here, this dialogue's pointless. You could just fucking give us the prompt and shit us straight into it and just go, right?
Seems like you got it. Let's do this.
But there's like 5 or 6 lines to like fucking get you into it, the cutscene and everything, right? Like there's a lot of that. There's a lot of like superfluous bullshit.
Let's work together as a team.
Let me try slowing it down. Oh, can I like zoom in? Oh shit, dude. Nice. Holy. Menace. I can't believe it. Hangman's Gambit.
That's right! He transported the corpse using the entire first car. That's why the first car was disconnected.
Transported the corpse? With the entire car? Nonsense. Shut up!
Jesus Christ, dude. What the hell's my guy turning into?
The first car is at the front of the train.
Oh, he's a fox bird boy.
Aphex's corpse was in the fifth car, in the back. Even if you detach the front car, how do you move it all the way to the rear?
Like going around in a loop
Master?
or something.
Don't be scared. Lots of villains transform after they've been cornered.
Calm down. Stay calm. Think, how could you swap the position of the first and fifth cars? If I can answer that, I can solve this mystery. How did it happen?
That reminds me. Master, earlier when you were talking about the shake, the blackout only happened once. But the shake.
I'm also letting all the dialogue rock. If I was listening to Japanese, we'd cut the dialogue off almost immediately.
Yeah, it definitely
That slows it down a
two
bit, because
separate
they
times.
talk pretty fucking slow.
Right before entering the tunnel, and right after. The first time was when the train car was disconnected. But what about the second? Something happened to the train then, too. The shaking at the end of the tunnel felt similar to when Car 1 disconnected.
There's no point thinking about it. You're stuck in this labyrinth for all eternity.
All eternity.
Master, here it comes. You gotta solve the mystery and defeat him.
Your deductions aren't worth a damn thing because they're all wrong from the very beginning.
Not with the dub, I mean, I usually let it go. I could cut it off, but with the Japanese, it's like I already don't understand it. So I'm willing to like just grab the emotion from it and then just kind of move on. I don't need to hear like the whole thing sometimes. It just depends. Like in Mahoya, we'd listen to most of it. But not always. But if somebody's not like actually like paying attention on the stream, they're just listening on the side, it's kind of nice to let it rock. But we are gonna do the dub. It just does take longer compared to. Oops.
What of it? You mean the train car was separated and connected? Why would that even matter? Even if you managed to separate car 1, how could it be moved to the rear? The train was always running on the same tracks. There's no way to shuffle the train cars around. This is the truth.
No! At that time, not all the cars were moving on the same track. The track that the Amaterasu Express was on separated into double tracks right before entering the tunnel. So by taking advantage of the double tracks, it's possible to switch out the train cars.
I also think part of it's just like how into the world and everything. Like if we were like, oh yeah, you know, we're gonna figure out every little piece of this, and we're really into the characters, really into the world, I probably like wouldn't even mind as much. I think that's part of it, right? Not just the speed of the dungeon, although it's still pretty slow. But I mean, a Danganronpa case still takes pretty long too, so we'll see. This is the first one. We'll see as we go. They might just not do it in the dub or the Japanese That's not a dove.
The first time the train struck was before entering the tunnel, which was caused by car 1 separating. After that, the separated car 1 entered the other track, while the rest of the train proceeded on the main track.
Holy.
The two tracks rejoin after the tunnel. That's where car 1 connected to the end of the train. This is when the train shook for the second time.
That's sweet. If they're gonna use that budget, it's nice to see these like little diagrams or examples and stuff. I appreciate that a lot more than like some of just the visuals in the dungeon.
Normally, it's impossible for a single train car to function on its own. But the Amaterasu Express is special. The control system will supply electricity as programmed to drive the train. But all train cars on the train have motors that run autonomously.
If each train car can operate autonomously, then car 1 can function on its own. Doesn't that solve everything? It's time you gave up.
No! That's crazy!
Huh? What?
Using your method to rearrange the train cars would connect the first car to the end, which would leave it behind the 5th car. In other words, it becomes the 6th car, but that doesn't exist. So,
In the comic book, I always like that, the climax reasoning.
Corpse in the non-existent 6th car?
Oh, you're right.
Do you get it? You're the one who's wrong. Everything you've deduced is wrong!
No, I'm not wrong. The truth lies just ahead of us. I will prove it to you.
What the? We're going back in, man. Get the bikini out. Bone in the meat. Amaterasu Express was a 6-car train. A 5? Can I look at something online? Not online. my thingy. Oh yeah, we haven't tried one of these. Let's give them a try. We're supposed to feed her? What is she gonna do? I was expecting something more funny. The game facts, yeah. I know I said online. I meant like to pull up the menu in game. Just to look through my clues and shit, but I don't really let you do that. I expected her to do some goofy shit when you fed her the thing.
4 cars to begin with.
Surprisingly, it was pretty tame.
If that's the case, then to me, car 1 could be made to look like car 5.
So are you telling me he made like a fake cutout for the fucking map too?
Huh? So there weren't 5 cars the whole time, but instead 4?
That's why Melanie said the 5th car's door was broken while we were in transit.
But you can't access the 5th car, the one at the end. The door
This-
appears to be broken and won't
What the
open.
fuck was going on with her fucking makeup, man?
So it wasn't broken. The 4th car was actually the farthest one back from the get-go?
I'm sure the real 5th car was left behind at the station when we departed. So the train took off with only 4 cars.
Then wouldn't it be a 5-car train? I didn't quite get what they're asking there. Like it seems like it would still be at least like a 5-car train just because of the map. But they're saying the one I guess we took.
There was another car 1 at our destination. If it connected upon arrival, then the train would have 5
Well, it was still a
cars
5-car train. I guess they just mean at that very specific moment. Not at the beginning, not at the end, but right in the middle.
So the car 1 where I was knocked out became the 5th car at the end of the line. And when I was questioned by the peacekeepers, the car 1 there was another car prepared at the station specifically for this plot.
Alright.
The real car one was waiting at the station's platform, then all the
What a
peacekeepers there
conspiracy,
wouldn't
man.
noticed it. So they were all in on it.
Or you can assume that the peacekeepers themselves were the ones who prepared the other car one.
An FF8. I don't remember an FF8. I mean, there's a train part in FF8. Yeah, no, I mean, I get what happened. It was more just like the wording on what I was supposed to guess. Or not guess, but which number I was supposed to pick. I guess I didn't understand quite when they were talking about it. 'Cause it seemed like a 5-car train just from the map, unless you assume it's like fake. But they mean just in the middle. Because it becomes a 5-car train. It is a 5-car train at multiple points. Thought they just meant from like its existence. Just on the go. Creative train car swap. I don't remember. FF8 story is crazy, so I don't remember those details.
If there was another car one, then there would be something that sets it apart from the original car one.
The
For
plate.
example, the way the window glass was broken in the infirmary would be different from how I broke it.
You mean when you used the fire extinguisher to smash the infirmary's window? So they knew you would do that? That's how they were able to imitate it in the new car one?
I think I was set up to reach for that fire extinguisher.
What if he was just really stupid and wouldn't do that? What if he's like, I don't know how to do it? And the glass wouldn't break or something.
The fire extinguisher was left in a conspicuous
I guess it is like
spot in the
right there.
hallway. They wanted me to use it to break the window. And that's how they pulled off swapping the 1st and 5th cars while in transit. It was all a trap to set me up as the culprit. Isn't that right?
And I mean, I guess you'd assume he would keep walking and find all the corpses too.
Zilch!
All right, we're almost there. Let's catch this culprit. That was a pretty solid deduction. Very impressive.
Although if they're just gonna blame him anyways, couldn't they just recreate the crime scene themselves even if he didn't do a single thing?
Stuff, more like I'm remembering it.
I mean, if the police themselves are gonna set him up, he could literally just sit in a corner and they could still set him up as the killer, right?
You still gotta catch him.
Or do they need him to believe that he did it or something? Seems like quite the conspiracy when they could just like make up the evidence themselves. If they are the police. I guess we don't know the full deal there. Zilch chance? Nada. Zero zilch. No, I like that stuff. You generally can guess that's what's going on from the beginning, which is cool.
Different here.
I think it takes a really long time to get to that point when you already have a good idea. It's just the details they kind of hammer out.
This is just the calm before the storm.
Yeah, it's a tutorial thing. The concept of it's cool. Like I said, I don't know. I'm not super into the world yet or the characters, and I'm definitely not into the pace. Jury's out on the gameplay, but I think it could be cool. I think it could definitely have some solid moments coming up. So hopefully it does. We'll be doing more tomorrow after this case.
You know, making the first car look like the 5th was a really big trick to pull off. I'm surprised the train cars could disconnect and reconnect so smoothly.
The train's automatic operating system must have had it programmed before we...
Yeah, I usually just stand still till they're done talking because I know the next area that loads in will be the end anyways. because it doesn't ever load it until you're done.
Well, it'd be easy for
Yeah,
us
that's
to
kind of what I
ask
was getting at earlier,
for a
Frost.
train.
Is that it's gonna be slower in the
That's
tutorial.
what I'm worried about. Even if
Like I
obtain the
said.
truth here, won't they just
But I
ignore
don't
us
find
anyway?
the world and everything to be quite as like
Keep telling you not to worry about it.
engaging as like
As long as
Danganronpa
I
off the
get you out of
start.
the canopy,
I think it's because it is a lot of just like exposition. Like we're not stuck in like a death game or anything like that. They're just kind of telling you about the detectives and they're telling you about all this other stuff. And other than the like train car murder,
Is this?
there's not really like a whole lot to like latch onto yet. You're just an amnesiac again. There's not really any characters except these two. Everybody else is dead, right? So like when it doesn't have that pacing or energy, then that's kind of like it doesn't have much to fall back on except like the concept of the mysteries, which is cool. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. We'll see as we go. I don't hate it or anything. I'm just kind of like, so far, I don't know. We'll see. Random BS. Yeah, I mean, more focus is cool. You don't want the fucking Hideyoshi or what was his name? The guy with the crystal ball just going off on random shit.
looks like a fort to me.
DR1 took a lot of time to get to the murdering, but you're instantly in like a closed death game area, and Monokuma was like he was very interesting. Yeah, Umineko. I'm thinking, yeah, that's the Umineko chat. The rich guy. What was it? Was it Eva's husband? The red-haired
This kind of
lady.
protection? I bet the truth is in there for sure. You just have to destroy it.
Not that DR1's like the best example or anything, but I was gonna jack that a little quicker.
So the truth.
I'm curious what kind of overarching plot they're gonna try to have on this. I hope it doesn't derail, not derail, but devolve into the typical Kodaka Super Saiyan bullshit by the end of it, but I don't know, man. I feel like it probably will.
You can't have the truth. It's impossible to destroy this fortress. Just give up and leave!
Whenever a culprit takes a last stand like this, you know we're just a step away from unriddling this labyrinth.
Probably already done, man. What the fuck else we got?
Master, time to show him how dangerous you really are. After all, he did try to set you up.
I'm not worried about that right now. We're so close to the truth. We gotta do this.
I get the climax reasoning.
Boom kill time!
I hate the boom kill thing. I gotta say, I hate the boom kill bullshit. I don't like these sayings, man. I don't like them. He cuts off the question. What happens when you cut off the question mark? Yeah. It's like with Kibu or whatever in 3. Just goes apeshit. I mean, the idea of it in Danganronpa was like, it wasn't that bad. I mean, it's the idea is like it's just a bunch of characters who may or may not be guilty, just fucking like trying to argue for their lives. I don't think it always ends up being that elegant. It ends up being kind of goofy a lot of the time. Where yeah, there's just people derailing shit. And I can kind of fuck with the pacing, but there's no room even for somebody to do this. There's only 2 people. But yeah, conceptually it's fine, but yeah, in practice it wasn't that good. The ultimate fetish. Oh, is she gonna be like gigantic? Are they gonna give her a different outfit? Yeah, Klitsu. it feels like a fucked up like localization thing. I'd rather them just not bother. Nasu didn't write it. Maybe he goes through this part. Giant woman. King size god. What the fuck is this animation? Just having trouble because her tits are too big, dude. Blast away the gigantic iron balls. And the corresponding kick.
What?
Instead, it's a giant woman. Which button is the kick? Okay. I'm gonna tackle.
Go away! Give up and scram!
I see. Easy. Watch out.
Your deduction is wrong! Go away!
So I give you time then.
Don't come near me! Don't come any closer! Stop it!
Do I get to do some bone on the meat by the end of it?
Imagination! It's a completely baseless lie! There's no evidence they ever swapped!
The knife.
Yo, check, check.
Bone on the meat. Knife on the corpse. Oh boy. I like the climax reasoning though, man. Mainly because the music and just kind of comfy going through all the steps. In this though, they want to like over explain every step instead of just giving you that finale. Pick a key that contradicts it.
Here's the solution key to smash through the wall, Master.
No evidence they swap. I guess I'm just supposed to use this.
Come on!
I would have said the
There are traces of a swap. The warped plate from
the
car
corpse is
five.
in two different places, so there's not much choice.
The reason that plate was burned
Dude, her
so
head doesn't
thoroughly is
move like
because
at all, man. What the
originally it said car
fuck?
1.
An actual detective. I do like that it's focused on actual detective work, yeah. I hope that there's a bit more investigation elements and not just everything that's like just exhaust the areas by pressing A on everything and then just do this for 4 or 5 hours. But we'll see. He's balancing you. Yeah, I mean I'm glad she's very concerned for him. It just makes her look fucking bizarre. Yeah, I do like that he's like it's real detective stuff. There's potential for some cool stuff. I don't know. We'll just see. I don't know. We're only been on a train so far.
Left as it was, it would have messed
I'm
up
not
that
all
plot
in,
to make
but
car 1
I'm not
look
like
like
gone
car
yet.
5.
Either. I wish I could just keep going, but I'm just super busy this week.
That's why you made extra sure it was burned beyond recognition.
Dude, she's like ultra stiff. Her face is, I think it's her head just being like her whole body's like super animated, but her head's like fucking rock solid.
I burned the plate to disguise it? No, I didn't do that! Stop it! Stop! Go away! Get away from me! Wait, get away! It just happened to be easily burned! But with it burned, you have no way of knowing what number car it was.
She's pretty hardcore, man. Just tackling a fucking entire. Her mouth doesn't do that. Tackling an entire wall like that.
Backing up your deduction. You have no hard evidence proving.
I wonder if it's always going to be the same assets every time. It's not going to have like different fortresses.
Looks like we need another solution key to boom kill
You
him.
have no hard
Good luck,
evidence proving
Master.
that location was The first car. I don't know. We haven't used this
There
yet.
is proof. The bloodstain on the inner lock of the infirmary in car 5. The culprit probably didn't notice it, but I remember. It's my blood.
My blood. Orc blood.
What?
The Switch itself. Oh, I really wish this wasn't exclusive. I really hate that they justified this being exclusive. Because it looks really muddied, and it still runs kind of poorly sometimes for how, like, stylized it is. And I was like, just having... I mean, obviously they didn't optimize it for shit, but it'd be nice if they had, like, just more power to work with. I don't know why it's not on PC or something else. Maybe at some point it will be. Yeah, Spike Chunsoft put Danganronpa on, like, every fucking platform ever. It's bizarre that this wasn't. I don't know if they were just trying to, like, get the Switch fanboy people interested in buying another exclusive. I don't get it. Like, is there a group of people who will buy things just because they're exclusive to Switch? I don't know why you wouldn't want to have a bigger release and have them all at once, but maybe Chunsoft knows something we don't. I mean, it would definitely look better. It looks really muddied, for sure. And if they're wanting to rely on the visuals and stuff, yeah, it sucks that it's not the visuals at their best. I like when it swaps back and forth, you can see everything like flash for a second. There's a lot of shit like that. Like that. That happens a lot. I wonder if that's a Switch thing too, or something else. But yeah, I mean, I would rather, I of course would prefer this on another platform. I don't have a problem with the Switch, but if it's not made by fucking Nintendo, I'd rather just be on something else, right? This game feels like it's so muddied and shit that, like, I feel like just some raw power would have been nice. I mean, I would say it's more because it's unoptimized, I imagine, and, like, I don't say amateur, but it's got those kinds of elements. I mean, there's games that look better than this, that run better. It's bizarre that, like, a fucking, like, VN type of game would be like this, but it's not, like, fucked. I just would prefer to play it on something else, you know?
When I was trying to get into the infirmary,
Well, that's kind of what I was saying, is, like,
I cut my finger
like, they're
on the
probably
glass.
not gonna ever optimize it, so, like, if they just had more hardware, I think the game's not that crazy because it is stylized, that they could just, it could probably end up fine if it was on just better hardware.
When I reached through to unlock the latch, I must have
I don't
gotten
see
blood on it.
Chunsoft or Kodak and them, like, optimizing this, right, to, like, make the resolution better or anything,
But that bloodstain would have been hidden while the
or
interlock
fix
was
these little
open.
glitches that keep happening. Like, maybe with just, like, better hardware, it'll just, you brute force past half of it. I mean, that's the way most AAAs do these days anyways.
That's probably why the culprit missed it. My blood, which was left behind in car 1, was found in car 5. This proves that someone pulled off the car switching trick.
Whoa.
This is the truth of the case.
Die, you bastard. I don't know what it's on. DRS came out on Switch on December 2021. It's ported to PC. Like half a year to a year there. Yeah, I feel like you're gonna see something similar with this. Have the second wave of fans here.
I'm not done yet!
Wonder how that'll do. I think it depends on the reception for this. I don't know what people generally think on this. I've been trying to avoid all spoilers and impressions.
What? He's still going? Let us boom kill you already!
Oh, the boom kill.
If Car 1 became Car 5, then where did the culprit supposedly hiding in the infirmary go? You had to have checked the 5th car, but the culprit wasn't there.
I mean, are you trying to say that they could have just, like, made it more simple? I mean, that's what Danganronpa is and shit, right? I get the desire to go more legit, like, you know, like fucking Ichikoshi tries to do. Where it's like, you want to have bigger visuals, appeal to a more mass market. Most gamers aren't going to want to play a VN, right? They're going to want to play something with shit going on and budget, so. Like, while people will play, like, PS1, like, indie games, and they might be some of the best in the business, I mean, I get that they want to make more money and go bigger, so they go harder here. But like with ZTD, their eyes are a little bit bigger than the stomach or whatever, and it ends up looking really bad. It would have been better if they just didn't do it. I don't know the point exactly you're making. Are you just saying they could have made a more low-res game? That they went too hard? I don't think they went too hard. This game's not that crazy visually. I would say you could optimize it a bit and it'd be fine. But maybe their personal skill level or something, yeah, they should have like toned it down. I don't know. I don't think it's like fucked. It just looks kind of muddy. It has a lot of like visual glitches. Yeah. They would have to figure that out from go. Yeah, you don't want to bite off more than you can chew, but I don't know. I don't think what's here is like that ballsy vision. I don't know. We'll see.
The culprit must have been hiding somewhere in the 5th car, probably someplace safe.
I just think that they should have put it on all platforms. I think this is like definitely not probably the best way to play it, but like it's acceptable, which is pretty much the fucking Switch standard. I would have just liked if they put it on other platforms. Yes, I wish we lived in an industry still where like things were optimized and people gave a shit, but like usually they don't. So yeah, Frost. I mean, who knows? Maybe they wouldn't touch it, but you'd at least get it to run at 1080 with higher resolution or higher FPS, which definitely wouldn't hurt it. I mean, the story's what really matters, but I feel like Kodaka's stuff, more than a lot of VNs, do rely on the visuals a bit more. So it definitely wouldn't hurt. What are we doing now? Where was Zilch hiding? The main control room. Let's go with that.
Here.
I'm not thinking about it that hard.
The culprit was hiding inside the main control room, which was locked shut the entire time. I didn't have the key, so I could never have gotten inside. I bet the culprit moved there from the infirmary while Car 1 was running on the 2nd track. If the train's management company, Amaterasu Corporation, was involved, the culprit may have had the key.
Did Yuma at some point say it would be really hard to hide in there? Maybe he just meant that like nobody would have the key. I thought he meant like physically.
And then they hid in a blind spot I couldn't see it from the window. That's how they got past me.
No, it's not me. I'm not the culprit.
So one interesting thing here is that you're not actually talking to the real person, right? So I think it makes the antagonistic side of these guys and the dialogue not really feel as special. That's one thing in Danganronpa is like when they were arguing, they're arguing with the fucking person, right? Like they're fighting each other. You're just fighting some kind of like avatar essentially. But because it isn't the person, you're kind of like, I mean, who knows? We'll see as it goes in the future. Maybe they'll have more autonomy or more connection somehow.
Great detective work. I'd call that a critical hit.
But because there's this like layer of removal, I feel like it makes it not feel as the drama's not really there as much.
All that's left is to finish him off.
I feel like I'm fighting like a Persona Shadow or something. Which I mean, I guess those are fun in a way too, but they're not like the person.
Finish him off? How do I do that?
Shove all your evidence into the solution blade and slash as hard as you can.
Yeah, they didn't want to be executed. That's kind of what I mean, is like there's just that immediate like the stakes and like the closed environments and stuff, like those usually like located in like a certain area and shit that kind of were immediately gripping or engaging. Even if you didn't know everything, they still had a lot of characters. Oh hey, we're getting this one. I didn't want to say it was just Danganronpa when I started on this game. I was like, oh, I don't want to be just unfair just because they have the same artist and it's Kodaka. But it really is. Other than it not being a death game yet, maybe, it really is just like Danganronpa with like a different thing going on. Like, goddamn, like the chill music, man. I like the composer, man. I've always loved Danganronpa's music. The music seems good in this too. Is that a bass guitar? Is he copying Persona 5? What the? It's really funny though, yeah. It's like he wanted to do Danganronpa, but he didn't want to just do Danganronpa. Yeah, he just wanted to get away from the world. He said though that he'd be willing to make another Danganronpa though. If you're just gonna do this, then why even bother saying that? Maybe he's got an idea there. If he got a good idea. He doesn't have it yet. This music's good. What am I looking for here? Where did Yuma rush to? The train. For sure, Lord Frost. I think it's the same composer, and he's just doing like a similar thing, but I'm down. I like the composer. Am I supposed to shoot? Am I supposed to shoot these? Oh yeah, it's a Japanese gun. This is the sacrifice too. It was used to put detectives asleep. I guess we can't play. What happens if I just like mouse over it? The Master Detective's drink. What was used to break the window? It was used as a red herring. Hiding. The basement. Is there a time limit on this? I think it's the candle on there, right? Ooh. Ouch. What did the culprit burn? I guess that dude's body was already burned, right? Which body was found last? Table of contents. The knockout drug. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine if they don't go back to Danganronpa. The end of 3 was already like, okay, dude, I don't want to see them even attempt to do it again. The end of E3 was them trying way too hard to just make a twist for the sake of a twist. It was all the shock of it more than it was really the quality. I'm all for meta, crazy, insane twists, but I didn't feel like the build-up really fit what happened. I feel like it was him just trying to surprise you. I mean, Kodaka likes to do that. He killed everybody right at the beginning of this, and I like that in a mystery. I don't want to feel like I already know what's going to happen just based on, like, tropes and, like, who the writer is. But the end of E3, I was like, alright, man, like... I was like, okay. like, it felt like it was just, he's almost trying to do it, not as a gag, but, like... It was purely for the shock value. I didn't feel it was like super cohesive with everything else. Like, yeah, there's like the little kid or whatever that hints at it, but it's like, eh.
Step right up. 5 master detectives slain before their
I mean, the end of most Danganronpa games kind of sucks. Usually because of the shonen bullshit that happens, but it's usually like the second to last case is like the best.
The incident unfolded aboard the Amaterasu Express, which was on its way to Kanai Ward.
The truth bombs, dude.
I rushed onto the train as it was about to depart. At that time, the train was made up of 5 cars.
Oh, because you looked fast asleep in the lost and found, Master. If you kept snoozing, the case would never be solved.
You gotta understand. See, I like these moments. I just hope that the labyrinth thing's cleaned up and the investigations are cool. And above all, that there's just some really cool cases, man. Because I like Danganronpa. I like the stuff. They just want to do it again, man, but like different. Clean it up, I'm there, but like... I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see after this one. I'm looking forward to doing more, but I won't have time today.
The fifth and final one
I
was
have
left
to
at the station.
go do it fucking 10,000 tickets.
And so, the culprit scheme had already begun. Meaning Amaterasu Corporation was involved from the get-go.
On the train, the master detectives were gathered together in car 2. That was the diamond car. The culprit had already mixed a knockout drug into every drink there.
I like that. Culprit was the first person on the train, so they could prepare in advance and wait for everybody else.
Like how the steam's still going, so he's actually just sitting there holding this thing. No, yeah, Frost. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I hope so. I mean, I hope it's not just like I said, twist for the sake of twist. I hope they're like well hinted at, and there's like really cool like deductions you can make. Not just ass pulls, but I don't mind some difficulty for sure.
I felt unwell, and Melanie went to the trouble of pouring me a coffee.
I feel like that's something Kodaka does, though. I feel like I feel like each game is not made in mind with everybody before, but just the dude as a creator tries to not just do like the exact same like thing every time. It doesn't always work out, but and it does lead to some fucking bizarro cases. Don't always make sense, but
after drinking it, I started to feel drowsy. I was hearing things at the time and thought that I might be seriously ill, but it was actually the drug.
I'm ill.
You got yours truly was responsible? Sticks and stones won't do much to a deaf god, but slander stings!
The culprit sent me off to Car 1 in order to frame me as the killer.
Yeah, I don't think he hated DR its audience. I think he just wanted to create a surprising twist above all else, and it kind of was like a little over the top. I mean, I like those kinds of crazy meta things, but I think he was trying to shock and awe so much it kind of just ended up being kind of lame. It's like instead of like really cool character shit or like a well hinted at like actually like shocking in-game kind of mystery, it was just like, okay, what's the most shock and awe thing I can do? And it's like, I didn't feel like it had the build up for it.
I'm sure the culprit didn't expect you to get sick, Master.
It's kind of like an advanced, it was all a dream kind of ending, right? That kind of vibe.
Since you look
You could just write that without much issue, right?
probably changed their plan and went after you instead.
And there's like sitcoms that end the whole show with it's just a dream. So that it's kind of like I don't say I wouldn't call it outright lazy, but it's kind of just like style over substance kind of thing.
Once I left, the other master detectives must have fallen asleep because of the drugged drinks.
We could call it lazy. I mean, yeah, maybe in some aspect. I'm not saying it's like the most lazy thing, but that's definitely kind of what I'm getting out of it.
The culprit then burned everyone to death.
I don't think he hated his fans, but you shouldn't be surprised that some people would be kind of offended by it. Because if you are actually somehow invested in the whole Junko and her goons and all that kind of shit, like it's gonna kind of essentially retcon a lot of that for you or deflate it. But I don't think Odaka did it because he hated his fans. I think he just, I mean, you could just see how he does it, right? advertise a bunch of characters and then kill them immediately, or like the protagonist of the third game is actually the killer and then they'll just kill them in the first case. Like, he just likes to surprise people, and I think that's cool for mysteries. I just think like it went a little over the top and it was kind of almost lazy. In B3, something a little bit more like elegantly put together instead of just like a big ass pull twist would have been kind of better for me. But some people, the novelty of the twist is all they need. But I don't know. There's stuff out there that has novelty that's well executed too. Is kind of why I have a problem with it. Everything's fake ending. Yeah. It depends. I mean, there's some stuff I really like that's like it's all a dream or something. It just depends on how it's built up. The problem is like it wasn't. It was like kind of hinted at in V3, but it wasn't really the focus of it. You're essentially just doing like disconnected cases with a couple hints occasionally that there was something going on, and then they just threw you with the twist. But I mean, that's the end of every fucking Danganronpa. It's just Junko fucking around or some kind of goofy twist. Yeah, it's like I find it more engaging when there's like a mystery where all these little pieces are coming together and there's all these little hints and it's really well thought out and crafted, and then it all comes together. And if it can still surprise you in some crazy way, then it's awesome, right? But it's like when it's just kind of coming out of some dude's ass at the end and it just feels like it's there to shock you. It's like it can still be fun. I get the entertainment, but I'm like, I'm not as into it at that point. Compared to like, I mean, the way DR1 ended, where it's like they don't even show what's outside of the school. It's just a mystery. It's just white light. Like, I thought that was almost elegant in a way, right? I mean, it wasn't like amazing. The Junko thing's a little goofy, but like, there's like a bit of restraint there. Like, you just left it up to your imagination. But like, then V3 is there and it's just like all out bullshit, right? Because they try to like say, hey, is there something crazy going on outside? Is there an apocalypse? Is there not? And they never even like tell you. But then it's like V3 and you're like, who is fucking TV show? It's like, alright, dude. Yeah, the title was a hint all along. 53. I mean, it's cute. For me, it's not the idea of doing it. It's that the journey there, the execution wasn't really there for me. If you want to make your entire trilogy a TV show thing at the end of it, that's fine. But I hope there's like really cute little hints and like really cryptic stuff that maybe, you could kind of see the signs, but you can't figure it out. Instead, it feels like something he like wrote the cases, did all 3 games, and then he's at the end, he's like, huh, I could fit this little meta fucking twist in here, how couldn't I? And then he just does it, right? It's not something that's like this like extrally thought out thing. It's just like something you just fucking do, right? That's what I mean by like lazy. Yeah, one and done. And then it did really well, I'm sure. Which is, I mean, that's fine. DR2, I think, is the best one. So I don't mind that he made more. I'm always willing to give him a try. I enjoy all of them. I still like 3. I think it's the worst of them all. Well, some people would argue the first one is, but 2 is definitely the best. Well, okay, Ultra Despair Girls is definitely the worst. Let's be real. Yeah, I think he tries to subvert a little too hard by the end of DRV3 is what I'm saying. And I think it's fine to like it, but for me, it's that the journey there, I don't think quite owned the end of it. But it's just kind of like a big subversion for the sake of it. It's not as bad as like some goofy Star Wars subversions or something. It almost does feel like they just hate the fan base, but it was a little, didn't quite hit for me. The seesaw key, dude. The memes from the seesaw case make it worth it. It doesn't even matter, man. I love all of the edits of the seesaw guy, man. Just shit. Anyways, I guess I should finish this bit up.
Setting all those master
Yeah, I think in DRV3 you start to kind of get like Kodaka tries to subvert, but some of his cases still end up kind of feeling samey in some ways. And I think by the DRV3 they stop surprising you or feeling as engaging. They're still fun. I still like them. But like they don't quite hit the same, and I think it might be just because you're kind of used to it. I get that's probably one of the reasons he'd probably stop doing Danganronpa. Granted, this seems to be really similar. I mean, like overexposure to that kind of thing might turn some people off, but yeah, Sam, I would say so. I mean, it kind of depends a little bit. I could understand if you're like really invested in the lore and the overarching world and everything, that it can kind of deflate it a bit, right? But yeah, you should still be able to enjoy things as their own deal. I mean, that's how I feel. I think ZTD is horrible. It's funny, but I think 999 is awesome, and that doesn't really change. But I think it depends. It's kind of like how at the end of a mystery, depending on the payoff, it can kind of fuck up how you feel about the first 2/3 because a lot of it's anticipation. So if it's like a trilogy where you're building up to something, it can affect it. Like VLR in a way could kind of affect. Like ZTD could affect your thoughts on VLR because like VLR sets up a lot that ZTD does not pay off. I need to save this thing. Oh, this has a DLC? What is it a case? What is it? 27th. Is it gonna be like swimsuits or what? This has a DLC. Yeah, I forgot. Oh, side characters. That explains it. Well, there's like no characters in this game yet, so. Just leave this up the entire playthrough.
This was when the culprit put their plan to frame me into motion. First, they carried Aphex's charred corpse to the infirmary in Car 1.
The very first body we found.
Then, they deliberately left a fire extinguisher near the restroom I was sleeping
in. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily true, man. Back what you said about you can be invested in the Hope's Peak verse in a way, but the scale of it, how it affects the entire world, all the characters it affects, knowing that it's not actually affecting the world and stuff like that, it can definitely deflate the scope a bit. I mean, knowing, so like it's like in reality, right? Like if somebody like like I don't know, it's like if something happens to me in reality versus it happens in like a game where I'm self-inserting, it's gonna feel really different. Like I feel like you can deflate like the scope, the immersion and stuff a little bit. I don't think it's like a huge deal. I'm kind of more of a Sam where you could just kind of like forget certain things happen. It doesn't change like each individual entry, but I definitely think it can, if you're really invested in the scope and stuff like that, it can. I definitely think stuff like the ending of V3 can affect shit like that. Even if you don't think it affects it, subconsciously you're thinking about it a little bit. It definitely matters a touch. It just matters to some people a little bit more than others.
Prompts me into smashing the door later.
Gotta have someone get inside somehow, or else.
The Good Life with Zach and Cody. was that a show?
Nobody would find the body.
Oh, you mean the Swery game? Yo, I hated that game, dude. Now I'm thinking about it. Thanks, son. Yeah. The fucking goddamn hellhole and all that. Oh my god. Swery, man. He's a one-hit wonder, dude. Deadly Premonition, that's it, man. I didn't hate Deadly Premonition 2. I didn't even hate JJ Macfield, but for the most part, I don't think he hits, man. Outside Deadly Premonition 1. They're just like okay or dog shit, like The Good Life.
Next,
it's a shame.
entered the infirmary, locked the door,
although I am interested in that Suda51 Swery game they're making. Hopefully that ends up good.
Jumping into bed with a charred corpse.
This part's really loud.
I thought chivalry was dead.
I mean, I get it's epic and all, but like, they just cranked the volume by like 20%.
What a gentleman. I'm actually a little jealous.
A knife and cushion created the red herring.
Hell of a way to pretend to be dead.
I think the only problem with climax reasoning bits like this is like, if you're already kind of done with the case and they've over-explained it, or it's like too simple, talking about it again can kind of suck. I think it's fine here, but like that was a feeling I had in some Danganronpa shit, and I would not be surprised if I felt it in some of these. We'll see what happens. Like there's only so many times you need it to be explained to you.
Just as I was waking up.
The thing in Danganronpa is the style of it makes it fine. This obviously has like a style to it too, so. I like that they have everybody in the cars on the side, it's cool. You guys can't see all of it, but they're there. Ooh. Now these are all drawn too, not 3D. Yeah, I do prefer the comfy music than this song.
That was when the culprit took out Apex's burnt corpse, switched places with it.
Because I liked when it's more comfy, because it's more of like a somber. Because the thing is, after the end of a Danganronpa case, it's so energetic and crazy the entire way through. So what's really cool about climax reasoning and stuff is like, it's like more somber and like downbeat, and it's a cool contrast. Like, you know, they're gonna like get fucking killed, or you know, you're wrapping it up, you're cleaning up all the stuff, so you know exactly what happened, and it's just kind of a cool way to end it. I don't really like that this is like really uppity right now. I did like when we were doing the comic book though, that was fine. But this part right here, I wish the music was different.
It's just like a magic trick, switching places under a veil of smoke.
Meanwhile, I found the fire extinguisher on the floor.
I thought there would be more. I thought there was more downbeat music during these parts. In one, not on one in DR. Or am I just thinking of the comic book? Does it go back to the hype music? Oh, well, I'd prefer it to not be. I thought they just kept the hype music going. I guess that tells you how memorable it was. I always liked the downbeat music. Gotcha. Misremembered it. Poor Aphex, man. His goofy mask.
Must have been why they picked the time-consuming method of roasting someone to death. Plus, the body was about the right size.
He does look like an alien, dude.
The culprit was under the bed at that time.
Whose glasses were on that corpse? I guess a spare set of glasses.
I went on to discover the charred corpses of the other master detectives. Around that time, the culprit came out from under the bed and went to the main control room in Car 1. Controlling the train from there, they detached Car 1.
And shaking, and the power source
I've got another pair.
to the backup system.
My other pair is for putting on fucking burnt corpses.
Was there or was there not jiggling in my blouse? Take a
Of
guess.
course.
While the detached Car 1 was running on a separate track, the culprit went to work, preparing to disguise Car 1 as Car 5.
Yeah, I gotta say, no matter what. Oh, she's talking about tits again. No matter what you think about like how fun the case was, it's a pretty fucking risky plan, dude. Yeah, like that they would never. I think the thing is, if they had like an underlying the game, because the police are in on it, they could just fucking like construct whatever evidence they want anyways, so it doesn't matter. Like then it's fine. But then why even go through this like really fucking elaborate plan? Because we're swapping like 50 different cars that are already set up to have like crime scenes in them and stuff. He's hiding in like plain sight. They're assuming he's going to do all of this shit, which, I mean, he could just hide in a corner. They don't know him that well. Especially if he's got some amnesia thing, which I don't know if they knew about that. Like, I mean, that's how these usually are. You have to just like have a suspension of disbelief. But it's funny to think about. It's like super fucking... I mean, it can kind of make it weird to solve sometimes, because if you try to like think about it rationally, generally it's not super duper rational. They're usually doing extreme stuff almost for the sake of it at times. So I mean, we don't know that. I don't know anything about these people. I mean, that it's Amaterasu and they have some fucking secrets or mysteries going on here, but yeah, it's just kind of one of those things. Like, I mean, maybe they'll explain it as we go, but yeah, it's kind of like, I feel like they could have made a much more simple, way of getting what they wanted here, but it is funny. Yeah, they probably, maybe they didn't want to have any trace that they, like, thing is they're forging evidence anyways. Yeah, I mean, you can't have it always be logical and rational, otherwise it wouldn't be fun, but this one for sure, it's like, there's a lot of, you just have to hope things happen kind of moments.
First, Aphex's corpse was carried to the corridor, and the necklace removed earlier was placed back on.
It's especially funny because they let you walk around and check everything in that room, not just the corpse. It'd be one thing if you were like in a hurry and it was just a cutscene, but because you can take your time, it's kind of funny that he's just there. Like, what is he gonna... Was he shitting his pants at that point? Because I'm just checking everything in the room for fun. He'd be like, oh my god, he's not gonna leave. Yeah. Oh yeah. It'll be cool. Yeah, I look forward to seeing the next cases for sure.
Then the car 1 number
Hopefully they're cool.
burned. So that it couldn't be properly identified.
With everything in place, the culprit went into the main control room, locked the door, and waited for the train cars to reconnect.
The culprit was riding
man.
on the other track, right?
Yeah, the train, which was only cars 2, 3, and 4 at the time, remained on course.
Since we were in a tunnel, I didn't even realize car 1 was moving alongside us.
The train we were on went through the tunnel with only 3 cars. When it came out of the tunnel, the car with the culprit in it attached to car 4. Now behind car 4, that car became car 5.
The swap was pre-programmed into the train's automatic operating system, right? Technology sure is convenient.
The culprit, riding in car 1, attached it to the back of car 4. That caused more shaking, but there was no blackout this time because the power supply stayed the same.
Additional shaking occurred inside my blouse, but the power stayed on.
After that, I mistook car 1 for car 5 and walked right in. The culprit wrecked it so much, I didn't even notice the door I had smashed when I was in car 1 before.
Did you guys figure out her tits are massive yet? I hope you figure it out by the end. Alright, buddy. Enjoy your work and groceries.
I figured there'd been some kind of brawl. But that was part of the culprit's plan, wasn't it? Also, no one would realize it was actually car 1.
When I found the corpse, I deduced that it was Aphex from the necklace it had on. was just rediscovering the same charred corpse from Car
Well, I hope it wasn't a bot, but it looks like a bot name to me. Sorry if you're not a bot, but you got a bot name.
The disguised corpse and the car switch completely fooled me.
Can't be helped.
Using a dead body? Oh, this is a despairingly brilliant idea!
When the train arrived in Kanai Ward, it connected to a different, prearranged Car 1.
I'm excited to see what the world's gonna be. World building and all that. We'll see.
And with that, the train once again had 5 cars.
I hope it's cool, and I hope we spend more time there than in the Mine Palace, man.
So much attaching and detaching. What a stupid, crazy, elaborate trick!
We'll find out, though.
Peacekeepers were lying in wait at the station. As the sole survivor, I was set up as the one responsible for the murder.
Yeah.
And Amaterasu was in on it! That really turns me on!
You mean pisses me off, right?
During that time, the culprit stayed hidden in the main control room of the disguised Car 1. And waited for the peacekeepers
You're trying
to
too
haul
hard,
away Master.
Kodaka.
They were right there at the scene.
What's up, Ripper?
After burning all the master detectives, the culprit faked their own death and tried to frame me as the killer. It was a cunning, cold-blooded scheme.
And the evildoer who committed these countless contemptible crimes is none other than... Zilch Alexander! It was you!
Zilch. Stop pointing at him, for God's sakes, man. He's had enough.
This is the truth I've uncovered!
Yeah, Ripper. What the? Ooh, excuse me.
Is that it? What's this?
It's the truth. It's the soul of the true culprit who made this mystery labyrinth.
The soul of the true culprit?
Persona?
Wait, what am I supposed to do with this?
Now it's time for the main event! Here we go! It's my time to shine! Surging bloodlust. Overflowing despair.
No, don't say that word.
The brilliant soul of Shinigami
Don't say that word.
shall expunge this cursed case!
Oh, despair.
All deplorables! To the final mystery labyrinth!
Kiss you. I can't even hear him, man. I imagine she's gonna kill him different every time, right? If you're gonna do Danganronpa again, you gotta do the executions, man. Where's my Mondo butter, brother? My Mondo butter. I think that's still one of the most memorable ones. That's so stupid. Oh god, let's hope not. A joke that saved them some money, I guess. She does like a Sailor Moon transformation when you go into the Mine Palace.
Huh?
I guess they got like a little bit of a magical girl thing going on.
What are you talking about now? Your spirit shouldn't be broken. yet. The Peacekeepers will take
Nice.
care of you. We have
Lipsync.
all the time in the world.
Huh? Huh?
Wait, I want to turn myself up.
Where are you? Nothing here's changed. What's going on? Shinigami? Are you listening?
Get him!
Wait! I know who the culprit is!
What?
It's Zilch! He's still alive. He framed me.
What are you talking about? He's already dead.
Huh? But...
Shut up! This is not up for discussion! What a waste of time! Take him away!
Shinigami! Where did you go? This isn't what's supposed to happen!
I'm right here! You're so cute when you panic, so I had to enjoy the view for a bit.
Stop playing around! Why hasn't the situation changed at all?
He must be hallucinating. Taking him down shouldn't be a problem. Take him away! What? He's dead?
Looks like it's over.
Huh? What's over? Shinigami, what's going on?
There's always a price to pay. When I read the soul of the true culprit, the mystery labyrinth created by the culprit is destroyed. But as a price, the source that created the mystery labyrinth also perishes.
How will that ever help us get off the hook, man?
The source perishes? Don't tell me.
That's right. The true culprit dies.
Then that report saying Zilch, the true culprit,
Is there going to be a
was
Kodaka
dead.
moment where the person that did the crime is actually endearing, and it's going to be sad that we're going to have to kill them to solve the crime? I think there will be. No, it can't be them.
And that solves today's mystery. The true culprit is as dead as a doornail. You're now innocent and free to go, Master.
We'll see.
A happy
Maybe
ending.
not.
Roll credits.
There's nothing happy about this. Zilch died because I solved the mystery.
Yes.
Huh? He was a dangerous murderer who killed 4 master detectives. He deserved to die.
I mean, I don't think I'm completely free to go. Not even with Zilch being dead.
In that case, say exactly what I'm about to tell you to that gilded idiot over there.
Okay. Swank, did you just receive a report that Zilch was dead?
How did you know that?
I thought so.
Ah!
If he was alive until moments ago, that changes things about this case. Someone who died in front of my eyes, was alive. This is clearly an attempt by the culprit to disguise the truth. Don't tell me the Peacekeepers lied to try to cover up what really happened. You didn't try to frame an innocent person.
What? You think you can weasel your way out of this? You better not forget you're in Kanai Ward now. You're powerless before the might of the Amaterasu Corporation.
No, I didn't mean...
Hey, don't surrender so easily. You were so close.
That does it. You're under arrest. Listen, you got no right to remain silent, and you got no right to call a lawyer either. Take him away.
No, wait! Hold on just a second. Hey, excuse me. Do you have a minute?
You.
It's all good. Let's stop all the fighting. We both have to follow orders from the higher-ups, so let's not do anything that causes unnecessary tension. Falsifying evidence and testimonies is a drag when it comes time to do the paperwork, right?
Yeah, he sounds familiar.
Consistent. Just forget about all that and leave it to me, yeah? You know, I saw that the true culprit was alive and well just a bit ago.
What?
If you let us go, I'll cook something up in my report to the World Detective Organization. You don't want trouble, right? If the WDO floods this joint because of you. Your punishment might be kind of brutal. So, you know what to do. Leave things well enough alone, as they say.
Let's go.
I'd imagine the Japanese wouldn't. I can't tell if it's actually synced to English and it's just not set right, or if it's only Japanese and they just didn't make an English lip sync
Thank goodness.
for the
that worked
cutscenes, because
out.
it would require them to like, because these are like I don't know if they're pre-rendered, but
Who is he?
Beats me?
I imagine they're not in engine or something. I don't know exactly. I imagine, yeah, that it's most of it's tailored to GP. They just didn't change it. It's budget.
Well, I bet that was quite a long trip for you. Welcome to Kanai Ward.
Thanks.
You must be Yuma. Yuma Coco.
A little stiff, yeah. Most of the animations are a bit stiff in this.
I am. And you are?
I'm Yako Furio. I was born and raised in Kanai Ward. Just a humble member of the WDO. I'm the director of the Nocturnal Detective Agency, the only detective agency in Kanai Ward. My office welcomes you.
Coco Head.
Nice to make your
Kaka
acquaintance.
Head.
Thanks. The pleasure is all mine. So he's a detective from the WDO. Finally, I've met an ally. He managed to turn away the peacekeepers, so he must be in high
Or
standing.
is he?
Really? He's clearly just some careless, middle-aged man.
His head's in the game. He's a thinker, dude.
Oh, by the way, don't tell anyone about yours truly.
Genius. Fucking tree. Could be that too. Maybe it's all working together. So, Coco Man, coconut head, coconut full of mystery juice.
You might have forgotten, but our secret is included in the contract. It'd be terrible if you broke this rule. To be exact, your whole body would be drained of its blood.
Okay, I won't tell anyone.
Well, even if you did, they'd just assume you're some crazy person.
Now, shall we? Oh, by the way, I'd like to hear the details about this incident.
Right.
You're gonna explain the mind palace to him. What will the twist with his amnesia be? That he gave himself amnesia for some reason. No, wait, he gave himself amnesia with her, right? So he needed her powers. I'm sure he has something to do with this ward. And yeah, there's got to be a bigger twist, though. It's not just he needed her powers, so he fucking made the deal. Is he the mastermind? Coconut juice. Yeah, that's the twist. He didn't have amnesia after all, just juice. Body swap plus controlled by video game plus Blick. Oh shit. The World's End Club special, man.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. We don't even know what the world's like yet, but it'll be something. There's no way he just has amnesia and it doesn't matter.
They practically interrogated you, right? Kanai Ward is completely shut off from the outside world.
I mean, it's an easy way for us to like put ourselves into his boots and for him to ask a lot of questions we need the answer to about world building. But I don't think Kodaka would stop at that. I'm sure there's a twist.
Communication devices such as cell phones are
Ultra
confiscated.
Disparagles? I haven't been
Cameras are
thinking
not
about
permitted
Ultra
to leave Kanai
Disparagles.
Ward either.
This or Disco Elysium? Yeah, definitely this. I mean, I don't even think it's a competition, right? Kodaka got that writing on tap. It's not to her. But no. Obviously, Disco Elysium. Every time.
Even if you smuggle something with
We'll
reception
see.
in, Kanai Ward is a dead zone. Thanks to all that tight closure, nobody's using this fancy station at all.
Did you say no one?
You show a lot of promise, considering how you handled that Amaterasu trouble. I was scared, to be honest. I don't
Oh
want to deal
yeah,
with
the
them if I don't
detectives
have
have superpower.
to. The thing is, the Peacekeepers always antagonize detectives. As a basic rule, never look them in the eye.
Been like
They're
5
always
hours
itching
since
for a
we've seen
fight.
that.
Kind of like mad dogs.
Right.
One more.
Amaterasu Corp doesn't want the unified government or the WDO meddling in their matters. I even caught wind of them hiring a hitman.
A hitman?
They plan to wipe out any master detectives before they enter Kanai Ward. The result of which is this Amaterasu Express massacre.
So Zilch was actually a hitman?
Nope. There was a real master detective named Zilch. He was murdered beforehand and used as a disguise. You were in the first car earlier. The real Zilch is laying dead somewhere in there. There was a separate first car at the station before you arrived where Zilch's body was hidden. Then, the 4 train cars that you rode in would arrive at the station in Kanai Ward and connect with the fake first car. That makes a total of 5 dead master detectives at Kanai Ward's platform. With no master detectives left, you would be arrested as the only culprit. That was the plan.
They would go to such lengths?
Absolutely. Even though the plan didn't work, we still lost 5 master detectives. Given the situation, I'm honestly surprised you survived, Yuma.
That's all thanks to me. You're so lucky to be haunted by yours truly.
Wait, if there was a real Zilch, then the number of people on board the Amaterasu Express, including me, that makes 6 people. The numbers still don't add up.
I, Hoochie, heard from the World Detective
Dude, he's
Office
already dead.
precisely 5.
Oh, he wasn't supposed to be
explain that
remaining.
later. Anyway, let's leave this place.
Thought they were talking about the
Wanna give
heartbeat shit.
Peacekeepers any ideas?
It's raining.
Hey, you're right.
Oh shit. The city's blurry, so I can't see shit. Blank slate character, yeah. Kodaka's always done like really simple main characters. Not that that makes it fun, but yeah.
Who's that guy?
What the?
Beats me.
It's the actual Yoma. We're playing the doppelganger body or something. He wants his body back.
I see.
Bring on all the theories.
Remember all of this?
I probably have horrible rating because I wasn't caring about last second dodging. Dougie Cocoa Head. Alright. Short prologue. I've got an hour and a half, hour and 20. Is it longer than that? Because otherwise I'm going to save it for tomorrow. 2 rides. Yeah, maybe we can squeeze it in then. $58 minutes. Yeah. I'll have to keep going at a steady pace. Like I said, I gotta go in an hour and a half, hour and 20 or so. Do a few things before then too. Might almost be better just to see this tomorrow and start fresh.
There's a place I want to show you. It's the best spot to learn about this town. Hey, relax. Don't be so
Hogwarts. Maybe. I mean, I do want to kind of keep rolling, but we could just have it like start fresh tomorrow. And then get the whole world building and everything. Yeah, we'll do that. I don't want to risk it. Because I'd hate to like walk out right in the middle of it, so. Apologies. Anyways, folks, so far I'm interested in the future of what's going to happen in this game. I don't think it's quite there for me yet. I think it's missing some stuff on the pacing, definitely the world building and stuff. The style, I feel like it tries to go a little too over the top and doesn't quite own it. But I think there's a recipe for some maybe cool stuff there. At the minimum, if it's just like fun little cases or something, that'll be nice. It's definitely like Danganronpa. It's just fun. Anyways, we'll see. So I'm gonna be busy most of the day. Try to get some sleep like way later tonight. But stream might start a little later than it did today. We'll see. Just been really bad schedule this week. I'm pretty much doing something at all times of the day for somebody else. So hopefully I can stabilize soon and we can focus on this and we'll see what happens. So try to have a stream within the next day. But anyways, thank you guys for hanging out.